Chapter 767. You have a secret treasure. I have one too. Yang Feng squeezed the ruler magic cube in his hand, and the ruler armor suddenly appeared on his body. The ruler armor with 3 infinity cores inlaid poured power into his body and frantically improved his strength. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in the sky and urged the essence of devour, and 2 black holes shrouded his fist's barrel towards the true dragon crown prince. Boom! Boom! The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. In the wake of the fierce battle between Yang Feng and the true dragon crown prince, space distorted and the earth cracked. When the magic fluctuations from the fierce battle between the 2 powerhouses slammed into the ground, they blasted open numerous huge holes. So strong! Is that a bright world warlock? What a terrible monster! The battle between them is almost comparable to that of infinity warlocks. No, even a weaker infinity warlock may not be their opponent. When the warlocks who gathered with ill intentions saw the fierce battle between Yang Feng and the true dragon crown prince, their countenance changed dramatically, and they retreated to the side, not daring to get close. Unless it is a bright world warlock rank powerhouse, even if it is a glorious dawn warlock, if they are careless, they will be killed by the 2 powerhouses. This guy is really strong. He's an evenly matched opponent. But now is not the time to swap pointers. I must defeat or kill him. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and spatial ripples appeared on his body. A dense swarm of Type 2 Undying suddenly flew out of Yang Feng and flew towards the true dragon crown prince like a tide. The true dragon crown prince opened his mouth and blew, and violent wind blades turned into a tornado that swept the Type 2 Undyings away. Under the violent wind blades containing the law of wind, the energy shields of the Type 2 Undyings collapsed one by one, and the super alloy armor capable of withstanding a Moonlight Warlock's all-out attack was sliced into pieces. Taking advantage of the moment when the true Dragon Crown Prince was distracted, Yang Feng appeared in the abdomen of the true Dragon Crown Prince in a flash and stabbed with his hands. His hands containing the essence of Devour stabbed into the true Dragon Crown Prince's abdomen and tore open a large hole, and a large amount of dragon blood sprayed out. Some of the extraordinary plants on the ground underwent all sorts of miraculous changes after absorbing the true Dragon Crown Prince's dragon blood. Despicable, shameless native of the surface. He actually found a helper. How shameless! Do you know what the glory of a warlock is? With a roar, the true Dragon Crown Prince operated the essence of power and twisted his body with inhuman agility. The true Dragon Hunt sent a claw containing the essence of power that sealed Yang Feng's escape route. Those are my puppets, just like your secret treasures. If you have the ability, then don't use your secret treasures. Fight me! Yang Feng's fist slammed into the true Dragon Crown Prince's claw, and a violent force erupted in an instant and sent the true Dragon Crown Prince flying by a dozen-plus meters. The wreckage of the Type 2 Undyings in mid-air suddenly flew up and instantly condensed in mid-air. They turned into streams of light, shot towards the true Dragon Crown Prince, and slashed with their swords. Along with flashes of light, 3-centimeter-deep wounds appeared on the true Dragon Crown Prince's dragon scales. These mechanical golems are really troublesome. A look of fear flashed in the true Dragon Crown Prince's eyes. He opened his mouth and spurted a cyan dragon's breath that enveloped the Type 2 Undyings. In the wake of the cyan dragon breath, the Type 2 Undyings exploded and turned into powder, unable to regenerate. When the true Dragon Crown Prince's power was divided, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared on his back and punched the true Dragon Crown Prince's dragon scales. The essence of Devour surged and frantically devoured the true Dragon Crown Prince's flesh and blood. Damn native of the surface world! I'll remember you. What's your name? The true Dragon Crown Prince suddenly issued a cry of pain, then turned into a dragon and soared into the sky. Surrounded by clouds and mist, he roared at Yang Feng like a dragon god who wields the power of thunder and rain and can unleash a monstrous flood with a thought. The true Dragon Crown Prince is a top warlock genius. Although he was seriously injured by Yang Feng twice in a row, but he understands that he is not Yang Feng's opponent, and so he chose to withdraw from the fight. Yang Feng frowned slightly, pondered for a while, and then uttered decisively, "Undying Mountain, no, Battle Demon Sect's Great Elder Yang Feng." Since the Dawn Lord can find out Yang Feng's background, it means that most of the Undying Mountain's background has been exposed to top warlock groups. There is no value in concealing it. The eyes of the true Dragon Crown Prince hidden in the clouds shimmered coldly, and he uttered solemnly, "Very well, Yang Feng. I didn't want to use this method. However, the split heaven shield is too important to me. So, guardians, show yourselves. Yes. Young master. 2 Infinity Warlock rank dragon might came from the sky, and an Eastern Black Dragon and an Eastern White Dragon flew out of the void and appeared beside the true Dragon Crown Prince and stared at Yang Feng with their huge dragon eyes. The true Dragon Crown Prince looked at Yang Feng like a dragon god from the clouds and said solemnly, Yang Feng, hand over the split heaven shield. Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile, Alexia Yu Yan, come out. 2 Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power gushed out, and the 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses quietly guarding Yang Feng suddenly flew out, appeared behind Yang Feng, and stared at the 2 Infinity Warlock rank Eastern Dragons without showing any weakness. Let's go. The true Dragon Crown Prince glanced at the 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Alexia and Yu Yan, narrowed his eyes, frowned, and ordered decisively. With the 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Alexia and Yu Yan guarding him, even if the true Dragon Crown Prince uses his trump cards, he may not be able to defeat Yang Feng. Moreover, this is the surface world, where Yang Feng can get a steady stream of support, while the true Dragon Crown Prince only has 2 Infinity Warlock rank guardians. If they fight to the death, the true Dragon Crown Prince and the 2 Infinity Warlock rank guardians will be in danger of dying. Infinity Warlocks, on the other hand, are difficult to kill. But this is based on the premise that Infinity Warlocks come and go like the wind, size up the situation, and flee at the slightest mistake. Yang Feng took a deep look at the true Dragon Crown Prince with excitement and expectation in his eyes. This guy is really strong. If the core world is full of such freaks, that was really interesting. I originally thought that I was already strong enough and should be invincible in the same realm, but it seems like it's not that simple. In the surface world of the Zhongji Plains main world, Yang Feng has hardly met an evenly matched opponent of the same rank. The true Dragon Crown Prince is definitely the strongest genius Yang Feng has ever met. He's actually on par with the true Dragon Crown Prince. Interesting. Looks like the surface world is not that simple. After all, it's a place that gave birth to a warlock emperor. It still has some talents. Rumble. Rumble. Amidst the earth-shattering earthquakes, rays of incomparably resplendent light continuously flew out from the underground world. From time to time, gazes swept Yang Feng, Alexia, and Yu Yan beside him, and then flew in the direction of the giant tree. Without stopping, Yang Feng operated a secret method, turned into a stream of light, and plunged into a huge cave with a warp gate. After passing through one warp gate after another, he returned to the secret room in the Bright Moon Province. As soon as he returned to the Bright Moon Province, Yang Feng observed everything that happened in the Time Sky City through a holographic projection. After the forces of the 6 warlock dynasties seized the 6 branch floating continents, they stood still. The continent in the treetop seems to be shrouded in a mysterious and powerful membrane. When the human warlocks flying towards the treetop floating continents touched the mysterious membrane, they suddenly lost all their strength and fell into the treetop floating continents, never to fly back up again. Most of the human warlocks are shrewd. After dozens of warlocks died, seeing that the warlocks of the 6 warlock dynasties didn't move, the rest of the warlocks naturally didn't dare to break into the continent in the center of the treetop. The branch floating continents and the leaf floating continents below the treetop floating continents were guarded by the warlocks of the 6 warlock dynasties. The human warlocks who dared to attack the leaf floating continents were killed by the warlocks of the 6 warlock dynasties. The human warlocks can only fight over the remaining 3 branch floating continents as well as the leaf floating continents under their jurisdiction. Overnight, a large number of Bright World warlocks and Infinity warlocks emerged from who knows where and fought over the 3 branch floating continents as well as the leaf floating continents below them. Yang Feng looked at the warlock groups fighting fiercely, and a question suddenly welled up in his mind. Why haven't the forces of the Dawn Lord and the Golem Lord appeared? Could it be that there are some hidden secrets? Human warlocks founded a total of 8 warlock dynasties and suppressed countless planes. Even the weakest Dawn dynasty was recognized as a flourishing and resplendent warlock dynasty that stood above countless planes. In the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, experts were as common as clouds. In each era, more than 30 human Holy Spirit warlocks were born. Chapter 768. Any Holy Spirit warlock is the guardian god of a higher race, a powerful existence that can shelter a race. God Blood Plane is one of the 36 primary material planes, yet it has only given birth to 9 true ancestors. From this, it can be seen how powerful and rare Holy Spirit warlocks are. Every human warlock imperial court will give birth to more than 30 Holy Spirit warlocks, which is a heaven-defying number. Holy Spirit warlocks are the wings of warlock emperors, and they are the foundation for powerful warlock emperors to control countless planes. When the Golem Lord and the Dawn Lord came into being, they had more than 30 Holy Spirit warlocks as subordinates. The other 6 warlock dynasties have continued in the Zhongji Plains core world, but the Golem dynasty and the Dawn dynasty haven't. This gives people a very strange feeling. Yang Feng stared at the branch floating continents and mused. The Dawn Lord only has a supreme god avatar left. In their divine country, a top supreme god can rival a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. But that's all. It's normal that he doesn't dare to come. Since the Golem dynasty's powerhouses don't dare to come, there must be something I don't know about. Through the fate algorithm, Yang Feng perceived that the 9 branch floating continents are supreme cultivation holy lands that surpass the cloud capital. Almost no warlock can resist the temptation of practicing cultivation on the branch floating continents. Yang Feng carefully observed the fight surrounding the 3 branch floating continents, and then his heart suddenly stirred. There are no Holy Spirit warlocks or warlock monarch rank powerhouses. In this case, I might have a chance. After Yang Feng obtained the Bright Moon Province, Yu Province, Red Rage Plain, and the Kindred Grand Duke's territory, he obtained a huge amount of resources, and the number of his mechanical legion has increased several-fold in the past 2 years. If a Holy Spirit warlock doesn't appear, then even if it is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, Yang Feng is confident that he can force the other party to retreat. With a thought from Yang Feng, a swarm of battle robots flew out of the bases, passed through one warp gate after another, and flew towards the mysterious giant tree piercing the sky. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, Yang Feng won't give up the fight for the branch floating continents. This continent belongs to the Brest dynasty. An immemorial space-breaker dragon whale, which is tens of thousands of meters in length and engraved with countless mysterious runes, passed through the void and descended on a branch floating continent, leaving ripples in its wake. 13 infinity warlocks flew out of the immemorial space-breaker dragon whale. Armed with secret treasures, they led 72 bright world warlocks, 361 glorious sun warlocks, 1,672 moonlight warlocks, and countless starry sky warlocks to attack the bright world warlocks and infinity warlocks on the branch floating continents. The immemorial space-breaker dragon whale released a cyan light. Enveloped by the cyan light, the Brest dynasty's warlocks were blessed by dozens of strengthening spells. At the same time, every minor injury they suffered was quickly healed. Shrouded by the cyan light, the warlocks of the Brest dynasty crushed their way forward as if they were a single entity. Wherever they passed, the other warlocks would either flee or be blown up. When the warlocks on the branch floating continents saw the Brest dynasty descend, they cast various secret methods and escaped from the branch floating continents. Yang Feng watched the Brest dynasty crush their way forward, and a scorching shade flashed in his eyes. 13 infinity warlocks, 72 bright world warlocks, 361 glorious sun warlocks, and 1,672 moonlight warlocks. Coupled with the warlocks on the space-breaker dragon whale, it seems that the Brest dynasty has mobilized all its elites. If that's all they have, then I can mobilize all my forces and barely fight them. In the past 2 years, the number of transcendent rank experts under Yang Feng's command hasn't increased by much. But the number of 4th-generation battle robots has exceeded 6 million. Coupled with the hundreds of millions of strengthened 3rd-generation battle robots, if it's a positional battle, Yang Feng has the power to fight the Brest dynasty's elites. This continent belongs to the Beijer dynasty. A massive white mountain emerged out of thin air, then descended onto one of the floating continents. 15 infinity warlocks, 36 bright world warlocks, 152 glorious sun warlocks, 2,132 moonlight warlocks, and countless starry sky warlocks and great warlocks flew out from the white mountain and attacked the remaining warlocks. The white sacred mountain radiated light full of an ancient and sacred aura. Illuminated by the white light, the warlocks of the Beijer kingdom were blessed by dozens of strengthening spells. Like wolves and tigers, they cast world-shaking spells barreling towards the surrounding warlocks. The torrent of spells crushed all the warlocks blocking their way, and turned them into a mist of blood that scattered in all directions. This continent belongs to the Catered dynasty. A 7-colored rainbow descended from the sky, piercing through the void before piercing into the final branch floating continent. A huge castle was pulled by 8 western primordial dragons through the rainbow. It strangely traversed the endless distance and appeared on the last branch floating continent. 11 infinity warlocks, 63 bright world warlocks, 369 glorious sun warlocks, 1,963 moonlight warlocks, and countless starry sky warlocks and great warlocks flew out of the huge castle and attacked the remaining human warlocks. A gold light screen also shot out from the huge castle. Enveloped by the gold light screen, the warlocks received terrifying enhancements and defeated the warlocks of the other major forces. Countless warlocks cast secret methods, turned into streams of light, and flew away from the floating continent. However, the warlocks didn't leave. Instead, they gathered together, and soul ripples permeated the space, conveying information. The Breast dynasty, the Bajor dynasty, and the Kader dynasty are indeed extremely powerful. They can crush any warlock group present. But after all, the three dynasties didn't have invincible and terrifying strength like the 6 warlock dynasties. If the warlock groups present could unite, then they could tear the 3 dynasties to pieces. One after another, rays of light flew over from afar, and one after another, infinity warlock rank powerhouses that ordinary people rarely see in their lifetime flew over, gathered around the branch floating continents, and stared coldly at the 3 remaining branch floating continents. Undisguised, powerful life force fields diffused from the infinity warlocks and combined with the surrounding life magic energy, forming all kinds of strange phenomena. Because there are too many powerful warlocks gathered in that area, it formed a high-energy area. Any existence below the level 1 warlock rank will be killed and become part of the freaks as long as they get close to the high-energy area. No one dared to covet the branch floating continent occupied by the warlock groups of the 6 great warlock dynasties. After all, the might of the 6 great warlock dynasties shook the world and suppressed countless planes. Moreover, the branch floating continents where the 6 warlock dynasties are located exudes faint wisps of Holy Spirit warlock rank aura. In the Zhongji plane, a Holy Spirit warlock can suppress the surrounding warlocks. Therefore, the warlock groups naturally don't dare to clash with the 6 warlock dynasties' warlock groups. Endless malice reverberated among the warlock groups, undercurrents surged, and frigid killing intent accumulated. Yang Feng's mechanical legion quietly rushed over from different places, lurked around the giant tree, and locked on the 3 branch floating continents. Yang Feng previously gave up on occupying the 3 branch floating continents because he was afraid of Holy Spirit warlocks. Once a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse takes action, any warlock occupying the branch floating continents will die. Now that the 6 warlock dynasties' warlock groups are silent, and the legendary Holy Spirit warlocks hiding in the core world haven't shown up, Yang Feng has some speculations. The appearance of the 3 dynasties further corroborated Yang Feng's speculations. This ignited the flames of ambition in him again. At this moment, the void distorted. A huge dragon ship that was 10,000 meters long and 1,000 meters tall flew over from the distance. It was pulled by 9 eastern golden dragons. An incomparably powerful aura spread out from the dragon ship. That's the 9-dragon boat of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty finally made a move. It can't be helped. After all, the branch floating continents are extremely important to human warlocks. If the Great Cloud Dynasty can't occupy a branch floating continent, it won't be qualified to continue to dominate the Eastern world. The surrounding warlocks stared at the huge 9-dragon boat with a dignified look in their eyes. The Great Cloud Dynasty is the most powerful warlock group in the surface world, and it has many experts under its command. As the Time Sky City is within the sphere of influence of the Great Cloud Dynasty, it is much faster and more convenient for the Great Cloud Dynasty to mobilize experts and elite troops than other forces. This branch floating continent belongs to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Warlocks of the Kader Dynasty, please leave this place at once, or we'll fight. Bai Wuxia, who is dressed in a black armor and exudes an overlord aura, is standing on the 9-dragon boat. Dragon Chi surged behind him, and fearsome auras spread in all directions. Behind Bai Wuxia, there are 36 infinity warlocks, and 36 infinity warlock rank auras soared into the sky. Chapter 769. Yang Feng looked at the infinity warlocks with a cold look in his eyes. For the branch floating continent, the Great Cloud Dynasty is really going all out to transfer so many infinity warlocks. Infinity warlocks are not cabbages. They are top powerhouses in any world. In theory, infinity warlocks are powerhouses of the same rank as strong divine force rank gods. The most famous infinity warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty are the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers, the 8 Marshals, the 13 Grand Princes, the 4 Demon Marshals, the Secret Treasure Division's Division Chief, the Demon Hunting Division's Division Chief, and the other Plane Development Division's Division Chief. In addition, there are also 15 Infinity Warlocks recruited by the Great Cloud Dynasty. The 55 Infinity Warlocks have to guard the vast world of warlocks known as the Great Cloud Dynasty. At the same time, they have to suppress the other planes conquered by the Great Cloud Dynasty, guard against God Blood Planes' true blood kindred, Hellions hidden among human warlocks, suppress the countless other races in the demonic realm, and seal abyssal rifts. Each place requires Infinity Warlocks to be completely suppressed. By transferring 33 Infinity Warlocks to fight over the branch floating continent, the Great Cloud Dynasty is clearly going all out. Once the 33 Infinity Warlocks leave their encampment, many restless races are bound to take the opportunity to stir up trouble. A handsome man with blonde hair, a burly figure, and a great sword in hand walked out of a huge castle, stared at by Wuxia standing on the Nine-Dragon ship, and said solemnly, "Your Majesty by Wuxia, as long as you leave here today, the Cater Dynasty will cede the Rand Province and the Waki Province to the Great Cloud Dynasty." The Cater Dynasty is a dynasty formed from 20 provinces. The Rand Province and the Waki Province are equivalent to 1/10 of the Cater Dynasty's territory. For the branch floating continent, the Cater Dynasty is even willing to give the Great Cloud Dynasty 2 greater province fiefs. Bai Wuxia pointed a huge black rod at Quarestha and said solemnly, "Quarestha, the Great Cloud Dynasty is determined to get that continent. Get out of the way or fight me." The Nine-Dragon ship flashed, and a ferocious-looking backed fiend exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power flew out of the Nine-Dragon ship. Immediately afterward, a 1,000-meter-long magic note astral dragon-winged nine-tailed scorpion covered in a purple carapace, with huge dragon wings and 9 scorpion tails on its back, exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly appeared. A 10,000-meter-long flaming ancient giant shrouded in endless flames flew out of the Nine-Dragon ship. One after another, Infinity Warlock rank weapons flew out of the Nine-Dragon boat, each of which exudes a fearsome life force field. Before long, 152 Infinity Warlock rank weapons exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power appeared in the void, as if occupying and suppressing the void. Only an orthodox dynasty like the Great Cloud Dynasty that has occupied the Zhongji Plains eastern world for more than 10,000 years can possess 152 Infinity Warlock rank weapons. Although the Infinity Warlock rank weapons are far from being comparable to true Infinity Warlocks, but when the 152 Infinity Warlock rank weapons join forces, even a Warlock Monarch rank existence would have to give way. Otherwise, if they are careless, they will be suppressed. Even if the Battle Demon sect and the other 10 great sects and 8 great families use all their strength, each force can take out a dozen Infinity Warlock rank weapons at most. Looking at the 152 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, Quaranta's pupils constricted. His eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and he said solemnly, "Your Majesty Bai Wuxia, I am not the monarch of the Cater Dynasty, and I have no right to make decisions on behalf of the Cater Dynasty. I will ask His Majesty for instructions. Please wait a moment." Since Bai Wuxia mobilized 152 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, it shows that he has made up his mind to cut off all means of retreat. The 33 Infinity Warlocks and 152 Infinity Warlock rank weapons already represent the top forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, the Cater Dynasty is far away from the Eastern world. For them to be able to transfer 11 Infinity Warlocks in a hurry is already their limit. The preparation of these weapons cannot compare to that of the Great Cloud Dynasty at all. If the two sides fight, the Cater Dynasty will lose without a doubt. Filled with dignity, Bai Wuxia issued an ultimatum indifferently. 2 minutes. I will only wait for 2 minutes. If you still haven't made a decision after 2 minutes, then you are my enemy. If you still haven't made a decision after 2 minutes, then you are my enemy. The Great Cloud Dynasty has shown overwhelming strength, which is why Bai Wuxia chose to negotiate to avoid the losses of the Great Cloud Dynasty's attack on the Cater Dynasty. Although Bai Wuxia is somewhat obstinate and self-opinionated, but he still has the air of a wise monarch. Quaranta frowned slightly, and then flew into the castle. "I'll let you have this floating continent. I hope you can hold it." A dozen seconds later, the Cater Dynasty's castle suddenly flew out and landed tens of kilometers away from the branch floating continent. Evidently, it has no intention of leaving. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Nine-Dragon ship flew into the floating continent originally occupied by the Cater Dynasty. "That's the Nangong family," Yang Feng willed, and a large amount of information filtered by the optical computer and filtered out the information he wanted. The nano-armor of a Type 2 Undying Twisted took the appearance of young Master Lei Ming and flew towards the Nangong family's warship. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming requests an audience with brother Nangong Wumi. When Yang Feng flew near the Nangong family's warship, a soul fluctuation enveloped the warship like a tide. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. It's that Undying Mountain's young master. The Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming who occupied the Bright Moon Province, the Li Gui Province, and the Yu Province? On the Nangong family's warship, the Nangong family's warlocks looked at Yang Feng with awe in their eyes. In the Zhongji Plain surface world, the Undying Mountain is recognized as a terrifying force second only to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Even Marshal Yu Yan, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, has joined the Undying Mountain. The fearsome Mechanical Legion has crushed countless powerful enemies along the way. Although the Nangong family is one of the 3 great families still loyal to the Great Cloud Dynasty, but in private, the friendship between Nangong Wumi and Yang Feng is pretty good. The handsome Nangong Wumi walked out of the warship, looked at Yang Feng with a complicated gleam in his eyes, and said solemnly, "Greetings, Grand Duke of the North." Nangong Wumi is still a glorious Dawn Warlock and working hard to break through to the Bright World Warlock realm. Yang Feng, however, has broken through the Godman boundary, and his soul aptitude has advanced to inferior level 9. He has truly become a top powerhouse in the Zhongji Plain, which makes Nangong Wumi jealous. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Nangong, I came here to request an audience with the Nangong family's patriarch. Please introduce me." Nangong Wumi showed a smile. "No problem. With Yang Feng's current identity as the Grand Duke of the North, he can request an audience with the Nangong family's patriarch in person. But by going through Nangong Wumi, he is giving the Nangong family some face." The interior of the warship was enchanted with spatial spells, making it extremely spacious. It was as if it was a self-sufficient city that had everything one needed. In a room of a luxurious villa in the center of the city, there sits a handsome middle-aged man in a silver warlock robe. He is the Nangong family's patriarch, Nangong Sheng. Yang Feng said, "Undying Mountain's Lei Ming greets the Nangong family's patriarch." Nangong Sheng asked flatly, "Grand Duke of the North, what brings you here?" Yang Feng answered, "I hope to form an alliance with the Nangong family's patriarch to attack a continent together." There was a flash of ridicule in Nangong Sheng's eyes, and he sneered, "With just your Undying Mountain, you want to covet a continent? You're overestimating yourself. Please leave, the Nangong family doesn't welcome you." Yang Feng frowned and said coldly, "In that case I'll take my leave." With that, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew outside. Looking at Yang Feng's departing back, a cold ray flashed in Nangong Sheng's eyes, and he said coldly, "Wumi, don't associate with a bandit like the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming in the future. Otherwise, once His Majesty gets angry, the Nangong family will be in danger of being destroyed." Nangong Wumi frowned and said unhurriedly, "Yes, Patriarch." As soon as Yang Feng left the Nangong family, he flew towards the Zhao family and entered the deepest part of the Zhao family's warship. In a palace on the Zhao family's warship, a handsome young man with a slender figure and a somewhat feminine look, dressed in a silver warlock robe, is sitting on a silver sofa surrounded by a dozen-plus beautiful women of different races. The handsome young man with a somewhat feminine look is the Zhao family's patriarch Zhao Yi, a peerless genius who has already cultivated to the Bright World Warlock rank at the age of 600. He is known as the Night Fox. He is the true ruler of the Zhao family, and he can even mobilize the Zhao family's 2 Infinity Warlocks. Zhao Yi glanced at Yang Feng indifferently and asked flatly, "Lei Ming, what brings you here?" Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he uttered solemnly, "I want to join forces with your 5 families to plot a floating continent." Zhao Yi uttered flatly, "Sure enough, great minds think alike. I have already contacted the Wang family, the Jiang family, the Shinta family, and the Song family, and they have agreed to the alliance. However, even if the 5 families join forces and you join forces, we still won't be strong enough. Brest Dynasty and Bajor Dynasty are powerful dynasties in the Western world, overlords of this world. Even if Yang Feng and them join forces, they may not be able to defeat any one of them." Yang Feng said, "Then what about the Battle Demon sect, the Bright Moon School, the Saint Demon sect, and the Star River sect?" Chapter 770. Zhao Ye's eyes shimmered brightly, and he looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile and said, "Sure enough, there is a Battle Demon sect. In that case, Lei Ming, you should be the true disciple of the battle demon sect, Yang Feng. Am I right? Yang Feng. It can't be? Yang Feng? Wasn't he just a moonlight warlock not long ago? How did he become Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming? The beauties by Zhao Ye's side all had looks of shock on their faces. Yang Feng is indeed an influential figure in the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Time Sky City, he defeated the supreme geniuses of the Western world in one fell swoop, stepped into the Moonlight Warlock realm, and became a transcendent rank powerhouse. However, no matter how much of a genius Yang Feng is, he is just a Moonlight Warlock. He is not on the same level as the Bright World Warlock rank young master Lei Ming. One was merely a genius with potential, while the other was a peerless expert whose name shook the world and caused countless people to tremble in fear. Although the beauties by Zhao Ye's side had absolute trust in their master, they were still shocked by the truth and were in disbelief. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. As expected of the Night Fox, one of the most outstanding sages of the Great Cloud Dynasty. That's right. I am the demon-fighting sect's true disciple Yang Feng. Night Fox Zhao Yi is recognized as one of the smartest people in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The two Infinity Warlocks of the Zhao family are far stronger than Zhao Yi, yet they are still willing to listen to his orders because his extraordinary wisdom far exceeds his strength. Zhao Yi closed his eyes, and he exuded a mysterious, sacred and inhuman aura. Runes appeared in his eyes, and he made deductions beyond the Infinity Warlock rank. The Battle Demon Sect, the Bright Moon School, the Saint Demon Sect, and the Star River Sect, how much power can they mobilize? Yang Feng said, the Battle Demon Sect has 2 Infinity Warlocks, the Saint Demon Sect has 1 Infinity Warlock, the Star River Sect has 1 Infinity Warlock, and the Bright Moon School has 1 Infinity Warlock. Most of the forces of the Battle Demon Sect and the other 3 sects have left the Congji Plain. Wanting to mobilize them in a hurry is tantamount to wishful thinking. The 5 Infinity Warlocks are all the remaining forces of the 4 sects in the Congji Plain. Zhao Yi muttered to himself. Not enough. Even if they joined forces, it wouldn't be enough to defeat the Breast Dynasty. Even if we are lucky enough to defeat the Breast Dynasty, we won't have the strength to deal with the other hungry wolves. When Zhao Yi saw Yang Feng's confident look, his eyes lit up slightly, and he revealed a trace of a smile. That's right. There are so many warlock groups here. As long as we become the most powerful one, we can attract the other warlock groups to join our alliance. As long as we can control the alliance, we will be able to obtain the greatest benefits. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he revealed a trace of a smile. No, we can play a bit bigger. At this moment, the void trembled. In the sky, a star tore through the void, as though it had traversed an endless distance, slowly flying out from the void. An incomparably terrifying saint's might gushed out from the star, enveloping the earth. This floating continent belongs to the Puppet Dynasty. Otherwise, all of you will become the puppets of our Puppet Dynasty. The star flew to a floating continent, and all kinds of golems flew out of the star and coldly stared at the warlocks of the Bajor Dynasty. Strands of strange and unimaginable puppet power spread out from the various puppets. Golem Dynasty. That's the Golem Lord's Golem Dynasty. The Golem Dynasty also appeared. Those are golems. There are living golems among them. When the surrounding warlocks saw the star, their faces changed dramatically at once, and they retreated in different directions. The living golems of the Golem Dynasty are extremely terrifying. Like a virus, their queer golem force can quickly spread and erode a race. In his later years, every time the Golem Lord passed by a plane, that plane would turn into countless lifeless golems. It's like the end of the world, leaving people despairing. Among the 8 warlock emperors, the Golem Lord may not be the strongest, but he is definitely the one who has killed the most intelligent life forms. The holy mountain of the Bajor Dynasty shone and absorbed the warlocks of the Bajor Dynasty. Then, it trembled slightly, turned into a stream of light, and flew out of the floating continent. Although the Bajor Dynasty is one of the 3 dynasties of the Western world, but compared to the Golem Dynasty, the gap is like that between a true dragon and an ant. If the Golem Dynasty can survive, then even if there is only one Holy Spirit warlock left, it can still sweep through the Bajor Dynasty. They can't even muster the will to resist. Zhao Ye's face flickered, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. The Golem Dynasty. In that case, we only have the Breast Dynasty left to challenge. Although there is a blood feud between the 3 dynasties of the Western world, but they are of the same origin after all. At such a critical time, they are bound to band together. Once they band together, we won't stand a chance. Zhao Ye's words have just fallen, when the castle of the Kalister dynasty and the holy mountain of the Bajor dynasty turned into two streams of light and entered the branch floating continent occupied by the Brest dynasty. The joint defense of the three dynasties is impregnable. Even if a warlock monarch rank powerhouse went to the branch floating continent alone, they would only be defeated. Zhao Yi frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "We don't have a chance. If the three dynasties of the Western world join forces, even the Great Cloud dynasty won't be their opponent. As long as the three dynasties are given a bit of time, they will be able to transfer experts and resources from the Western world to defend themselves. By then, the Great Cloud dynasty will only end up in a dead end. I, Lei Ming of the Undying Mountain, hope to become a minion of the Golem dynasty. I am willing to die for the Golem dynasty." The outer armor of a Type 2 Undyings twisted, changed into Yongfeng's appearance, flew to the branch floating continent occupied by the Golem dynasty, and uttered respectfully. One after another, huge warships suddenly appeared in the void. The densely packed main battle robots swarmed over from all directions like a tidal wave. The two Infinity Warlocks Alexia and Yu Yan also exuded Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power and spread in all directions. Undying Mountain. That's the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. What a cunning fellow, to surrender so decisively. The Undying Mountain is a powerful force in the Zhongji Plains surface world to begin with. Now that it has sided with the Golem dynasty, the Golem dynasty is like a tiger that has grown wings. No one can control it anymore. That's the Blazing Angel Alexia and Martial Yu Yan. They are both Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Ordinary Infinity Warlocks are not their opponents. The Warlocks stared at the dense swarm of battle robots with dignified looks in their eyes. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. How hateful, he deserves to die. Aboard the Nine-Dragon boat, Bai Wuqing took a deep look at Yongfeng, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered coldly. The Infinity Warlocks aboard the Nine-Dragon boat looked at each other without saying a word. Undying Mountain occupied Bright Moon Province, Yu Province, and Ligue Province, and colluded with Great Cloud Dynasty's 5 great families to form a terrifying alliance. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, since your Undying Mountain has pledged allegiance to my puppet dynasty, I will not allow you to do so. If that's the case, Dynasty will grant the Undying Mountain a floating continent. An incomparably resplendent ray of light flew out from that planet and shone on a leaf-floating continent. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yongfeng responded respectfully, and the huge fleet flew into the leaf-floating continent and guarded the Golem dynasty's branch-floating continent as a wing. Zhao Ye's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light, and he took a deep look at Yongfeng and revealed a mysterious smile. "There's still this move." With a flash of light, Zhao Ye's true body disappeared. Zhao Yi raised his voice. "I am Zhao Yi, the patriarch of the Zhao family of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families. Great Cloud Dynasty's 5 great families alliance is willing to serve the mighty Golem dynasty and become Dynasty's minions. Please take us in, Dynasty." The 5 great families flew over and gathered next to the Zhao family. The Infinity Warlocks of the 5 great families released powerful breaths that soared into the sky. The 5 great families joined forces and gathered 9 Infinity Warlocks and 15 Bright World Warlocks. They formed a huge warlock group. "Approved. I'll grant you a floating continent." A ray of light descended from the sky and landed on a floating continent. Zhao Yi responded respectfully. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The warlocks of the 5 great families turned into streams of light and flew into another floating continent. An Infinity Warlock suddenly flew forward and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, we Demonic Bear Heart are willing to become your minions. Please take us in." "Your Majesty, we Black Wind are willing to become your minions." One after another, warlock groups from the surface world appeared and chose to submit to Golem dynasty. When the 8 warlock dynasties emerged, all warlocks who were unwilling to obey the orders of the warlock dynasties died. The 6 great warlock groups flew out from the core world. Countless warlocks of the core world flew out, entered the leaf-floating continents where the 6 great warlock groups are located, and occupied one leaf-floating continent after another. After weighing the pros and cons, the warlock groups from the surface world chose to side with Golem dynasty. On the Golem star, one of Yongfeng's avatars looked at the warlock group scrambling to join him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. "The Golem Lord should have been killed, right? He shouldn't mind if I pretend to be him, right? Chapter 771. Great holy step powerhouses are really terrifying. Even though so many years have passed, they can still exude such fearsome holy might. To think that warlock emperors are even stronger than great holy step powerhouses, what terrifying existences. Sitting in the center of the golem star, Yang Feng's clone looked at the left hand of the brilliant great holy placed in the center. In the center, there are countless metal pipes inserted into the left hand of the brilliant great holy and poured formidable energy into it. At the same time, needle-like pipes inserted into the left hand of the brilliant great holy, and countless runes shone and stimulated the left hand to release wisps of Holy Spirit warlock rank might. The golem star is the relic site of the golem dynasty that Yang Feng seized in the past, and it has undergone a series of transformations. At the same time, the various golems that flew out of the golem star are Yang Feng's spoils, and the golem force that diffuses is the golem force that Yang Feng simulated using other types of energy. Through the screens, Yang Feng looked at the infinity warlocks who chose to surrender, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The golem dynasty is really amazing. With just its name, it attracted so many infinity warlocks to join it. However, it won't be that easy to take full control of them. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. It seems that Zhao Yi has already noticed something. Unfortunately, he's still not strong enough. If I was given another 100 years, then with my strength alone, as long as no warlock monarch rank powerhouses or above take action, I would be able to occupy a branch floating continent. The infinity warlocks were shocked and deceived by the name of the golem dynasty. However, these infinity warlocks are all shrewd people. Yang Feng doesn't know when they will see through him. In the center of the branch floating continent occupied by the 6 warlock dynasties, there floated a palace that had no substance, hovering between illusion and reality, as if it was a world of dreams, yet without any fluctuations of dream force. Even the pinnacle infinity warlocks weren't able to detect the strange palace of nothingness. In the strange palace of nothingness, there are 6 people sitting. One of them was a tall and sturdy young man with a rigid face. He had a meticulous and serious air about him. One of them was a peerless beauty dressed in a gorgeous warlock robe, with a pair of cat ears on her head, a voluptuous and sensual figure, exuding an astonishing charm. One of them was a peerlessly handsome young man whose entire body seemed to be surrounded by countless divine lights and shrouded in a layer of domineering aura. One of them was a peerless beauty with her eyes closed. She wore a long robe with countless stars embroidered on it, and she exuded a mysterious aura. One of them was shrouded in a layer of deathly mist. His body was distorted, making it impossible to see his true appearance. The last person was a handsome young man with long blue hair. He had the characteristics of both the Eastern world and the Western world. The rigid young man frowned and said, "That person actually dares to pretend to be someone from the puppet empire. How audacious!" The young man with long blue hair said with a smile, "Interesting, he has a good eye. He knows that the heaven and earth spirit root contains an opportunity. Even if he pretends to be someone from the puppet empire, he still wants to get a piece of the pie." The peerlessly handsome young man, who seemed to be surrounded by divine light and exuding a tyrannical aura, said coldly, "That little bastard dares to offend the dignity of the 8 warlock dynasties and impersonate a warlock dynasty. He must be killed. Otherwise, more people will come to impersonate the 8 warlock dynasties in the future." The peerless beauty with a pair of cat ears on her head, a sexy figure, and a gorgeous appearance said with a light smile, "No, you can't touch this person." The young man shrouded in divine light said coldly, "Taboo monarch. By doing this, that person has already offended the 8 warlock dynasties. Do you want to protect him and make an enemy of the 5 warlock dynasties?" The 6 people sitting in the Void Palace are the current rulers of the 6 warlock dynasties: the Time Monarch, the Taboo Monarch, the Transcendent Monarch, the Star Monarch, the Death Monarch, and the Magic Note Monarch. Gazes focused on the Taboo Monarch, revealing probing looks. Although Yang Feng fooled most of the warlock groups in the surface world by pretending to be someone from the Golem dynasty, but he couldn't fool the 6 warlock dynasties from the core world, who know countless secrets, and have existed for countless years. For the warlock dynasties, who are very proud of their history, to pretend to be someone from the 8 warlock dynasties is already an affront to them. It's enough for them to punish Yang Feng. The corners of the Taboo Monarch's mouth rose slightly, and she uttered with a charming smile, "This is my lord's will." His will. The countenance of the other 5 monarchs flickered, and they fell silent. The will of the great being behind the taboo monarch is not something they can question. Yang Feng's small affront is not enough for the other 5 monarchs to risk offending the great being and make an enemy out of him. The time monarch uttered indifferently. Since it's the will of the great being, then let's forget about it. The top priority now is to ensure the return of the saints. The transcendent monarch uttered unhurriedly. That's right. Everything the great Time Lord saw in the torrent of time has come true over the years. Therefore, the return of the saints is the top priority now. The other monarchs fell silent, and a heavy atmosphere pervaded the air. On the branch floating continent where the pseudo-golem dynasty is located, various battle robots have already flown to the branch floating continent and began to build the Skynet defense system. The Skynet defense system capable of suppressing infinity warlocks has already begun to be built. The various components are directly dismantled from other Skynet defense systems and assembled. Therefore, the construction of the Skynet defense system on the branch floating continent is proceeding very quickly. In the center of the branch floating continent, there is a gold lake. Yang Feng slowly came to in front of the gold lake, took out the split heaven shield from his bosom, and tossed it into the gold lake. As soon as the split heaven shield entered the golden lake, it immediately attracted a huge amount of golden lake water into it, nourishing it. The split heaven shield is a treasure Yang Feng seized from the branch floating continent. At the time, he knew that the split heaven shield wasn't fully gestated, and thus couldn't exert its terrifying power. But at the time, he didn't know that no Holy Spirit warlock stepped in to fight for the branch floating continent. Now that the branch floating continent has fallen into Yang Feng's hands, he will naturally put the split heaven shield into the mysterious lake and let it continue to gestate. At the moment when the gold lake boiled, the treasure boxes containing the body parts of the brilliant holy suddenly opened inside Yang Feng's storage treasure, and the parts of the brilliant holy flew out and flew towards the gold lake like raindrops. When the gold lake's water poured over the parts of the brilliant holy's body immediately glued together and released powerful life force. An incomparably dazzling saint radiance suddenly rose from the golden lake into the sky. A terrifying great saint aura spread in all directions. When Zhao Yi sensed the great holy step breath coming from the branch floating continent, his face changed dramatically, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. This is Holy Spirit Warlock rank breath, and it's great holy step Holy Spirit Warlock rank breath to boot. Was my conjecture wrong? Is that really Golem Dynasty? Holy Spirit Warlock. So strong, this is Holy Spirit Warlock rank breath, so strong. What a terrifying breath. This is the legendary Holy Spirit Warlock rank. Even Infinity Warlocks can be insta-killed by them. When the warlocks around the heaven and earth spirit root sensed the vast and seemingly endless breath, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with awe. A Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse can insta-kill an Infinity Warlock with a single strike. Only a dozen plus Infinity Warlocks using special Empyrean grade secret treasures can contend against them. As long as the great Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlocks spend some time and energy, they can kill all the Infinity Warlocks present. Great Holy Step fluctuations of power. It seems that this little swindler isn't simple. He has the support of a great Holy Step existence. In the Palace of Nothingness, the 6 monarchs stared at the branch floating continent with a dignified shade in their eyes. Each great Holy Step powerhouse is a world-shaking existence. In the 8 warlock dynasties, they are second only to the warlock emperors. Some great Holy Step powerhouses with astonishing strength can even destroy a race protected by a Holy Spirit Warlock by themselves. No matter what era it is, great Holy Step powerhouses are among the top powerhouses. The gold holy light shone and, according to a strange law, entered the void. On a hill in the Zhongji plain, a stone suddenly cracked open, and a kidney flew out and disappeared. In the Zhongji plain, in a valley. The ground under the valley trembled slightly, and a 1,000-meter-long giant snake exuding pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly appeared. A pained expression on its face, its body twisted, and finally turned into an intestine that disappeared into the void. Standing in front of the golden lake, Yang Feng watched as parts of the brilliant great holy emerged and merged into his body, and his breath became stronger and stronger. 15 minutes later, apart from his head, the rest of the brilliant great sage's body had completely recovered. His entire body was flawless and contained a powerful life force. He gave off a trace of an undying aura and a terrifying saintly might. Chapter 772. Resurrection of the dead, a great holy step powerhouse is really heaven-defying. Yang Feng saw with his own eyes the parts of the brilliant great holy fly back into his body. At the same time, a powerful life force slowly awakened, and his eyes filled with shock. It was common knowledge in the world of warlocks that the dead couldn't be resurrected. If a warlock was killed, it was never heard of the possibility of resurrection. After the death of a devout believer, their soul would return to their divine country. The gods could make petitioners, angels, and other existences with their souls, which was equivalent to reincarnation. Of course, the gods could also put the souls of their believers back into their dead bodies to prolong their lives. However, this would not only consume a lot of divine force, but the souls of their believers would also be eroded by the decaying bodies. After death, their souls would collapse and disappear. The brilliant Great Holy was a warlock from the first Warlock Dynasty era, and it has been who knows how many tens of thousands of years since then. During that long period of time, even the souls of the 8 Warlock Emperors decayed, and they eventually died. For the brilliant Great Holy to be able to resurrect, this was simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng watched the brilliant Great Holy fly over, and a thought occurred to him. Although it is recorded in the history books that the 8 Warlock Emperors have fallen, but with their extraordinary means, I'm afraid that none of them are dead, or that they aren't dead at all. The brilliant Great Holy had the ability to resurrect the dead. The 8 Warlock Emperors recognized that they were far stronger than the brilliant Great Holy, and their means were heaven-defying. They wouldn't die so easily. Virtually all the parts of the brilliant Great Holy's body have been restored, except for his head. Strange fluctuations suddenly spread, shrouded Yang Feng, and transmitted the location of the remaining head to Yang Feng. Gold threads shot out from the brilliant Great Holy's body, enveloped him, and formed a gold cocoon that sank into the golden lake. This is the location of the brilliant Great Holy's head, as well as his last part. Should I go save him now? Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he quickly gathered all the information he collected about the brilliant Great Holy's life and analyzed him. In the world of warlocks, most warlocks repaid kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. But when the forest was big, there were all kinds of people. At the same time, there were also warlocks who did things in a disorderly manner, going against the grain and repaying kindness with ingratitude. In particular, warlocks with abyssal fiend bloodline were even more chaotic. Their chaotic nature would make them kill their saviors without hesitation. The deeds of the brilliant Great Holy were quickly filtered out and flashed through Yang Feng's eyes. The brilliant Great Sage was a peerless prodigy from the same era as the Time King. He was also a hybrid of a human and an ancient god and was born with great power. He was one of the 12 great sages who followed the Lord of Time. At the end of the Archgod era, because the Archgods treated all the races of the Zhangji Plain as if they were pigs and sheep, they discriminated against Archgod hybrids who were equally powerful. Therefore, under the leadership of Archgod hybrids with formidable power, humans and the Zhangji Plain's countless races began to rebel against the Archgod's rule. The 12 great saint-level powerhouses who followed the Time King were all peerless geniuses who fought with the Time King for the right to rule the resistance army. Every one of them was the leader of a huge force. At the time, the brilliant Great Sage was also a formidable opponent of the Time Lord. In the end, he joined the Time Lord's subordinates and fought together with the Time Lord. Judging from the recorded deeds, he was an upright man who repaid kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. After weighing the pros and cons repeatedly and deducing via the fate algorithm, Yang Feng made up his mind to save the brilliant Great Sage. According to the analysis of the available data, after saving the brilliant Great Sage, the probability of him suffering a backlash is 2.3%, and the probability of him obtaining a favorable impression is 97.7%. If the brilliant Great Sage was a cruel, murderous person who would casually refine countless humans into secret treasures, then Yang Feng would never save him. Instead, he would find a way to refine his corpse into secret treasures, or dissect it and suppress it. When Yang Feng checked the location of the brilliant Great Sage's head, he couldn't help but frown. Overlord Sea, this is the sea where the Dullan Imperial Court, one of the 3 Merfolk Imperial Courts, is located. In other words, the head of the brilliant Great Sage fell into the hands of the Dullan Imperial Court. That's not good. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, the 3 Merfolk Imperial Courts took the opportunity to snatch an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the Sea God Royal Court. The Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the Sea God Royal Court, was forged by the First Warlock Dynasty's many treasures Great Sage using the corpse of a Warlock Emperor rank Merfolk Archgod as well as countless treasures of heaven and earth. It has endless mysteries in the sea. The 8 warlock dynasties relied on the Empyrean-grade secret treasure the Sea God Royal Court to command the merfolk of the Zhongji Plain. Under the pressure of the Sea God Royal Court, the merfolk of the Zhongji Plain can only obediently submit to the human warlocks and work hard to open up new territories for them. Once the Empyrean-grade secret treasure the Sea God Royal Court fell into the hands of the 3 merfolk imperial courts, even Holy Spirit warlocks would find it difficult to deal with the merfolk hiding in the endless deep sea. In the name of the Golem dynasty, have the merfolk of the Zhongji Plain hand over the head of the brilliant great sage. Yang Feng pondered for a while and then shook his head. No. If the merfolk of the Zhongji Plain concede, then it would be fine. But if they don't concede, and I have no means to punish them, then the prestige of the Golem dynasty will be swept to the ground. If that happens, the puppet dynasty will lose all its prestige, and this floating continent won't be able to be preserved. The reason why the Golem dynasty that Yang Feng impersonated was able to force the Bajor dynasty to flee in a sorry state as soon as it appeared, without daring to say a word. It was because the Golem dynasty's prestige was so profound that it shook the world. The warlocks who rebelled against the Golem dynasty were all suppressed and reduced to lifeless golems. Although the Golem dynasty that Yang Feng impersonated deterred the warlock groups with ill intentions by unconsciously releasing holy might from the body of the brilliant great sage, but as long as there is a flaw, the rest of the warlock groups will swarm Yang Feng's fake Golem dynasty and tear it to pieces. With a flash of light, Yu Yan, dressed in a tight military uniform and exuding a charming charm, appeared in front of Yang Feng and saluted him. Lord, you were looking for me? Yang Feng asked, if I order the merfolk to offer up their treasures in the name of the Golem dynasty, will they agree? Yu Yan is Marshal Yu of the Great Cloud dynasty's 8 marshals. She was one of the most outstanding heroines among the countless women of the Great Cloud dynasty as well as a freakish genius warlock. She was extremely knowledgeable and knew most of the Zhongji Plain like the back of her hand. She was one of Yang Feng's most valued generals. Yu Yan pondered for a while, and then shook her head. Although the Zhongji Plain sea only accounts for 3/10 of the entire plain. However, the resources of the entire sea are concentrated in the 3 merfolk imperial courts. The Dulin Monarch, the Sea Dragon Monarch, and the Lega Monarch are all Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. In addition, it is said that there are still Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses hidden in the 3 merfolk imperial courts, and they enshrine the sleeping Holy Spirit Warlock Demonic Sea Holy. Once the Demonic Sea Holy wakes up, coupled with the Sea God Royal Court, even a slightly weaker Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse can barely contend against them in the sea. Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are the most powerful existences in the world, a miracle of a race. However, there are also strong and weak Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Their souls have decayed to the extreme, and they may die at any time. Compared to the most powerful Great Holy Step powerhouses, Warlock Emperors are only slightly stronger. With the help of the Sea God Royal Court, the Demonic Sea Holy can barely contend against such Warlock Emperors in the sea. Unless the Golem dynasty gives birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, or seizes the Empyrean-grade secret treasure the Sea God Royal Court, the merfolk will never listen to our orders. Yang Feng pondered for a while and then said, I want to get a holy-grade secret treasure from the merfolk. Can I exchange for it through trade? The head of the brilliant Great Holy contains endless mysteries and a part of his soul. If he used the best alchemy techniques, he could definitely refine it into a sage-grade secret treasure. Since the merfolk have the head of the brilliant Great Holy under their control, it is impossible for them not to know its value. Yu Yan said, the merfolk occupy the vast sea that is rich in resources. Although the struggles between them are very fierce, but they haven't experienced the apocalyptic war during the collapse of the 8 warlock dynasties. Although the merfolk aren't good at creation, but they have collected many powerful secret treasures developed by us human warlocks. After a long time of accumulation, the number of top secret treasures they possess is much higher than that of us human warlocks. It's fine to exchange for some low-grade secret treasures, but it's impossible to exchange for a holy-grade secret treasure. When the 8 warlock dynasties collapsed, not only did the Zhongji Plains human warlocks kill each other, but the powerful existences of the 36 primary material planes also descended to the Zhongji Plain to hunt down the human warlocks. It was a terrifying war that was practically the end of the world. It was because of the 8 near-apocalyptic wars that many of the top powerhouses of the 36 primary material planes and the Zhongji Plain died, leading to the decline of powerhouses and the disappearance of traces. Chapter 773. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then made up his mind. It seems that I have to go there myself. Yang Feng has many experts under his command. The two powerhouses Alexia and Yu Yan are stronger than Yang Feng by more than a notch. However, Yang Feng is proficient in countless secret methods, and the resources he can mobilize are far more than those of Alexia and Yu Yan. If he wants to infiltrate the three merfolk imperial courts, he is far better than Alexia and Yu Yan. The ruler of the night is a top assassin to begin with, and concealment is his forte. Yang Feng's true body, who obtained the divine blessing bestowed by his god clone, can borrow part of the ruler of the night's divine force authority, enabling him to wield all kinds of god power. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. However, before that, I have to make preparations first. Feisua Plain. Among the countless stars, there is a star shrouded in endless sea water and filled with countless strange merfolk. This star is the strong divine force rank god sea god Hrihari that the merfolk believe in. With a flash of light, a figure appeared outside the star. The ruler of the night requests an audience with the sea god Hrihari. A voice rang out from outside the star. It was like a thunderclap that entered the sea and set off waves in the sea. The barrier of the star's divine country parted and revealed a passage. The sea covering the star parted and formed a sea blue staircase. At the bottom of the staircase, there is a huge temple full of the unique style of the merfolk. The huge temple is the sea god temple where the sea god Hrihari resides. On both sides of the ocean blue staircase stood many charming mermaids, beautiful clam girls with clam shells on their backs, conch girls with conch shells on their backs, dragon girls with 2 dragon horns on their heads, sea fairies, and all kinds of beautiful mermaids that met the aesthetic standards of humans stood there. In the era of the 8th Warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty, the Feisua Plain was also a plain controlled by the Zhangji Plain's human warlocks. On this plain, the aesthetic standards of most intelligent life forms are the same as those of human warlocks. Most of the extraordinary life forms that don't conform to human aesthetics have already been wiped out by human warlocks. The extraordinary life forms that tenaciously survive will evolve in the direction of human warlock aesthetics. Yang Feng walked along the sea blue stairs, stepped into the temple, and entered the depths of the temple. On the throne of a luxurious palace sat an extraordinary-looking middle-aged human man. This god who looked like a human man was the sea god Hrihari, a powerful divine power-level god worshipped by the merfolk. Hrihari looked at Yang Feng with a complicated look in his eyes. When Yang Feng rose to prominence on the Feisua Plain, he was just a great warlock. A casual blow from Hrihari can turn Yang Feng into ashes. In less than 100 years, the ant-like Yang Feng has become a powerful existence on equal footing with Hrihari, which naturally made Hrihari jealous. Hrihari asked flatly, "Yang Feng, what brings you here?" Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Your Majesty Hrihari, I hope to buy a god armament Sky Fantasy Shen Pearl from you." The Sky Fantasy Shen Pearl was a pearl condensed from the body of an extraordinary life form Sky Shen after its death. It was an existence similar to a human warlock core. Sky Shen were strange extraordinary life forms born from the combination of an Eastern true dragon and a dream world life form nightmare worm. Once a Sky Shen reached adulthood, it would possess bright world warlock rank strength in illusions. Mature Sky Shen pearls possessed infinity warlock rank strength in illusions. The Sky Fantasy Shen Pearl in Hrihari's hands was a pearl left behind by a mature Sky Shen after its death. After he obtained the Sky Fantasy Shen Pearl, he spent countless years refining and nourishing it, and it became a divine artifact with terrifying power. Hrihari's eyes flashed with anger, and he uttered coldly, "The Sky Fantasy Shen Pearl is one of my strongest god armaments. If I lend it to you, my strength will be weakened by at least 1/3. Do you think I will sell you this god armament?" Yang Feng responded with a smile, "I can give you a sea source magic stone, a 10,000-year deep sea 7-leaf green lotus root, a 10,000-year sea dragon blood essence stone, and a vial of infinity warlock rank sea dragon king blood essence. With these treasures, if you abandon your divine country and go to another plane in the future, you can quickly cut off your connection with the Feisua Plane, save your life, and possess junior infinity warlock rank strength. Sea source magic stone, 10,000-year deep sea 7-leaf green lotus root, 10,000-year sea dragon blood essence stone, and infinity warlock rank sea dragon king blood essence are Yang Feng's spoils of war. They are already extinct treasures on the Feisua Plain." After hearing Yang Feng's offer, Hrihari's heart stirred. Gods are indeed very powerful. But at the same time, They are subject to the constraints of the plane origin will and the plane's believers. They are far less free than human warlocks. Once they encounter an enemy they cannot match, it will be very difficult for a god to abandon their plane and flee to another plane. A moment of carelessness, and they will die on the way. This was because the longer they were away from their original plane, the weaker they would be. The treasures offered by Yang Feng can give Hrihari an extra life, free him from the shackles of the god, and allow him to go to another plane to get a new life. Without the treasures provided by Yang Feng, once Hrihari leaves his identity as a god of the Feisua plane, he will be severely injured, and even fall. His origin will be severely damaged, and he will become a level 1 extraordinary life form. Hrihari said flatly, "Not enough, these treasures are not enough. If you want my sky fantasy Shen Pearl, you must come up with better treasures." Yang Feng responded with a gentle smile. "No, great Sir Hrihari, the price I offer is already very sincere. None of those treasures is any less valuable than the sky fantasy Shen Pearl. And they are the treasures you need the most. Please be sure to sell me the sky fantasy Shen Pearl. By the way, the Holy Moon Empire has developed a deep-sea warship that can navigate freely in the deep sea. Moreover, in the near future, there may be several infinity warlocks from the Zhongji plane who will come to visit me. They are very experienced in hunting gods." Hrihari's pupils constricted, his eyes shimmered with anger, and he asked coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Standing in the temple, beautiful female merfolk holy disciples glared at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with determination. "If you think so, then so be it. I am determined to get the sky fantasy Shen Pearl, even if I have to be an enemy of a strong divine force rank god. I want it too." Hrihari's eyes flickered, and he took a deep look at Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "Okay, I'll make friends with you. Then I'll sell you the sky fantasy Shen Pearl. However, we still have to sign a Styx oath. Within 10,000 years, if anyone attacks me, you must come to help me." Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, 10,000 years is too long. Besides, even if I come to help you, I will only do so to the best of my ability. If you provoke a warlock monarch or a holy spirit warlock that I can't contend against, I will only try my best to mediate for you, and won't join the fight. A Styx oath is extremely binding. No one is willing to break such an oath easily. Even if it is a god with a divine authority of lies, once they make a Styx oath and break it, they will suffer a backlash. After several rounds of haggling, Yang Feng finally exchanged the treasures for the sky fantasy Shen Pearl and left, satisfied. "Imperial Father, that Yang Feng is really too much. Why did you agree to his conditions, Imperial Father? In the ocean, our sea tribe is the strongest. We are not afraid of anyone." A beautiful mermaid goddess wearing a pearl hat, a gem dress made of countless gems, long silky blue hair, and skin as translucent as jade shrouded in divine force walked out, stared at Yang Feng's departing figure, and asked Hrihari. The treasures Yang Feng took out are indeed more valuable than the sky fantasy Shen Pearl. But he was too aggressive, and even gave the impression of a forced purchase. This made the beautiful mermaid goddess very dissatisfied. She is the intermediate divine force rank god sea god of war Basana. She has a fiery temper, and she is a warmonger. Hrihari said unhurriedly, "Yang Feng was able to promote to a strong divine force rank god in a short period of time and kill the ruler of the night, the god of massacre, the god of fire, and the god of war. His strength is by no means simple. I'm not sure if I can win against him." Hrihari has extraordinary experience. Although we merfolk are tyrannical, but human warlock alchemy is even more mysterious. Yang Feng made his fortune through alchemy. Moreover, in the secular world, his alchemy is extremely powerful, and he has countless mystical secret treasures. The low-level merfolk are not the opponents of those alchemy weapons. Try not to clash with Yang Feng. Otherwise, if we're not careful, we'll be exterminated. "I know." An enigmatic ray streaked past Bosana's eyes, and she turned and left the palace. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, a figure teleported to the border of the sea divine country, blurred, turned into a stream of light and flew away. "Yang Feng, stop right there." A voice reverberated in the vast starry sky. Yang Feng turned around and saw sea god of war Basana, who is wearing a pearl hat and a gem dress with a trident in hand, traverse the void and appear behind him. Yang Feng took a closer look and asked, "You are sea god of war Basana?" Yang Feng has recorded the information of Feisua Plains gods in his database. Apart from some mysterious deities whose true bodies had not been seen for years, he knew all the other famous deities very well. Chapter 774. Enveloped in blue divine light, Basana has a proud expression on her face, and her beautiful eyes are filled with scorching fighting spirit. That's right, it's me. Young Feng, you bullied me and forced my father to sell you the Sky Fantasy Shen Pearl. I refuse to accept this. If you have the ability, then come and fight me. As long as you can defeat me with your own strength, I will acknowledge you, and I will no longer pursue the matter of you forcing my father to sell you the Sky Fantasy Shen Pearl. Gods wield different authorities, which represent a certain law of the plane. The authorities wielded by gods are extremely powerful, and their character will be affected by the authorities. The god of massacre, who wields the authority of massacre, is a bloodthirsty and proficient in countless secret methods of massacre. The ruler of the night, who likes to appear at night, is a top assassin. The god of war, who likes to fight on the front lines of war, likes to fight. Without a strong enough godhead, a god will be dominated by authorities. The stronger a god is, the less likely it is for authorities to affect their character. However, even if most gods understand this, they will still let authorities affect their character, which will make it easier for them to grasp authorities and laws, make them stronger, and make it easier for them to advance. As if narrating a fact, Yang Feng uttered calmly, I am a strong divine force rank god, while you are just an intermediate divine force rank god. You have no chance of winning against me. Yang Feng's god clone has absorbed the godheads of 4 strong divine force rank gods: the ruler of the night, the god of fire, the god of massacre, and the god of war. This makes it extremely difficult for his god clone to continue evolving. However, it also endows his god clone with super fighting strength. In Feisua Plane, even the radiant primary god Prados may not be the opponent of Yang Feng's god clone one-on-one. Bosana's eyes flashed with scorching fighting spirit, and she uttered, I know. Come to my divine country. In my divine country, you will be weakened to the same level as me. If you lose, return the Sky Fantasy Shen Pearl to me. As long as you can beat me, I will submit to you. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, If you beat me, I will return the Sky Fantasy Shen Pearl to you. If I win, what's in it for me? Unless you can take out a treasure of the same level as the Sky Fantasy Shen Pearl, or use the treasure I just gave to your father to bet with me. Only then will I fight you with Bright World Warlock rank power. Basana frowned slightly, and her aura stagnated as she fell into deep thought. The Sky Fantasy Shen Pearl was a treasure that even Yang Feng was tempted to purchase from the Zhangji Plain from the sea god Hrihuri. This treasure is priceless. Even infinity warlocks will go crazy for it. The treasures that Yang Feng just handed to the sea god Hrihuri were first-rate treasures that couldn't be found on the Feisua Plain and could only be found on the Zhangji Plain and other plains. Basana might be the sea goddess of war, but she couldn't produce such a treasure. Yang Feng smiled maliciously and reminded, Blazing Angel, if you have a Bright World Warlock rank Sea Blazing Angel, then you can use it as a wager for the Sky Fantasy Shen Pearl. Basana frowned. Blazing Angel? Will a Bright World Warlock rank Throne Angel do? Throne Angels are superior angels that can evolve to the Infinity Warlock rank. However, their evolution potential is much worse than that of Blazing Angels. As such, they aren't valued by the gods. Every Blazing Angel was a treasure that could only be obtained by the gods every 1,000 or even several thousand years. Yang Feng's god clone already has believers who have transformed into angels. However, he doesn't have a single superior angel, let alone a Blazing Angel. Yang Feng uttered decisively, No. Basana suddenly fell into hesitation. She has only cultivated one Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel by chance, and that's the only one she has. Blazing Angels are her right-hand man, the best weapon of war, and they have helped her defeat many powerful enemies. Angels are the best weapons of the gods as well as the main force for them to develop other planes as a source of faith. Gods can't leave the shackles of their plane. Angels are equivalent to their hands and feet, their swords. Yang Feng tempted like a fiend. If you can find a treasure of the same rank as a Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel, then for every treasure you find, I will seal one of the 4 authorities of night, fire, war, and massacre when I fight you. If you can find 4, then I will seal the 4 authorities and fight you fairly with Bright World Warlock rank power. If I use one of the 4 authorities when I fight you, then it'll be considered my loss. How about it? Bosana's heart stirred, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a scorching shade. Seal the 4 authorities. Yang Feng's god clone wields the 4 authorities of night, fire, war, and massacre. He has no shortcomings in assassination, purification, and frontal combat. Although Bosana didn't say it out loud, but she is afraid of him. If the 4 authorities Yang Feng wields are sealed, then Bosana's odds of winning will more than double. Feisua Plains gods and Songji Plains human warlocks are in private contact. The gods have eyes and ears and spokespersons in Songji Plain. The gods already know that Yang Feng is a true disciple of Battle Demon sect, that his true body is just a moonlight warlock. The reports of the gods lag behind, coupled with the misleading information released by Yang Feng, and that he defected to a mysterious force and obtained the help of that mysterious force. Only then did he luckily become a strong divine force rank god of Feisua Plain. If Yang Feng doesn't use the 4 strong divine force rank authorities, he will only be able to wield Bright World Warlock rank power with a mere Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. Just like a child holding a sledgehammer, he won't be able to exert his true strength. Bosana glanced at Yang Feng, and a smile appeared in her eyes. This Yang Feng is a peerless genius of Battle Demon sect, a freak who formed a virtual world. However, with his Moonlight Warlock rank battle sense, if he wants to wield Bright World Warlock rank power to fight me, an intermediate divine force rank sea god of war, then without using the 4 strong divine force rank authorities, he won't have a chance of winning. Yang Feng said with a smile. Of course, the fight between us won't take place in your divine country. Otherwise, I have no chance of winning. We must fight on land without a sea in astral boundary. With a smile, Yang Feng quietly operated fate algorithm, and queer fate threads wrapped around Bosana. Bosana felt a little relieved. If we fight on land, my strength will be weakened by more than 40%. Is this his plan? However, even so, if his Bright World Warlock rank avatar doesn't use the 4 strong divine force rank authorities, I'm confident that I can beat him up. Besides, when he learns my secret, his expression will be very interesting. If Yang Feng doesn't weaken Bosana, she will suspect that Yang Feng is plotting something. Now that Yang Feng has openly proposed to weaken her strength, she immediately felt relieved. Bosana hesitated for a moment, and then said, I only have 1 Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel. In addition, I also have 1 Throne Angel, 5 Glorious Sun Warlock rank Throne Angels and 7 Glorious Sun Warlock rank Wisdom Angels. Yang Feng uttered flatly, These aren't enough, I only want the Blazing Angel. Bosana hesitated for a moment, and then gritted her teeth and uttered, Then I'll bet my divine country with you. In a place that Bosana didn't notice, strange threads of fate, invisible to the naked eye, slowly entered her body. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Not enough. Your divine country is only worth 2 Sky Fantasy Shin Pearls at most, which can only seal 2 of my divine force authorities. Of course, if you insist on doing so, I can agree to fight you. Bosana fell into distress. If she wants to fight, she naturally has to win. If she loses, her losses will be tremendous. Yang Feng said in a seductive tone, sounding like a devil tempting others, Don't you still have collateral? It's you. If you use yourself as collateral, you can seal 2 of my divine force authorities. In this way, won't your chances of winning be higher? Bosana suddenly realized, That's right, there's still me. Wisps of strange destiny power quietly entered Bosana's body. After all, Bosana is an intermediate divine force rank god. Even though she was hit by Yang Feng's spell, but her mind isn't completely deceived. She took a deep look at Yang Feng. But if I lose, I'll fall into this man's hands. Yang Feng continued to tempt her. As long as you can defeat me, not only will you win glory and dignity, but even the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl will belong to you. That's a pinnacle strong divine force rank god armament. A gambler's mentality welled up in Bosana at once. That's right, as long as I defeat him, everything will be mine. Bosana's eyes shimmered with scorching fighting spirit, and she uttered impatiently, Okay, I promise you. Let's sign a contract. Okay. When Yang Feng saw Bosana jump into the pit he dug, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a smile shimmered in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a gold contract appeared in front of Bosana. Bosana carefully examined the contract. After confirming that there are no mistakes, she signed her name, glanced at Yang Feng proudly, and sent him astral coordinates. This is a celestial body I found while traveling in astral boundary. Have your Bright World Warlock rank avatar wait here. I'll go invite some witnesses to witness the duel between us. Pity flashed in Yongfeng's eyes, and he uttered with a smile. Witnesses? Are they here to witness your defeat? All of a sudden, Bosana revealed a smile full of confidence. They're here to witness your defeat. Chapter 775. Astral Boundary. On a desolate celestial body without a trace of life, countless reconnaissance robots are searching around. At the same time, various types of radars are scanning the area, looking for possible hidden ambushes. Nothing unusual. A stream of light descended from the sky, landed on the celestial body, and revealed its figure. It is Yongfeng's true body. 100-meter-long giant leaf boat filled with the aura of nature flew out of the void and hovered 100 meters above the desolate and silent planet. Yongfeng looked at the exquisite leaf boat and saw 7 beautiful goddesses standing on the deck of the leaf boat. The 7 goddesses looked at Yongfeng with curiosity in their eyes. With a flash of blue light, the sea goddess of war Bosana, dressed in a blue armor with a trident in hand, flew down from the leaf boat and landed in front of Yongfeng. Yongfeng glanced at the 7 goddesses and said with a smile, "That is the goddess of the forest Sevilla, that is the maiden of flowers Fran, the goddess of books Yani, the maiden of ice Weena, the goddess of the lake Ida, and the goddess of dance Frederica. Bosana, you really have a wide circle of friends, to be able to make so many friends from different camps. The goddess of the forest Sevilla is a goddess of the elven pantheon. The maiden of flowers Fran, the goddess of books Yani are goddesses of the neutral pantheon, and the maiden of ice Weena is a goddess of the Titan pantheon. The goddess of the lake Ida is a goddess of the beast man pantheon. The goddess of dance Frederica is a goddess of the Zalia pantheon. To think that the sea goddess of war Bosana can make friends with so many goddesses of different camps and pantheons. Clearly, she has a wide circle of friends and is very popular. Yongfeng. Florence is my favorite mortal chosen. She is the most beautiful dancer among my followers. Will you give her back to me?" The tall and sexy goddess of dance Frederica, who is dressed in a red dance dress, exudes amazing charm, has coquettish blonde hair, and has twin peaks nearly bursting out of her clothes, pleaded pitifully with Yongfeng. The goddess of dance, Frederica, was beautiful and pure. She was born with the innate ability of divine charm. Not many male gods could resist her pleas. Yongfeng operated the fate algorithm, and wisps of fate force shrouded Frederica. "Frederica, if you want Florence back, then don't be afraid. Take part in the bet between Persephone and me. If she wins, I will give you back Florence, and if you lose, you will give yourself to me. What do you think?" Frederica shook her head. "No, I never gamble." Yongfeng mused. Sure enough, fate algorithm isn't an omnipotent secret method. Bosana had already wanted to fight me, but the fate algorithm caught on to it and amplified her thoughts. Frederica is just a weak divine power level deity, but she has never thought of fighting me. The fate algorithm can't affect her. Fate algorithm is the most precious secret method Yongfeng obtained from the Eternal Continent. This secret method is more valuable than the Battle Demon Sex Battle Demon secret method. Yongfeng has eaten the Feisua Plains apple of wisdom, and his wisdom is comparable to that of a pinnacle infinity warlock. However, it is somewhat strenuous to cultivate the fate algorithm. He can only analyze the mysteries of the secret method by experimenting in different ways. Bosana pointed at Yongfeng with the strong divine force grade god armament dark blue trident and said solemnly, "No need to talk nonsense. Yongfeng, is this the avatar you chose to fight? If so, then let's start the fight. I'll let you experience my power." Yongfeng smiled, and wisps of intermediate bright world warlock rank life force slowly spread from him. "Yes, the one to fight is me. However, this is not my avatar, but my true body." Shock flashed in Bosana's beautiful eyes, and she exclaimed, "Your true body? Isn't your true body a moonlight warlock? How come you're a bright world warlock?" The gap between controlling bright world warlock rank power with moonlight warlock rank combat sense and genuine bright world warlock rank power is enormous. No matter how talented a warlock is, if they use moonlight warlock rank combat sense to control bright world warlock rank power, they will be easily defeated by a bright world warlock. Yongfeng uttered with a smile. "Moonlight warlock? Your intelligence is too backward. However, most of the true intelligence has been blocked by me. Apart from the top warlock groups and intelligence organizations in the Zhongji Plain, not many people know about me." So that's how it is. No wonder you agreed to seal 4 authorities to fight me. You even tempted me to place bets. Bosana took a deep breath and showed Yongfeng a bright smile. However, I have a secret that I haven't told you, and that is, I'm much stronger on land than in the sea. Mysterious runes appeared on Bosana's body, and countless weapons such as blades, spears, swords, halberds, bows, and other weapons floated around her and exuded powerful light. In an instant, Bosana appeared in front of Yongfeng and stabbed the trident in her hand towards him in a mysterious trajectory. Battle Demon's Secret Method. With a thought from Yongfeng, a set of white battle demon armor suddenly appeared around him, and he sent a fist containing the law of power barreling towards the trident with the force of empty tie crushing the void. Like a snake, the dark blue trident twisted slightly, pierced through the sealed space, made a turn, and strangely stabbed into Yongfeng's right shoulder, pierced through the battle demon armor with amazing defensive power, and stabbed in. Yongfeng's face flickered, and he suddenly retreated briskly. He frantically extracted world force and burst out with a fearsome force that sent the dark blue trident flying. Bosana frantically burned divine force, turned into a blue ray, and stuck to Yongfeng like a maggot. The dark blue trident in her hand appeared and disappeared mysteriously, stabbing at Yongfeng from all kinds of incredible angles. Bosana burned her divine force and focused it on the dark blue trident. Whenever the dark blue trident stabbed Yongfeng, the fearsome divine force erupted and blasted a big hole in Yongfeng's body. A large amount of blood spilled from Yongfeng's body. Thanks to the formidable self-healing ability of the primal chaos imperishable body, the wounds healed quickly. When the bright world warlock rank blood inside Yongfeng dripped onto the earth was affected by his terrifying life force field, and strange phenomena appeared one after another. The beautiful eyes of the goddess of the lake Ida flickered with extraordinary splendor, and she said with a smile of excitement, "Amazing, Bosana is really amazing. Her martial arts are really strong." The goddess of books Yani uttered with a smile. "Too strong. This kind of martial arts can only be achieved with the blessing of a special authority. It's just that the authority of the sea goddess of war can't be that strong. She still has other hidden divine authorities." The maiden of ice Weena stared at Yongfeng with a smile on her face. That Yongfeng is also freakishly strong. His recovery rate is comparable to that of our god bodies. No, it's even faster than the recovery rate of our god bodies. It seems that this guy's true body is also very strong. He's not trash. In the sky, several goddesses commented on Yongfeng. On the ground, Yongfeng was forced to retreat step by step due to Bosana's eruption of power. Wounds burst open on his body, and a large amount of blood spilled on the ground. Bathed in blood, Yongfeng frowned and said unhurriedly, "Sea authority? No. What authority is that? How come it's so powerful? On land, the authority of the sea goddess of war should be reduced by 40%. With that doubt in your mind, you'll be defeated by me." Bosana showed a complacent and confident smile, stabbed the dark blue trident into Yongfeng's left arm again, and divine force gushed out and blasted open another huge bloody hole. This authority improves your martial arts in an all-round way. In terms of martial arts alone, I'm not your opponent with the blessing of the authority. However, it's a pity that the loser is still you. Because I am the strongest. A cold ray flashed in Yongfeng's eyes, and his aura suddenly changed. As if an ancient beast has awakened, the world ring inside him frantically extracted the world force of the 9 small worlds inside him, erupted, and sent a fist flying. In the blink of an eye, the world power of the 9 small worlds formed 9 illusory stars that contained terrifying laws of power. They sealed the void and crushed down on Bosana with peerless might. If martial arts don't work, then crush her with absolute power. Using one's strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. This is how warlocks fight. So strong. Is this Yongfeng's true strength? That's a peerless genius who formed a virtual world for you. Bosana's face flickered, and she clenched her silver teeth and frantically burned divine force. Endless divine force crystals burned. Void life forms changed the environment and forcibly formed a sea 10 kilometers in radius around her. Countless angels, saints, and petitioners appeared behind Bosana and chanted hymns of praise. Vast fluctuations of divine force gushed out of Bosana, and she stabbed the dark blue trident into the sky, engulfed the sea water, and turned into a blue beam piercing through the sky barreling towards Yongfeng. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the blue beam finally collapsed inch by inch. 2 of the 9 star projections collapsed, and the remaining 7 star projections slammed into Bosana. Chapter 776. A copious amount of god blood burst out of Bosana's body and sprinkled on the ground. Beams of blue divine light shone and rapidly healed Bosana's body, repairing it. Maiden of Ice Weena's face flickered, her beautiful eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and she uttered solemnly, "What a scary guy! His martial arts can't compare to big sister Bosana's, so he crushed her with power. What a terrifying power! This eruption of power is comparable to that of a strong divine force rank god." Among Bosana's several goddesses, Maiden of Ice Weena specializes in combat, so she is more aware of Yang Feng's terror. Shock flashed in Goddess of Books Yanni's beautiful eyes. He's too strong. Even if he is a warlock who formed a virtual world, he shouldn't be this strong. Goddess of Books Yanni's book collection ranks in the top 3 in Feisua Plain. She has read countless books and grasped a great deal of knowledge. Among the 7 goddesses, she is the most knowledgeable. Even he was shocked by Yang Feng's abnormally formidable power. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a true god Empyrean imprint engraved with countless mysterious runes and suppressed a large number of transcendent rank powerhouses suddenly appeared. The true god Empyrean imprint exuded the aura of devils, fiends, infinity warlocks, gods, and many other powerful auras. With the power of the 9 small worlds inside Yang Feng, the true god Empyrean imprint expanded and turned into a huge imprint covering an area of hundreds of meters in radius, enveloped by countless mysterious runes, and exuding the aura of holiness and evil. As if carrying the power of 9 worlds, it formed 9 ripples of runes that crushed towards Bosana. Damn it, this guy's true body is so strong. Bosana madly burned her divine power. Beams of blue divine light wrapped around her body, and the seawater turned into flood dragons that shuttled around her, healing her body. This allowed her to recover 80% of her strength in an instant. A look of concentration on her face, Bosana's eyes flickered with brilliant light, and she converged all her power. Like an ordinary person, she thrust the dark blue trident towards the true god Empyrean imprint. When the dark blue trident pierced the rune ripples of the true god Empyrean imprint, the earth-shattering divine might hidden inside erupted in an instant and slashed the rune ripples of the true god Empyrean imprint. Rumble! At the moment when the dark blue trident collided with the rune ripples of the true god Empyrean imprint, a frightening force capable of destroying heaven and earth enveloped the land. Like a fragile eggshell, the ground shattered and rocks flew in all directions, shooting towards the astral boundary. The dark blue trident pierced through the first layer of the true god Empyrean imprint's rune ripples, and then continued to pierce through the second layer and the third layer of the true god Empyrean imprint. Every time the dark blue trident pierced through a layer of the true god Imperial seal, a terrifying force came crashing down, shattering the ground Bosana was standing on, and the entire planet began to collapse and shatter. Amazing! Your martial skill is really powerful. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak. Suppress! Yang Feng looked at Bosana struggling inside the true god Empyrean imprint's rune ripples with a dark blue trident in her hand, and his eyes shimmered coldly. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. The countless rune ripples of the true god Empyrean imprint turned into countless rune chains that stabbed towards Bosana like sharp rune spears. Inside the rune ripples, Bosana is like a bug stuck in a spider's web. After she brandished the dark blue trident with great difficulty and smashed several rune spears, the remaining rune spears stabbed into her body, and countless runes emerged and quickly sealed Bosana's power. Rumble! Rumble! Boom! Amidst the deafening sounds, the abandoned planet disintegrated, collapsed, and turned into countless meteorites that sputtered in all directions. The abandoned celestial body is even worse than a grade 9 plane. It cannot bear the fight between Yang Feng and Bosana. If a fight between intermediate divine force rank gods took place in Feisua Plain's secular world, it would cause landslides, and countless ordinary people would die. It is for this reason that gods fight in astral boundary. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful and heroic sea goddess of war Bosana, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. You lost. With a stubborn expression on her face, Bosana frantically sensed the godhead in an attempt to communicate with it and mobilize divine force. However, countless runes that were as black as ink were wrapped around her divinity, completely cutting off the connection between her and the divinity. She can't mobilize divine force at all. The countless black runes have sunk into Bosana's skin, flesh and bones, leaving her with earth-shaking power. But her limbs are sore, and she can only exert the strength of an ordinary woman. Bosana tried several times, but she still can't muster a trace of power. A look of disappointment on her face, Bosana sighed faintly. Yes, I lost. I will fulfill my promise. From now on, everything I have is yours. Then let's go to your divine country. Yang Feng smiled and pointed with a finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint flew out. With a flash of light, countless black rune chains flew out of Bosana and entered the true God Empyrean imprint. As soon as the countless black runes disappeared, Bosana sensed a powerful force gushing out of her, which made her feel indescribably happy. That godlike power was just like authority, full of alluring sweetness. Anyone who once possessed that incomparably powerful power and then lost it would collapse even a god. Goodbye. After Bosana regained her strength, she said deeply to her 6 sisters, and then turned into a ray of blue light and flew away from astral boundary with Yang Feng. Staring at Yang Feng's disappearing figure, the goddess of dance Frederica waved her little fist and gritted her teeth, saying, "Damn it, that Yang Feng is really annoying. It's not enough that he snatched my Florence, but now he also snatched big sister Bosana. How hateful." Maiden of Flowers Fran uttered with a smile. "Little fool, maybe your big sister Bosana was snatched away by Yang Feng, and she's secretly happy." Maiden of Ice Weena also smiled and said, "Yes, big sister Bosana is proud and arrogant, and she has always wanted to find a man stronger than her. But in Feisua Plain, those who are stronger than her are either old men or enemies. Otherwise they are opponents or enemies of the sea pantheon. In Feisua Plain, she can't find a man who suits her taste. Since Yang Feng defeated her, she might be snickering in her heart." Goddess of Books Jenny thought for a while, and then said, "From the information obtained so far, Battle Demon Sect's true disciple Yang Feng isn't a tyrannical person. He belongs to the neutral order camp. He controls a tremendous force, and he isn't stingy with his women. Excluding the problem of his excessive number of women, becoming his woman is also a good choice." Goddess of the Forest Sevilla also came over and gossiped. "In that case, Bosana got a blessing in disguise. In the eyes of believers, these goddesses are aloof, sacred, and inviolable. Every move of theirs contains great meaning, as if they are omniscient and omnipotent. But in fact, they also have their own joys, sorrows, and sorrows. It's just that their strength is far above that of ordinary people, which is why they appear omniscient and omnipotent." Feisua Plain, in a divine country shrouded by a vast sea. With a flash of blue light, Yang Feng and Bosana appeared in the divine country. Bosana waved her lily-white hand, and blue light shone and entered the sea. The azure sea suddenly churned and surged, and a huge palace shrouded in a blue barrier, covering an area of thousands of square kilometers, slowly rose from the sea. Countless beautiful clam girls, sea elves, and other merfolk petitioners, holy spirits, and sea angels emerged from the sea and bowed to Bosana full of respect and piety. "Welcome back, my lord. May my lord be invincible and invincible." Yang Feng glanced at the sea angels curiously. The sea angels are not much different from ordinary angels in terms of appearance. They also have a pair of angel wings on their back. However, the angel wings of the sea angels are constructed from divine force and part of the authority of the sea. Even though they won't become a hindrance to them in the sea, but will instead become a help to them, allowing them to swim faster. Among the sea angels, there are 2 angels that stand out from the masses. They exude bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. Clearly, the 2 angels are Bosana's strongest subordinates. Of the 2 sea-blazing angels, one has snow-white skin, a head of wavy blue hair, a tall and sexy figure, and exudes a noble and elegant aura. The other sea-blazing angel had wheat-colored skin and short blonde hair. Her figure was also voluptuous and sexy, but she had a wild beauty. Bosana pointed to the angels with long blue hair and short blonde hair and introduced them to Yang Feng. "Yang Feng, they are my most capable assistants Marina and Karma. Marina is a blazing angel and Karma is a throne angel. Although they are both bright world warlock rank angels, but Marina's fluctuations of power are clearly much stronger than Karma's. Marina, Karma, I lost to Yang Feng in a fair fight. Henceforth, Yang Feng is your new master. His orders have a higher authority than mine." There was a flash of reluctance in Bosana's beautiful eyes, and she took out a Sea Angel Pool's control center and erased her soul brand. Chapter 777. At that moment, all the sea angels within the divine kingdom felt as if something was missing from their souls. Horror flashed through their eyes as they fell into panic. If it wasn't for Bosana standing in front of them, the sea angels would have fallen into chaos. Reluctance shimmered in Bosana's eyes, but she still handed the sea angel crystal to Xiaofan. Marina trembled, her beautiful eyes shimmered with despair and fear, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Great Lord, are you going to abandon us?" Karma also looked at Bosana with a look of despair on her face, and her delicate body trembled. These sea angels are Bosana's devout believers. Marina and Karma, on the other hand, were Bosana's most devout saints converted into beings. They followed Bosana and fought all over the place, growing up together. Even without the sole restriction of the sea angels' pool, they are still loyal to Bosana and regard her as their master. But now Bosana handed the sea angel crystal to Xiaofan. Once Xiaofan takes control of the sea angel crystal, no matter how unwilling the sea angels are, they will be forced to obey Xiaofang's orders. Bosana's behavior is almost equivalent to abandoning all the sea angels, which makes them despair. Bosana trembled slightly, and 2 streams of tears fell from her beautiful eyes. "I'm sorry. It's because I lost that I became like this. I'm sorry." "My lord, you're not wrong. It's this damn man who's wrong. I'll crusade against him for you." With a flash of killing intent in her beautiful eyes, Marina stared at Xiaofan and beckoned with her hand, and a huge spear appeared in her hand. In the sea, spears, tridents, and other weapons are far more commonly used than swords. Most of the weapons sea angels use are spears and halberds. Bosana raised her eyebrows and barked, "Stop! I've already signed a contract with him, and even I've lost to him. If you attack him, we will all suffer a backlash from the contract." Startled, Marina put down the spear, knelt in front of Bosana, and uttered with a pained expression, "Yes, my lord. I was wrong." Karma, holding a halberd, gritted her teeth, and stared at Xiaofan with a look of deep hatred on her face. If it wasn't for Bosana stopping her, she would have rushed up and fought Xiaofan. Xiaofan received the sea angel crystal, smiled, and tossed it to Bosana. "It's your reward." After Bosana received the sea angel crystal, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. She grabbed the sea angel crystal and said hesitantly, "This I lost to you." Xiaofan smiled and said, "Yes, you lost to me. This sea angel crystal was already mine, but I gave it to you as a reward. Now it's yours again." As long as Bosana is Xiaofang's person, everything about her will be under his control. To be able to cultivate a Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel and a Bright World Warlock rank Throne Angel, Bosana's ability to cultivate angels is outstanding. It is more appropriate for her to manage the sea god country. "Thank you." There was a flash of gratitude in Bosana's beautiful eyes, and she grabbed the sea angel crystal and branded it with her soul brand. In an instant, all the ocean angels within the divine kingdom felt that what they lacked was being filled again. There was a flash of joy in Marina's beautiful eyes. She gave Xiaofan a knight salute and said respectfully, "Thank you, sir. From now on, I will offer you my loyalty second only to my lord." Karma performed a knight salute to Xiaofan and said, "Me too. I offer you my loyalty second only to my lord. Get up." There was a look of satisfaction in Xiaofang's eyes, and he entered the temple with Bosana. Xiaofan said, "Bosana, I have an operation against the sea, and I need to borrow Marina." With a sweet smile on her face, Bosana responded, "Okay, I will have her cooperate with you." A day later, on the branch floating continent, in a cave engraved with countless mysterious runes and filled with illusory aura, Xiaofan walked in, came to a fantasy spring in the cave, and uttered flatly, "Show yourself." From the phantom spring, a humanoid robot with a huge eye on the head engraved with runes appeared beside Xiaofan. The phantom ruler, which seems to exist between the real and the illusory, has a humanoid body structure, a huge eye on the head, is almost transparent, and is engraved with strange runes. Devourers and phantom rulers are ultimate weapons of the Shizu. They are weapons that can evolve continuously. Apart from having the same primordial body, different devourers and phantom dominator had different abilities as they evolved. The final ultimate body and perfect body mostly grasp different abilities. Xiaofan spread the fingers of a hand, and the sky fantasy Shin Pearl suddenly flew out of his hand and flew towards the phantom ruler like a meteor. Fluctuations of joy came from the phantom ruler, and it grabbed the sky fantasy Shin Pearl. Countless strange runes and wisps of incomparable power emanated from the phantom ruler's right hand. They pierced into the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl and frantically absorbed the power of the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl. The Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl suddenly blurred, turned into an existence hovering between illusion and reality, and appeared on the phantom ruler. Strands of strange, and powerful fluctuations spread out from the phantom ruler. When Yang Feng sensed the change in the phantom ruler, his eyes flashed with excitement. It evolved. After devouring the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl, the phantom ruler's strength increased by a large margin. The phantom ruler and devourers are ultimate weapons of the Shizu that can evolve into Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Every time they evolve, their strength will increase tremendously. A vague breeze blew past, and the phantom ruler disappeared like a bubble and entered Yang Feng's body. As soon as the phantom ruler disappeared, as if it doesn't exist in this world, it doesn't release any fluctuations of power. If Yang Feng wasn't its master, he wouldn't be able to sense its existence. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. The phantom ruler is indeed one of the ultimate weapons of the Shizu. Even though it is just an initial form, but after absorbing the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl, it possesses such queer power. Even if it is a great holy step powerhouse, if the phantom ruler doesn't show up, they won't be able to detect its existence. On the edge of the Overlord Sea, in a depth of 40,000 meters, there is a city that covers an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, is engraved with countless mysterious runes, and is full of human warlock style. In the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, each of the warlock dynasties firmly controlled the Zhongji plain. Whether it is the sky, the land, the sea, the swamp, the desert, the underground, or the core world, they were all under the control of human warlocks in those eras. In the 8 glorious eras of human warlocks, human footsteps and relics were left in countless places, bearing witness to the glory of the human warlock dynasties. The city is called Green Whale City, and it is a city established by human warlocks in this sea. Now that this city has become a stronghold of merfolk, you can see grotesque merfolk exuding fearsome auras swimming around the Green Whale City. Interesting. So this is a relic site of human warlocks in the sea. It seems that human warlocks and merfolk live together in this city. Walking in the Green Whale City, Yang Feng browsed the various buildings in the city, and wisps of strange aura diffused from him. Marina, who is following behind Yang Feng, looks at the huge transcendent rank merfolk powerhouses who don't seem to have seen anything, and her heart is filled with shock. What's going on? Why didn't those merfolk discover us? This man is indeed a powerhouse who defeated my lord. He's so queer and powerful. In the Green Whale City, there are many huge buildings. Clearly, they were built for the giant merfolk. In the deep sea, there are many giant merfolk. Their wisdom isn't inferior to that of human warlocks. However, they are very proud and disdain to learn shape-shifting spells. Even transcendent rank powerhouses won't change into human form. The giant merfolk possess a lot of knowledge that human warlocks yearn for, and they possess great power. Therefore, human warlocks are quite respectful of their wise ones. In the center of the Green Whale City, there is a huge castle hundreds of times larger than the human warlock cities in the surface world. In the huge castle, there are many 7 or 8 meters tall green whale merfolk guards with the upper body of a whale and the lower body of a human. Each of the tall green whale merfolk guards possesses great warlock rank strength. In the Tyrandot subcontinent, each one of them would be an overlord rank powerhouse. As if strolling in his back garden, Yang Feng and Marina easily stepped into the castle and walked along the castle. In the depths of the castle, many 5 to 6 meter tall green whale powerhouses with human and whale features on their heads began to appear. Most of them possess Starry Sky warlock rank strength, and there are even transcendent rank powerhouses comparable to Moonlight warlocks. Enveloped by the phantom fluctuations released by the phantom ruler, the green whale powerhouses let Yang Feng and Marina swagger into the deepest part of the castle as if they were blind. In a garden in the deepest part of the castle, there sit a middle-aged man and a woman about 4 meters tall. Their appearance is no different from that of humans. They only retain a little bit of green whale features, but each of them possesses pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank strength. They are the green whale monarch couple. Chapter 778. Yang Feng turned around and left with Marina. The eyes of Yang Feng's incarnation of Jing Bahari shimmered fiercely, and he roared and sent a fist flying. A huge archaic dragon whale projection suddenly appeared and inhaled. Yang Feng uttered, She is an alchemical synthetic life form I sealed in a taboo stone in a human warlock relic site. I named her Mary, and she is now my personal maid. She is very strong. The green whale race is a veritable overlord force in the Green Luo Sea. In this sea, only some deep-sea fierce beasts hidden in the deep sea are stronger than the green whale monarch and his wife. The rest of the merfolk are not the opponents of the green whale monarch and his wife. The green whale monarch exhorted worriedly. The Dullan Imperial Court is the place where the royal family that the green whale race is loyal to is located. In that place, experts were as common as clouds, and experts were as common as rain. There are even Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. When you get there, make more powerful friends. Also, keep a low profile. Don't provoke the silk pants of the Imperial Court. The headquarters of the Dullan Imperial Court, the Dullan City, used to be the residence of the East Sea Monarch, one of the 4 sea monarchs of the 8th Warlock dynasty. It was also the residence of the East Sea Monarch in the era of the Magic Note dynasty. That's the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court. With a flash of light, a 3-meter-tall, stocky, handsome young man with green whale characteristics and pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power strode up to in front of Yang Feng with dull eyes. The green whale monarch frowned slightly and sighed. "You can leave." Marina's eyes shimmered with a misty shade, and then she regained her clarity and stood quietly behind Yang Feng like a maid. Yang Feng swaggered to the back garden with Marina in tow, pulled a chair, sat down next to the green whale monarch and his wife, and ordered indifferently, "Jing Bahai, come out." Yang Feng is sitting in a luxurious litter inlaid with countless pebble-sized 7-color pearls and holding the sexy, enchanting, and noble Marina in his arms. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he passed through the huge whirlpool and saw the true body of the Dullan City. That's the Dullan City? Sure enough, it was not inferior to the Holy Land of Cultivation in Yunjing City. However, compared to the branch floating continent, it's far inferior. Seeing this scene, Marina's heart was filled with shock. What kind of magic is this? This is too scary. It's actually the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Why would he come to our Dullan Imperial Court? A giant hand containing the law of water descended from the sky and barreled towards Yang Feng with fearsome might. In the endless sea, it was once the back garden of human warlocks. There were countless human warlock ruins from the 8 great warlock dynasties' eras. It was not unusual to find some strange things. Along with flashes of black light, Jing Bahai shrank into a black, flew into the true God Empyrean imprint, sealed it, and then landed on Yang Feng's right arm and formed a black tattoo. An incomparably violent vortex emerged from the mouth of the primordial dragon whale. With a frantic twist, the terrifying hand was directly crushed into pieces. Yang Feng's true body suddenly changed and turned into the burly and domineering body of Jing Bahai. The phantom ruler suddenly emerged and pointed at Yang Feng and Marina, and a rune suddenly flashed and entered Yang Feng and Marina. Her Highness the First Princess of the Dullan Imperial Court is indeed amazing. However, I heard that the Sea Dragon Crown Prince is also the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court, which is why he can suppress countless princes and princesses to become the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. He and the First Princess of the Dullan Imperial Court are indeed a good match. It should be for the sake of the First Princess of the Dullan Imperial Court. The Overlord Sea region was ruled by the Dullan Imperial Court, one of the 3 imperial courts of the merfolk. Any merfolk force that occupied a region of the Overlord Sea region had to pay tribute to the Dullan Imperial Court every year. Only then could they legitimately occupy that region and plunder its resources. Damn it, this damn outsider dares to dream of marrying the First Princess of the Dullan Imperial Court. How hateful. The Green Whale Monarch is well aware that Jing Bahai is indeed an invincible existence in this sea. But in the Dullan Imperial Court, there are as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. A Bright World Warlock rank merfolk powerhouse has the power to destroy the Green Whale race. The Green Whale Monarch is not willing to let his irascible and tyrannical son provoke these fearsome existences. As the residence of the 2 East Sea Monarchs, the Dullan City has been built by human warlocks into a flourishing, artistic, and exquisite building. Yang Feng said flatly, "From now on, I am Jing Bahai. And you are my handmaiden, Mary? To dare attack me, Jing Bahai, what gall! I will pull out your tendons. Whale devour secret method." Yang Feng responded coldly, "Got it." At this moment, 2 blue-scaled serpent dragon beasts, which were 100 meters long and had the heads of dragons but bodies like huge snakes, were covered in a layer of blue snake scales, and exuded a terrifying glorious sun-grade life force, pulled a luxurious carriage inlaid with countless treasures of the sea. Shrouded in blue waves, they swam above the experts who came to pay tribute and headed toward the huge whirlpool. The eyes of the green whale monarch and his wife sobered up. The phantom ruler, hovering between real and illusory, slowly appeared, and illusory fluctuations enveloped the green whale city like a tide. Jing Bahai is the young master of the green whale race as well as a peerless genius of the green whale race. At just 2,000 years old, he has already reached the pinnacle glorious sun realm, and his battle prowess is slightly higher than that of the green whale monarch. In the green Luo Sea, he is a tyrannical, unbridled, and lawless character. Yang Feng responded, "Got it." There are countless powerful permanent spells enchanted in the Dulin City, which can continuously extract life magic energy from the surrounding sea to replenish the life magic energy consumed by the Dulin City, setting off huge whirlpools around the city. Merfolk without Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation bases can only go to the Dulin City through a specific route. Otherwise, they won't even be able to block the huge whirlpool outside the Dulin City. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he operated the powerful law of water, and the archaic dragon whale he formed exuded a fearsome might capable of devouring everything. The deep-sea freaks around Yang Feng dodged in all directions, not daring to resist the giant hand. Yang Feng has already investigated Jing Bahai's character. He has a lot of fun playing such a tyrannical, unbridled, and unsophisticated character. In the Sea Dragon Imperial Court, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince acts unscrupulously, taking any woman he wants. Except for women with a bright world warlock rank or above background, he doesn't fear the rest of the women. At this time, it is the tribute season. The area hundreds of kilometers in radius around the entrance of the Dulin City is completely enveloped by countless strange-looking deep-sea monsters. If these deep-sea monsters were placed on Earth, they would be a deep-sea overlord, an invincible existence. As soon as they saw the young man, many of the Sea Clan's experts began to discuss among themselves. Their eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince and the first princess of the Dulin Imperial Court aren't on the same level as them. They can only look up to each other and talk about them behind their backs at most. The countless deep-sea monsters lined up in a row and moved towards the Dulin Imperial Court in order. When the Sea Dragon Crown Prince passed by Yang Feng, he glanced at him, and then his gaze fell on Marina. His eyes rippled slightly, and as if it's a matter of course, he extended his hand. There are merfolk powerhouses from the Overlord Sea sitting on top of the deep-sea monsters. The deep-sea monsters are dragging carts of rare treasures born in the sea. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless black rune chains gushed out like a tide and enveloped Jing Bahai. As if they have a life of their own, the countless runes sank into every corner of Jing Bahai's body. Yang Feng has already scouted this information, which is why he chose to infiltrate the Dulin Imperial Court through the green whale race. By disguising himself as a golem Imperial Court, Yang Feng occupied a branch-floating continent. At the same time, he shouldered the fate of not allowing failure. As such, he must be careful. Hey, I didn't expect to see such an outstanding person in this place. The green whale monarch didn't pursue the matter, but said solemnly, "It's almost time to pay tribute. I want you to go." A few days later, dozens of huge sea beasts exuding Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power pulled carts loaded with all kinds of resources towards the Dulin Imperial Court. Beside the young man, there were more than a dozen sea race girls kneeling. Every single one of them was extremely charming and enchanting. When the green whale monarch saw Marina standing respectfully behind Yang Feng, a dignified shade flashed in his eyes, and he asked unhurriedly, "Bahai, who is she?" A bright world warlock rank sea blazing angel like Marina can easily kill a glorious sun warlock. But to manipulate the mind of a glorious sun warlock from a distance and make them muddle-headed and irrational, Marina has never heard of such a spell. In the luxurious litter, there is a tall and handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, with a blue dragon scale on the forehead, and wisps of dragon might exuding from him. He looks like a noble god walking in the secular world. Chapter 779. Archaic Dragon Whale. A trifling archaic dragon whale dares to be impudent in front of me. In the sea, we primordial sea dragons are the noblest. Dragon Devour Secret Method. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, and extended his hand. Blue runes flew out of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's body and frantically extracted the life magic energy in the ocean. Suddenly, the phantom of a terrifying primordial sea dragon that was thousands of meters long and exuded an ancient and suffocating aura. It was like the source of the Sea Clan. According to legend, the primordial sea dragon was the first true dragon to come to the Zhongji Plain and the ancestor of the merfolk. Legend has it that before the primordial sea dragon came to the Zhongji Plain, there were countless powerful sea beasts in the Zhongji Plains sea. However, these sea beasts had no wisdom. After the primordial sea dragon arrived, it mated with all kinds of sea beasts and gave birth to all kinds of merfolk with wisdom. As soon as the primordial sea dragon projection appeared, the merfolk powerhouses in an area of hundreds of kilometers in radius felt their bloodline tremble, as if they encountered an irresistible superior existence. As soon as the primordial sea dragon projection appeared, the merfolk powerhouses who only had starry sky warlock rank strength were forced to kneel on the ground, trembling all over. The ferocious primordial sea dragon pounced on the primordial dragon whale, and the two terrifying extraordinary creatures that only existed in myths and legends began to fight fiercely. An incomparably violent whirlpool formed as the two ferocious extraordinary creatures fought. It spread in all directions, sweeping towards the surrounding deep-sea behemoths and merfolk powerhouses. The deep-sea behemoths and merfolk powerhouses retreated one after another. Some deep-sea behemoths that couldn't retreat in time were drawn into the violent whirlpool, torn into countless pieces by the whirlpool, and turned into pillars of blood. Compared to the primordial sea dragon's secret method, the green whale race's secret method is far inferior. If this goes on, I'll lose. Yang Feng looked at the archaic dragon whale and the primordial sea dragon fighting each other in the sea with a furious expression on his face. But his heart was very calm, and he easily deduced the result. Although the primordial dragon whale was frantically fighting against the primordial sea dragon, its body was already crumbling inch by inch. It was being devoured by the primordial sea dragon. Is an origin sea dragon that amazing? Take a look at the prowess of the dragon-slaying crossbow I found in a human warlock relic site. The eyes of Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai flashed with anger, and he bellowed and flicked his wrist, and a level 8 secret treasure dragon-slaying crossbow suddenly appeared in his hand. The blue dragon-slaying crossbow radiated resentment that can only be obtained after slaughtering thousands of dragons. With a flash of blue light, the dragon-slaying crossbow bolt was attracted by the sea dragon blood inside the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, crossed tens of nautical miles, and stabbed the Sea Dragon Crown Prince in the heart, nailing him to the litter. A look of incredulity on his face, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince spewed out a large mouthful of blood, pointed at Yang Feng, and said in a trembling voice, You. As the Crown Prince of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court and the future successor of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince was proficient in countless secret techniques. His status was incomparably noble and he hid an incomparably powerful strength. Even a junior bright world warlock may not be his opponent. Yet he was seriously injured by a merfolk from a remote place using the dragon-slaying crossbow, a secret treasure specially used to deal with dragons. This shocked and angered him. The dragon-slaying crossbow is a secret treasure specially developed by the Magic Note dynasty to deal with dragons. Although the dragon-slaying crossbow has mediocre effects against other extraordinary life forms, but it has terrifying destructive power against dragons. Even if it is an infinity warlock-ranked dragon powerhouse, if they are shot in the heart by the dragon-slaying crossbow, their power will be sealed, and they will be at the mercy of others. Trash. Go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes flickered fiercely, and he operated the law of water, merged with the water, appeared in front of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince as if teleporting, and punched the Sea Dragon Crown Prince in the face. Crack. A copious amount of blood splashed, and the originally handsome face of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince caved in, and countless bones broke. Stop. The dozen-plus merfolk girls beside the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, who are quite loyal, cast spells and barreled towards Yang Feng. Die! Yang Feng's eyes flickered fiercely, and he operated the whale devour secret method, and the dilapidated immemorial dragon whale suddenly appeared, opened its maw, and sucked the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and the dozen-plus merfolk girls into its maw. The maw of the dragon whale that can devour and crush everything suddenly burst out with a huge whirlpool, and the dozen-plus merfolk girls turned into a mist of blood. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince's body was cut open, and he was dripping with blood. If it wasn't for his tyrannical fleshly body, he would have been crushed by the violent force gushing out of the dragon whale's maw. So fierce. Who is that guy? It looks like he's going to kill the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Who is that guy? Why is he so fierce? That guy is Jing Bahai, a peerless genius of the green whale race. He has already practiced cultivation to the quasi-bright world warlock realm 300 years ago. He is a tyrant in the Green Luo Sea, and he is used to running amok. To think that he even dared to kill the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. People from small places are ruthless and scrupulous. To even dare to kill the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. How lawless. Haha, the number one genius of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court's younger generation, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, was actually killed by a bumpkin from a remote area. That's really interesting. When the spectating merfolk powerhouses saw Yang Feng use the Whale Devour secret method to kill the Sea Dragon Crown Prince step by step, they showed a smile of excitement. Most of the spectating merfolk powerhouses are Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses, with only a few dozen being Glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses. These Glorious Dawn Warlock rank merfolk powerhouses are from large merfolk tribes. Each of them has a very noble identity, and they have the possibility of marrying the first princess of the Dullan Imperial Court. Now that the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, who poses the greatest threat to them, is about to be killed by Yang Feng, they are very happy. Naturally, no one will come to the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's rescue. Stop. At this moment, intermediate bright world warlock rank fluctuations of life came from Dullan City, and a giant hand formed from the law of water extended towards Yang Feng. Pinch him to death if you have the ability. Yang Feng smiled unruly, grabbed the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, shone with countless drops of water, sealed the Sea Dragon Crown Prince into the head of a halberd, and stabbed towards the giant hand. With a sigh, the giant hand formed from the law of water collapsed. In Dullan City, the merfolk bright world warlock rank powerhouse didn't dare to fight Yang Feng head-on. That is equivalent to him and Yang Feng attacking the Sea Dragon Crown Prince at the same time. Bombarded by two powerhouses, even if the Sea Dragon Crown Prince doesn't die, he will be half dead. With a flash of blue light, a middle-aged man with a tortoise shell on his back, a medium build, a square face, big ears, and an extraordinary bearing appeared in front of Yang Feng. The middle-aged man looked at the Sea Dragon Crown Prince sealed in a halberd, frowned, and said solemnly, "I am Dullan Imperial Court Spirit Turtle Admiral. Jing Bahai, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince is an honored guest of the Dullan Imperial Court. Release him at once. If you release the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, I can reduce your punishment. This son of a bitch to dare attack me. He's courting death. Spirit Turtle Admiral, the green whale race is loyal and devoted to the Dullan Imperial Court. Yet you declare me guilty. Aren't you afraid that everyone will be disappointed? Besides, I've always had a bad temper. If I'm not careful, I may pinch him to death." Yang Feng unhurriedly removed the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's secret treasures one by one, and then pinched the Sea Dragon Crown Prince in his hand. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince spewed out a large mouthful of blood and looked at Yang Feng with resentment in his eyes. A look of shock on his face, Spirit Turtle Admiral leaned forward and shouted, "Stop!" Yang Feng uttered with an unruly smile, "Spirit Turtle Admiral, if you move again, I'll pinch him to death. Then I'll take the green whale race's tribute and leave here." Spirit Turtle Admiral asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Yang Feng uttered with an unruly smile, "First, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince took the initiative to attack me, so he will bear all the consequences. Second, a 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus. Third, a monarch-grade soul stone. Meet these 3 conditions, and I'll let him go. Otherwise, he must die today." Soul Admiral uttered with an unsightly expression, "The first condition is fine, but the second and third conditions are too much. The 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus is one of the most precious treasures of the Dullan Imperial Court. It can increase the chances of merfolk breaking through to the Bright World Warlock rank by 10%. As for the monarch-grade soulstone, it is a precious treasure that is commonly used in all planes. If an ordinary angel can fuse with a monarch-grade soulstone, they can evolve into a blazing angel with strong evolution potential. As long as they have enough resources, they can easily evolve into a Bright World Warlock rank blazing angel. The monarch-grade soulstone is one of the top materials that Yang Feng needs for the evolution of the Phantom Ruler. The Phantom Ruler is the ultimate weapon Yang Feng created by fusing the Warlock civilization and the Shizu civilization. It has endless potential. At the same time, it needs to consume resources that make ordinary people despair. Then you can only get the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's corpse today. With an unruly smile on his face, Yang Feng tore off the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's arm, threw it away, and sealed it in a treasure box. A copious amount of blood flowed out of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's right arm and sprinkled on the ground. Okay, I agree to your conditions. At this moment, a cold voice came from Dullin City, and a peerless woman with long black hair, dressed in a silver-white robe, snow-white skin, a voluptuous figure, exquisite facial features, and big black eyes that seemed to contain endless charm slowly walked up to in front of Yang Feng. Chapter 780. Her Highness the First Princess. That's the first princess of the Dullin Imperial Court. She's really beautiful. That's the first princess of the Dullin Imperial Court. She's really beautiful. The experts of the Oceanic clan, who were riding on giant deep-sea beasts, looked at the black-haired, black-eyed, peerless beauty with admiration in their eyes. Yang Feng looked at the first princess of the Dullin Imperial Court, and his heart trembled, and his steel-like willpower wavered slightly. If he hadn't practiced several top Empyrean-grade secret methods and had a strong spirit, he would have been captivated by her. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam. This is an innate ability, natural charm, and it's a top innate ability. Natural charm is not a spell, but an extraordinary power that some extraordinary beings with special bloodlines are born with to attract the opposite sex. Even though Yang Feng knows that the first princess of the Dullin Imperial Court is born with natural charm, but he can't use spells to resist it. As a result, he has a favorable impression of her at first sight. When male life forms below the Starry Sky Warlock rank see the Dullin Imperial Court's first princess, they will be captured by her. As long as she wills it, those male life forms will become her subjects, unable to extricate themselves. Only transcendent rank powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank can resist her natural charm, but they will have a favorable impression of her. So it's the first princess of the Dullin Imperial Court. You're indeed the first of the 6 most beautiful pearls. 10,000 years Sea Heart 5-color Narcissus and Monarch Grade Soulstone. Hand them over. I'll give you this dead worm. As if grabbing a chicken, Yang Feng grabbed the Sea Dragon Crown Prince with a broken arm and flung him, and a shock force entered the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and ruptured his internal organs, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood again. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sea Dragon Crown Prince has primordial sea dragon bloodline, he would have died a long time ago. I'll kill you. You damn beast, if I don't die, I will skin you alive and torture you to death in the future. Even though the Sea Dragon Crown Prince hasn't died yet, but his eyes are filled with shame, indignation, and resentment. As the Crown Prince of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court, he is extremely noble and possesses fearsome strength. However, before he could display his earth-shaking strength, Yang Feng pierced his heart with the dragon-slaying crossbow and sealed his power. Now that he has been humiliated by Yang Feng in front of everyone, his heart is filled with endless killing intent. A 2.5-meter-tall tiger shark prince with several shark patterns on his face and intermediate glorious sun warlock rank breath walked out and berated Yang Feng loudly. Jing Bahai, you impudent! The one in front of you is the first princess of the Dullin, the daughter of the great Dullin monarch. Quickly release the true Dragon Crown Prince in your hands and beg for forgiveness from Her Highness. Yang Feng glanced contemptuously at the tiger shark prince and berated. You good for nothing, if you have the guts, then fight me to the death. Highness, Yang, and Dragon Prince, Dragon, Prince, and Sect. Among merfolk, the law of the jungle prevails, and the strong are revered. The law of the jungle prevails among merfolk, where the strong are revered. What matters is the fist, not the mouth. When the tiger shark prince was berated by Yang Feng, his face flushed, his body trembled, and he gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Feng, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Although Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai relied on the dragon-slaying crossbow to suppress the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, but he himself possesses quasi-bright world warlock rank strength. The tiger shark prince is just an intermediate glorious sun warlock rank powerhouse. 4 ordinary extraordinary life forms, he is already an unreachable transcendent rank powerhouse. But he is not Yang Feng's opponent. In a fight to the death with Yang Feng, there is no way he can survive. Outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. What a disgrace. He wanted to step on Jing Bahai to make a name for himself, but he didn't even dare to fight after being humiliated by Jing Bahai. What a waste. This guy has a silver spear but a wax stick, Just like human warlocks, he can only rely on his mouth. Ridiculing voices came from behind the tiger-shark prince. His eyes shot with blood. He turned around, but didn't find anyone speaking. There are only traces of magic fluctuations. Evidently, someone cast a spell to ridicule him. Enough. Jing Bahari, this is a 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus. I'll give you a monarch-grade soul stone later. The first princess frowned slightly and waved her lily-white hand, and a 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus, which radiates 5-colored light and is sealed in a transparent crystal, flew towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus with a scorching shade in his eyes. 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus, I didn't expect to get such a good treasure under such circumstances. The 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus is a precious specialty of the Zhongji Plains merfolk. Apart from the Zhongji Plain, only some grade 2 plains with powerful sea origin can produce them in small quantities. The 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus can not only be used to attack the bottleneck of the Bright World Warlock rank, but it can also nourish the body and soul of a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse. Yang Feng's Undying Mountain has been in contact with the 3 merfolk imperial courts in an attempt to buy a 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus, but to no avail. Yang Feng glanced at the spirit turtle admiral and said with a cold smile, "First princess, since you came in person, I should give you face. However, there are some despicable people making things difficult for me. I'm worried that I won't get the monarch-grade soul stone I deserve. Please go to the trouble of getting the monarch-grade soul stone. I'll wait for you here." There was a flash of anger in the spirit turtle admiral's eyes. His aura churned, and killing intent shimmered in his eyes. "Damn brat!" Dullan Imperial Court's first princess frowned and said coldly, "Fine. I'll go get the monarch-grade soul stone." A nearly transparent figure walked out of the body of the Dullan Imperial Court's first princess and disappeared with spatial ripples. After a dozen breaths of time, the almost transparent figure walked out of the void and handed a sealed box to the first princess of the Dullan Imperial Court. The first princess flicked a finger, and the sealed box flew towards Yang Feng. "This is the monarch-grade soul stone you want." Yang Feng smiled lightly, and a stream of water rolled up the sealed box and, as if an invisible hand, opened the sealed box, and a monarch-grade soul stone exuding a strong sense of existence suddenly appeared inside the sealed box. "Here you go." Yang Feng tossed the Sea Dragon Crown Prince towards the Dullan Imperial Court's first princess like a piece of trash. "Your Highness Crown Prince." An anxious expression on his face, the Spirit Turtle Admiral hurriedly stepped forward, hugged the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, and cast a spell. Blue streams of water full of healing power wrapped around the Sea Dragon Crown Prince like flood dragons and nourished and repaired his body. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince is a race with tyrannical fleshly body to begin with. Even after being tortured by Yang Feng, he is still extremely powerful. Surrounded by the blue streams of water, the originally sunken handsome face healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a few breaths of time, his appearance has been restored. Although the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's appearance has been restored, but he looks like he is on the verge of death. The Spirit Turtle Admiral's face suddenly flickered, and he cast several spells to break the seal on the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, but they didn't have any effect. An unsightly expression on his face, the Spirit Turtle Admiral stared at Yang Feng and shouted, "Seal! Why don't you undo the seal on the Sea Dragon Crown Prince?" The first princess raised her slim eyebrows, took a deep look at Yang Feng and uttered, "Undo the seal." Yang Feng chuckled and extended his hand, and a black rune chain suddenly flew out of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and entered his hand. As soon as the black rune chains disappeared, a powerful life force field diffused from the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. The right arm that was torn off by Yang Feng quickly regenerated, and Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of life diffused from the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Bright World Warlock rank. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince has already evolved to a Bright World Warlock. How terrifying. No wonder the Sea Dragon Imperial Court chose him as the Crown Prince. At such a young age, he has already evolved into a human Bright World Warlock rank existence. This kind of cultivation talent is simply heaven-defying. It's not impossible for him to become the new Sea Dragon King in the future. What an idiot. Just now, he only used Glorious Sun Warlock rank power, which was why Jing Bahai's sneak attack was successful. Now he's angry out of humiliation. Voices full of shock, ridicule, and ridicule came from the rear. Bright World Warlock rank merfolk powerhouses are regarded as top fighting force in the 3 imperial courts. The merfolk powerhouses gathered here are all young geniuses of the Overlord Sea, the future successors of many merfolk forces. Among them, the peerless geniuses only possess Glorious Sun Warlock rank strength. With Bright World Warlock rank strength, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince has already surpassed the merfolk geniuses of the Overlord Sea by far, making them both envious and apprehensive of him. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince's eyes flickered fiercely, and a copious amount of water surrounded him and formed flood dragons full of intelligence. He enunciated each syllable. Jing Bahai, you're dead. Give me back my treasures. Yang Feng smiled coldly and shook the dragon-slaying crossbow in his hand. Are you an idiot? These are my spoils of war, and so are yours. If you want these things, then take out better treasures to exchange for them. Or should I say, come and fight with me again. Let's see if your fleshly body is stronger or my dragon-slaying crossbow is stronger. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince was furious. I wasn't on guard just now, which is why you succeeded in your sneak attack. Now that I'm on guard, only death awaits you. Chapter 781. Yang Feng smiled coldly, surged with killing intent, and said frigidly, Then let's fight again. If you lose, then let Her Highness the First Princess redeem your life with more treasures. As far as Yang Feng was concerned, Jing Bahai's identity was nothing remarkable. With the Phantom Ruler, he can easily transform into another merfolk powerhouse. Reckless thing. Although I don't know how many outdated secret treasures you got from the ruins. But a trifling green whale dares to insult my noble primordial dragon race. You're dead. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince smiled in anger, and a violent life force field gushed out, and a copious amount of seawater formed the projection of a primordial sea dragon behind him. Strange blue runes suddenly appeared and formed an abstruse ice divine armor in front of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Profound Ice God Armor is a powerful spell developed by sea dragons specifically to deal with the dragon-slaying crossbow, a secret treasure used against dragons. The dragon-slaying crossbow could make the dragon race's proud defense, which could resist all kinds of spells, lose its extraordinary power and be easily penetrated. However, it doesn't have much destructive power against the profound Ice God Armor. Just now, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince was restrained and sealed by Yang Feng's dragon-slaying crossbow because of a moment of carelessness. In terms of real strength, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince is far stronger than Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai. Fearless, Yang Feng said with a cold smile. Your Highness the First Princess, if you don't stop this stupid dragon, then don't blame me for being merciless. I'll use a secret treasure to kill this stupid dragon. In the human warlock relic site, I got more than one secret treasure, the dragon-slaying crossbow. It's more than enough to kill a stupid dragon without a secret treasure like you. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince's eyes narrowed, and he revealed a dignified look. Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai is far weaker than the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. However, secret treasures developed by human warlocks are mysterious and full of mysteries. Some single-use secret treasures are even more powerful, and can even insta-kill Bright World warlocks. All the secret treasures on the Sea Dragon Crown Prince have fallen into Yang Feng's hands. If he is hit by those strange secret treasures, then even if he is a Bright World warlock rank powerhouse, he will be in danger of dying. The Spirit Turtle Admiral frowned, took a deep look at Yang Feng, and remained silent. He doesn't want to be hit by a secret treasure that can insta-kill Bright World warlocks. Dullan Imperial Court's first princess said indifferently, Everyone, stop. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince's eyes shimmered coldly, and he said coldly, Since your Highness said so, I'll give you face. Jing Bahai, you're lucky to have your dog life. With all his secret treasures taken away by Yang Feng, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's combat power dropped by more than 50%. Under such circumstances, he chose to endure. In the Sea Dragon Imperial Court, there are countless Sea Dragon Princes and Sea Dragon Princesses. There are countless sea race geniuses competing for the position of Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Besides the Sea Dragon King and CC, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor, and the Emperor, and finally the Feng has. The Sea and Star. Geniuses who don't know how to endure have already become skeletons. The first princess took out an invitation card with a 7-color narcissus pattern and handed it to Yang Feng. This is the Dullan Narcissus Banquet. Jing Bahai, if you have time, please do me the honor of attending. Yang Feng took a deep look at the first princess and said with a smile, "I will definitely go." Damn it, that bumpkin from the countryside is really lucky to be able to participate in the Dullen Narcissus banquet. That's a gathering place for the most outstanding geniuses of the Dullen Imperial Court. What ability does that bumpkin have to be able to participate in the Dullen Narcissus banquet? That bumpkin clearly threatened Her Highness before, yet Her Highness invited him to participate in the Dullen Narcissus banquet. That's really hateful. Envious gazes focused on Yang Feng from other places. The Dullen Narcissus banquet is a banquet held by the first princess. Every year, only the most outstanding geniuses of the Dullen Imperial Court can participate. It is a stepping stone to entering the upper class of the Dullen Imperial Court. In the eyes of the Dullen Imperial Court's merfolk, the Green Whale race, where Jing Bahai belongs to, is just a country bumpkin from a remote sea. Even glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses are vaguely rejected and looked down upon by the Dullen Imperial Court's merfolk powerhouses. But once Jing Bahai can participate in the Dullen Narcissus banquet, his status will change. He will become an aristocrat of the Dullen Imperial Court and be revered by countless people. The Dullen Narcissus banquet is a gathering place for the most outstanding geniuses of the Dullen Imperial Court. It is a top social venue. If you aren't a fool, you can make a few more friends at the Dullen Narcissus banquet. By then, you will have a few more transcendent rank friends and accumulate connections with terrifying power. A blue light extended out of Dullen City, passing through the whirlpools around the city, and appeared under the feet of the first princess of the Dullen Imperial Court, forming a blue staircase. With an ethereal temperament, the first princess stepped on the blue staircase and walked towards the Dullen City. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince and the Spirit Turtle Admiral also stepped on the blue staircase. Yang Feng chuckled, then shamelessly led the tribute team up the blue stairs. With a flash of blue light, the blue staircase turned into a beam of blue light, contracted, and entered the Dullen City. What a beautiful city! As expected of the former residents of the East Sea Monarch. As soon as he entered the Dullen City, Yang Feng saw 1,000-meter-tall beautiful buildings full of merfolk style appear in front of him. One of the tall buildings was refined from countless red coral reefs using magic. The entire building was a kilometer tall and was surrounded by countless beautiful fish. The fish surrounding the coral reefs were all extraordinary life forms, red pearl fish. By eating a red pearl fish, an ordinary person with an inferior level, 1 soul aptitude will have an inferior level, 3 soul aptitude. There is also a 1,000-meter-tall building carved from a giant dragon clam pearl. The tall building carved from the giant dragon clam pearl contains a tremendous amount of life magic energy, which is of great benefit to even glorious Dawn Warlock's cultivation. Each tall building in the Dullen City is made from countless deep-sea treasures, which are both beautiful and practical, full of warlock style. The Green Whale race has also rented a manor on the edge of the Dullen City. After Yang Feng handed over the tribute procedures to the servants, he entered a room in the manor, opened a barrier, and began to count his harvest. Phantom Ruler. Yang Feng's voice has just sounded, when transparent and distorted fluctuations rose from behind him. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and the monarch-grade soul stone disappeared and was devoured by the Phantom Ruler. Yang Feng grabbed the 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus and flicked his finger, and the 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus entered his mouth and turned into a 5-colored torrent that quickly nourished his body and soul. Threads of 5-colored light shuttled through Yang Feng's body. Every time they shuttled back and forth, a large amount of black matter would be swept out, which would be burned and purified by a flame. In the world of warlocks, there are all kinds of incredible spells and phenomena. There are ice cubes that can freeze flames, and there are also flames that can burn in water. An hour later, advanced bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power pervaded the secret room, as if an archaic behemoth was slowly awakening. Marina held the sea angel sword, and the law of water filled the air and formed a powerful water barrier that firmly protected Yang Feng. Yang Feng opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of joy. I actually broke through. The effect of the 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus is really amazing. According to my calculations, it should have taken me 3 years to break through. No wonder this 10,000-year sea heart 5-colored narcissus was so precious and hard to find. Even if I take out treasures that can be used by infinity warlocks, I won't be able to get them. Let me see what treasures this Sea Dragon Crown Prince has. Yang Feng took out an ancient spatial conch that the Sea Dragon Crown Prince carries with him and scanned it with his soul force. Suddenly, his face flickered, and his indifferent demeanor disappeared, replaced with a dignified expression. This is the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's treasure. It seems that my luck is good. I acted decisively. Otherwise, he might have forced my true body out. In the ancient spatial conch that the Sea Dragon Crown Prince carries with him, there are all kinds of treasures piled up. There are 30 level, 8 secret treasures used by Bright World Warlocks and more than 100 level, 7 secret treasures used by Glorious Sun Warlocks. In addition, there is an Azure Spear secret treasure exuding level, 9 secret treasure fluctuations of power inside the ancient spatial conch. Level 9 secret treasures are treasures that only Infinity Warlocks can wield. They are extremely precious. Yang Feng has conquered so many forces, yet he has obtained no more than 11 level 9 secret treasures. From this, it can be seen how rare level 9 secret treasures are. Leaving aside the level 9 secret treasures for the time being, each of the 30 level 8 secret treasures is a treasure with different extraordinary abilities. Any level 8 secret treasure placed in the outside world will attract Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses to fight over it. Even someone as wealthy as Yang Feng is attracted by the 30 level 8 secret treasures, a dozen of which can greatly enhance his current strength. As for level 9 secret treasures, they consume too much power. They can only be used as trump cards. Even though Yang Feng has the power of 9 small worlds, but it is difficult for him to control the powerful level 9 secret treasures for a long time. These secret treasures are for you. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a bracelet, a hairpin, and a set of armor as thin as a cicada's wings flew into Marina's hand. Chapter 782. When Marina received the 3 level 8 secret treasures, her beautiful eyes shimmered with joy, and she carefully fiddled with the 3 secret treasures. Thank you for the gift, my lord. The 3 level 8 secret treasures have different extraordinary powers. After equipping them, Marina's strength soared, and her combat power increased by more than 30%. After carefully fiddling with the 3 secret treasures for a while, Marina suddenly hesitated and asked, My lord, can I offer these 3 secret treasures to my lord? Feisua Plain's alchemy is far inferior to that of Zhongji Plain. Basically, every deity would only have 1 or 2 divine artifacts that match their own authority. No extra secret treasures. The 3 level 8 secret treasures have their own characteristics. If Basana uses them, they can increase her combat power by about 15%. The stronger a person is, the less the level 8 secret treasures can increase their combat power. Basana is too strong. The 3 level 8 secret treasures can't increase her combat power by as much as Marina's. Yang Feng said with a smile. I have prepared a gift for her. Don't worry. Then I'll thank you on behalf of my lord, my lord. A look of joy on her face, Marina saluted Yang Feng, and then began to fiddle with the 3 level 8 secret treasures. The 3 level 8 secret treasures are obviously premium items selected by the Sea Dragon Crown Prince from the treasury. They are suitable for women. Not only are they beautiful, but they can also increase their strength. Even in Great Cloud Dynasty, they are rare premium items. One of Yang Feng's avatars, Xiaofan, became a bureau chief in Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division. He is well aware that such a beautiful level 8 secret treasure can only be refined once every 10 years by Secret Treasure Division's Deputy Division Chief or above Alchemist Grandmaster. Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division is huge and has gathered countless alchemy geniuses. However, these alchemy geniuses are basically busy refining large war secret treasures. Unless there is a mission from above, they won't refine level 8 secret treasures specifically for women. Dulin City Imperial Court is located on an extraordinary plant 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus in the center of Dulin City. The 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus is 9,000 meters tall. The lotus is in full bloom and carries Dulin Imperial Court. On the 9 lotus leaves that occupied hundreds of kilometers, there were also exquisite and luxurious palaces. The 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus was created when the Warlock Emperor of the 5th Warlock Dynasty, the Death Lord, killed a Holy Spirit Warlock rank primordial sea dragon powerhouse, dug out the heart of the sea dragon, implanted a lotus seed, watered it with countless resources, and cultivated it for 1,000 years before it took shape. The lotus seeds of the 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus have been taken away by the Death Lord, while the torsos of the 9-leaf sea dragon's sacred heart lotus have been refined into exquisite palaces by human warlocks using incredible alchemy. The 9-leaf sea dragon's sacred heart lotus is an extraordinary plant that grows by absorbing the heart blood of a Holy Spirit warlock rank primordial sea dragon, and has been carefully cultivated by the Death Lord for 1,000 years. It can innately absorb the surrounding life magic energy. The location of the 9-leaf sea dragon's sacred heart lotus is also the place with the densest life form mana in the Dullan Imperial Court. So this is the Dullan Imperial Court, as expected of a place that can give birth to warlock monarchs. When Xiaofan came to in front of a 9-leaf sea dragon's sacred heart lotus, he looked towards the center of the lotus, and saw a tremendous amount of life magic energy being attracted over and turning into a sea dragon bearing its fangs and claws that entered the Dullan Imperial Court in the center of the lotus. The 9-leaf sea dragon's sacred heart lotus is extracting the surrounding life magic energy at all times and pouring it into the center of the lotus, which is where the Dullan Imperial Court is located. It is by using this characteristic that the Dullan Imperial Court has cultivated many secret treasures that are rarely seen in the outside world. The 10,000 years sea heart 5-color narcissus is one of them. This is the residence of Her Highness the First Princess. The Dullan Narcissus Banquet is currently being held inside. If you don't have an invitation, please leave. 2 crab race powerhouses dressed in armor similar to a crab shell, with most of their bodies in human form and 6 legs on the lower half of their bodies, exuding starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power, swam over and blocked in front of Xiaofan and Marina. Xiaofan flicked his wrist, and the invitation card engraved with the 7-color narcissus appeared in his hand. The invitation card engraved with the 7-color narcissus released a green light that resonated with the lotus leaf, and a green staircase extended from the lotus leaf and landed in front of Xiaofan and Nangong Wei. The complexion of the 2 crab race powerhouses flickered, and they uttered respectfully, "It turns out to be distinguished guests. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." As soon as Xiaofan and Marina stepped on the green staircase flashed, and the 2 of them flew towards the green lotus leaf. When they were about to hit the green lotus leaf, Xiaofang's vision suddenly blurred. In the next moment, he and Marina appeared in the sky. There are white clouds floating in the sky, but the ground looks like a floating continent with no end in sight. On the floating continent, there are exquisite buildings everywhere. Courtyards with precious extraordinary plants and pastures of extraordinary sea beasts can be seen everywhere. Ruled by Zhongji Plains human warlocks many times, merfolk powerhouses acted as human warlocks, shepherd dogs and sea farmers. Naturally, they learned how to plant extraordinary plants and herd extraordinary sea beasts to obtain a steady stream of extraordinary powers. In the center of the floating continent, there is an exquisite and luxurious palace complex with picturesque scenery. It took only 10 breaths of time for the green ray to wrap around Xiaofan and Marina, and they landed in the rear garden of a palace complex in the center of the palace complex. As soon as Xiaofan appeared in the rear garden filled with countless extraordinary plants, everyone's eyes focused on him. Xiaofan carefully looked around and saw dozens of young merfolk geniuses standing in the back garden. Each merfolk genius has a majestic gait, full of confidence and fearsome aura, looking like primordial beasts walking in the secular world. The dozens of merfolk geniuses are the strongest geniuses of the Dullan Imperial Court's younger generation. Each of them has either a formidable family background, or a heaven-defying cultivation talent, great fortuitous encounters, and outstanding strength. Beside each of the dozens of merfolk geniuses, there are 2 or more followers, each of whom exudes Moonlight Warlock rank auras or above. Moonlight Warlocks are transcendent rank powerhouses in most planes. Moonlight Warlocks are transcendent rank powerhouses in most planes, and they are proud and arrogant. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are many rogue Moonlight Warlocks who are unwilling to serve anyone, and instead choose to establish their own forces. 4 merfolk geniuses to be able to recruit followers above the Moonlight Warlock rank to serve them shows their terrifying strength and background. When the merfolk geniuses saw Marina standing alone beside Xiaofan, their eyes revealed contempt. Marina is indeed very beautiful and has an extraordinary temperament. But these merfolk geniuses are tycoons who dominate a region. In addition to ascetic cultivators, they are surrounded by beautiful women. There is no shortage of beautiful merfolk women. For them, the value of a transcendent rank follower is far greater than that of a beautiful merfolk woman. The merfolk geniuses formed small circles and talked cheerfully about the local customs and practices of the Dullan Imperial Court. They exuded a faint repulsive force field, refusing Yang Feng to join them. Yang Feng didn't mind it at all. He went to the dining table with all kinds of exotic fruits, picked up the exotic fruits without any grace, and stuffed them into his mouth in an extremely rude manner. Jing Bahai is extremely powerful, tyrannical, and arrogant, but he has never learned etiquette. Yang Feng vividly portrayed Jing Bahai's unbridled image as if there was no one else around. Delicious. These merfolk extraordinary fruits are really delicious. These are the tributes of the Dulin Imperial Court. It is very difficult to get them in the outside world. One after another, the extraordinary fruits disintegrated in Yang Feng's mouth, and a mysterious and wonderful taste filled his mouth. At the same time, a strange force nourished his body and soul. What a bumpkin! With the high-class ladies of the Dulin Imperial Court watching from the sidelines, this bumpkin won't be able to find a dance partner. A country bumpkin has no upbringing. The merfolk geniuses looked coldly at Yang Feng with ridicule and contempt in their eyes. On the other side of the extraordinary courtyard, in a dark green courtyard that looks like a different dimension, more than 100 beautiful and charming high-class ladies of the Dulin Imperial Court cast spells and watched the scene here curiously. Among the 100 or so beautiful upper-class ladies of the Dulin Imperial Court, 6 of them stood out like cranes in a flock of chickens, exuding a powerful aura that attracted people's attention. The person in the lead is the first princess of the Dulin Imperial Court. The other 5 were also elites among the upper-class noble ladies of the Dulin Imperial Court. They were all incomparably powerful existences. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince is really extraordinary. He has more than a dozen followers, and each of them is a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. That's only natural. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince is a Bright World Warlock and the Crown Prince of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court. He naturally has many followers around him. However, although the Sea Dragon Crown Prince is good, but his mind is on the first princess and the other 5 big sisters. Why would he take a fancy to us? That's right. I think the heir of the Magic Note Astral Boundaries Thunder Giant Eel family is more handsome. It is said that he has a plain covered by a sea in Astral Boundary. Really? Whoever marries him can have a vacation in that ocean-covered plain. The upper-class ladies of the Dulin Imperial Court looked at the geniuses of the Dulin Imperial Court through the screens and giggled. Chapter 783. The Dulin Narcissus Banquet is also a place where the upper-class ladies of the Dulin Imperial Court interact with the male merfolk geniuses of the Dulin Imperial Court. A mermaid with blonde hair and blue eyes exclaimed, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with contempt, "Look, that Jing Bahai is really rude. It looks like he hasn't eaten anything in 8 lifetimes." A clam beauty frowned and said, "That's right, he's really rude. That's why I say that these country bumpkins have no upbringing. When I heard that he defeated the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, I was looking forward to it. It seems that it was just a fluke. I know, he used the secret treasure dragon slaying crossbow to sneak attack the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, which is why he won. So it's the dragon slaying crossbow. I knew that he didn't have any ability." The upper-class ladies of the Dulin Imperial Court stared at Yang Feng with disgust in their beautiful eyes. Amongst the 6 great beauties, one of them had blonde hair, blue eyes, a hot and sexy figure, a ghost horn on her head, and was filled with a Western charm. She smiled lightly and said, "Big Sister Man Han, the younger sisters are very dissatisfied with the people you chose. Big Sister, why did you choose him? No matter how strong he is, but he doesn't understand etiquette. It's impossible for him to become a part of our circle." The first princess of the Dulin Imperial Court is called Ao Manhan, and she is recognized as the #1 pearl of the Dulin Imperial Court. However, the other 5 pearls are eyeing her covetously and fighting with her in various aspects. The beautiful woman with a horn on her head, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a sexy body was called Anastasia. She is a peerless genius of the Balaman Sea Ogre snake race of the Dulin Imperial Court. Balaman Sea Ogre snakes are a kind of creature that lives in different plains seas. When they reach adulthood, they will possess Moonlight Warlock rank strength. Ultimate form extraordinary life forms can evolve to the Infinity Warlock rank. The Balaman Sea Ogre snakes in the seas controlled by the Dulin Imperial Court have less than 3,000 of them, but they have 8 Infinity Warlock rank ultimate form. They are one of the strongest races in the Dulin Imperial Court. Ao Manhan was like an unchanging ice beauty. She said coldly, "Anastasia, I naturally have my reasons for choosing him." Anastasia's heart stirred slightly, and her gaze fell on Yang Feng. Ao Manhen has always been a good judge of character. There must be something special about that rude guy. The eyes of the other 4 pearls of the Dulin Imperial Court also fell on Yang Feng curiously. In the back garden, Sea Dragon Crown Prince was surrounded by a dozen Dulin Imperial Court's merfolk geniuses. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince was the next successor of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court. In the future, if there were no accidents, he would definitely inherit the Sea Dragon Imperial Court. Naturally, many merfolk geniuses of the Dulin Imperial Court gathered around him. From time to time, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's gaze swept Yang Feng with unconcealable killing intent. At the entrance of the Dulin Imperial Court, he suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Yang Feng's dragon-slaying crossbow. That was the disgrace of his life. A handsome man with a burly figure and a king character rune on his forehead held a glass of blue sea demonic wine and said to the Sea Dragon Crown Prince with a smile, "Sea Dragon Crown Prince, I'm here to teach that country bumpkin a lesson for you." The Sea Dragon Crown Prince's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "King Whale Third Prince, I'll leave it to you. As long as you help me teach him a lesson, I'll consider cooperating with you in the business of the Black Goat Sea and the Stormy Sea." When the King Whale Third Prince heard this, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a satisfied smile. The Black Goat Sea and the Stormy Sea are 2 seas occupied by the Sea Dragon Imperial Court and are rich in resources. If the merfolk markets of these 2 seas can be opened up, it will be of great benefit to the king whale race. You are the green whale race's Jing Bahai? How dare you attack the Sea Dragon Crown Prince? That's treason. Kneel in front of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and apologize. The King Whale Third Prince strode to in front of Yang Feng, looked at him condescendingly, and said in a cold voice. The king character rune on his forehead flashed, and the king whale's terrifying might slowly spread and crush towards Yang Feng. The king whale race is the king of many whale races. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, countless whale races were ruled by the king whale race and regarded the king whale race as the royal race. Even in modern times, the bloodline of countless whale races is still restrained by the bloodline of the king whale race. Yang Feng imitated Jing Bahai's green whale bloodline. When the terrifying king whale might enveloped him, he trembled slightly and staggered, as if he was about to kneel on the ground and worship the king whale Third Prince. "Who are you? How dare you come here to trouble me? Do you want to die?" A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he suddenly erupted with quasi-bright world warlock rank power. He unleashed the Whale Devour secret method and turned into an archaic dragon whale barreling towards the Third Crown Prince without demur. The King Whale Third Prince was both shocked and angry. Magic shields suddenly appeared and enveloped him. At the same time he roared, "Damn it, you dare to offend your superior!" Die! With the power to split mountains and split seas, the archaic dragon whale Yang Feng has transformed into slammed into the King Whale Third Crown Prince, breaking dozens of bones in the other party's body, and spewing a large mouthful of blood, he slammed into a wall, his life or death unknown. "Your Highness! How dare you attack His Royal Highness? Go to hell!" Shocked and angry, the King Whale Third Prince's 3 bodyguards erupted with Moonlight Warlock rank power, cast secret methods, and attacked Yang Feng from 3 directions. "How dare you 3 servants offend your superiors? Your crimes are unforgivable. You'll all become part of my collection." Yang Feng smiled coldly and flicked his wrist, and a level 8 secret treasure seal sea flag suddenly appeared. 3 blue seals suddenly shot out and stabbed into the King Whale Third Prince's 3 bodyguards lightning fast. The 3 bodyguards of the Third Prince shuddered and shrunk as they were forcibly pulled into the sea-sealing flag. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn it, that's my seal sea flag." Yang Feng extended his hand, and a whirlpool suddenly surged and sucked the King Whale Third Prince over. He grabbed the King Whale Third Prince and collected all his treasures. Then, as if throwing away a broken toy, he threw the King Whale Third Prince aside and said with an unruly smile, "Trash, you dare to provoke me? You're overestimating yourself." When the King Whale Third Prince heard this, anger welled up in his heart, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood and fainted. The King Whale Third Prince is finished. Interesting. If the King Whale Third Prince can't get back at him, he won't be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. What a domineering guy. The merfolk geniuses looked at Yang Feng with great interest. At the same time, they raised Yang Feng's danger level in their hearts, unwilling to provoke such a fierce person. Yang Feng glanced in the direction of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and company and uttered with an unruly smile. Since you're staying with that trash Sea Dragon Crown Prince, you should be his lackeys. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Of course, if you want to be a coward and hide around the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, that's up to you. After all, I have to give Her Highness the First Princess some face, so I won't take the initiative to beat you up. The dozen-plus Dullen Imperial Court's merfolk geniuses around the Sea Dragon Crown Prince frowned and looked at the Seal Sea flag in Yang Feng's hand with apprehension in their eyes. The Dullen Imperial Court's merfolk geniuses around the Sea Dragon Crown Prince all possess Glorious Dawn Warlock rank cultivation base. But none of them have level 8 secret treasures, and most of them have Junior Glorious Dawn Warlock rank cultivation base. Since the King Whale Third Prince, who has the ability to restrain Yang Feng's bloodline, was defeated by Yang Feng with one move, they are apprehensive of Yang Feng. What a disappointment! They don't dare to fight. Are they still men? The King Whale Third Prince was defeated by Jing Bahari with one move. What an undeserved reputation. What a waste. Although this Jing Bahari is a bit crude, but he's really domineering. I like it. The law of the jungle prevails among merfolk, where the strong are respected. Originally, the Dullen Imperial Court's upper-class ladies looked down on Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahari. But when they saw Yang Feng defeat the King Whale Third Prince and suppress the dozen-plus Dullen Imperial Court's merfolk geniuses around the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, they didn't dare to make a sound. A small number of Dullen Imperial Court's upper-class ladies became interested in Yang Feng. Let's go out. Ao Manhen frowned, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. Traces of magic ripples enveloped the green courtyard. In an instant, the green courtyard emerged from the other dimension and appeared in front of the many merfolk geniuses. An elegant and beautiful Dullen Imperial Court's upper-class lady appeared in front of the merfolk geniuses, and their eyes lit up. The Dullen Imperial Court's upper-class ladies are not only of noble bloodline, but are also extremely powerful. The weakest are Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses, and there is even no lack of Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. Each of the Dullen Imperial Court's 6 pearls is a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse, and they don't lose out to men. Most of the merfolk geniuses have many women, but only the Dullen Imperial Court's upper-class ladies with noble bloodline and amazing backgrounds can become their wives. Ao Manhen, like a noble and arrogant goddess, uttered coldly, Jing Bahai, for my sake, stop. Yang Feng responded with a smile. Since Her Highness the First Princess has spoken, then let's forget about this matter. Chapter 784. Ao Manhen clapped her hands, and the flowers of the extraordinary plant bell-tone trumpet flowers in the surroundings suddenly bloomed. Inside the flowers sat flower fairies that were the size of thumbs. They held all sorts of musical instruments, and they looked like miniature beauties. The flower sprites strummed the instruments, and melodious music resounded in the area. Accompanied by the extraordinary fragrance of flowers that can spread in the sea, this place looked like a fairyland on earth. In the garden, along with the sound of music, the ground trembled slightly, and plants grew from the ground and changed into tables. There are white flowers growing on each table, exuding a delicate fragrance. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he revealed a smile. Interesting, the First Princess really knows how to live. Those extraordinary plants had obviously been carefully selected, cultivated, and refined to become existences. Only warlock groups that are proficient in extraordinary botany and have huge forces can research these interesting extraordinary plants with ease. This scene is even more bizarre and mystical than scenes in fairy tales. This is the world of warlocks full of extraordinary forces and miracles. All the geniuses of the sea tribe took their seats. Beautiful and adorable little sea elves, each the size of a palm, with pointy ears, swam over from all directions, carrying all kinds of fine wine, spirit fruits, and delicacies cooked by top chefs onto the table. A handsome young man with a burly figure, a gold tortoise shield inlaid in his right hand, and a confident and domineering aura smiled coldly and provoked Yang Feng. Jing Bahai, this is Man Lai Jiang, an expert of my gold turtle sea. He once killed a human ship guarded by 1 glorious sun warlock and 13 moonlight warlocks in one fell swoop. I recruited him 3 years ago and he became my follower. Do you have any followers who dare to fight him? This young man is the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince of the Gold Dragon Turtle race, who rules Gold Turtle Sea. He is one of the merfolk geniuses who follow the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Just now, he was afraid of the level 8 secret treasure seal sea flag in Yang Feng's hands, and didn't dare to make a sound. Now that the first Princess Ao Manhan is here, he wants to strike Yang Feng in other ways. The voice of the gold dragon turtle prince has just fallen, when behind him, a burly man with no hair on his face and body, yet engraved with natural lightning runes, exuding a fierce aura, a fierce-looking face, and a fierce glint in his eyes strode out, stared at Yang Feng and sneered. Follower? How could such a country bumpkin have any followers? The Green Luo Sea, which is ruled by the green whale race, is a remote and desolate place. What could possibly attract followers? That barbarian might directly enter the battlefield and fight Man Lijiang. That's possible. But in that case, even if he won, he would lose all his face. We are noble nobles of the Dulan Imperial Court. If we lower our statuses and fight with other people's followers, even if we win, we will still lose. In this world, influence is also a part of strength. If he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for being born in the wrong place. The Dulan Imperial Court's merfolk aristocrats looked at Yang Feng with ridicule in their eyes, revealing looks of curiosity and pity. Fights between followers is a social method for the Dulan Imperial Court's merfolk aristocrats to show off their power. Once you step into the Moonlight Warlock realm, you will become a transcendent. Powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank are all proud and arrogant. Only the top Dulan Imperial Court's merfolk have tremendous resources to recruit followers above the Moonlight Warlock rank. Yang Feng crushed a fruit with his teeth and said with a cold smile, "Follower battle? My followers are very strong. Gold Dragon Turtle Prince, your followers are too weak. They will be killed by my followers. Are you sure you want your follower to fight against my follower?" The eyes of the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince shimmered coldly, and he ordered coldly, "What big talk? Man Lijiang, go down and kill Jing Bahai's followers for me. Kill him, and I will give you the Thunder Origin Stone Flower you've always wanted." "Yes, Prince." Man Lijiang's eyes lit up, and he smiled ferociously, walked away from the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince, and strode towards the center of the banquet hall. Ao Manhan pointed with her lily-white hand, and green light shone, and a small arena appeared in the center of the banquet hall. Man Lijiang stepped into the small arena, stared at Yang Feng with an unruly expression, beckoned with a finger, and said with a sneer, "Jing Bahai, come down. Let me have a taste of your green whale race's secret methods." In the battle at the city gate, Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai was clearly not a match for the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. It was only because Yang Feng used the secret treasure dragon slaying crossbow that he succeeded and sealed the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. The merfolk geniuses don't fear Yang Feng. They just don't want to take the risk of losing. Yang Feng drank a glass of fine wine in one gulp, and then said to Marina, who was kneeling beside him and serving him like a maid, "Mary, go get rid of him." "Yes, my lord." Marina stood up gracefully and flicked her wrist, and a level 8 secret treasure ice blue sea halberd appeared in her hand. With the halberd in hand, Marina's temperament suddenly changed. She transformed from a sexy and beautiful maid into a goddess of battle exuding fearsome fluctuations of power. That maid, he actually sent a maid to fight. Is he trying to send his maid to her death? It's a pity that such an outstanding maid is going to die. The death of a maid can remove the stigma of avoiding battle, which is very cost-effective. However, he's really ruthless. To be willing to send such a woman to die, what a terrible guy. The merfolk geniuses of the Dulan Imperial Court looked at Marina with pity in their eyes. Man Lijiang is a fierce person who has even killed Glorious Sun Warlocks. Even if Marina is a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse, she has no chance of survival against Man Lijiang. As for Glorious Sun Warlocks, no one believes that the Green Whale race, where the Green Whale Monarch and his wife are only Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses, can recruit beautiful and powerful Glorious Sun Warlock rank female followers. Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses are not everywhere. The number of merfolk controlled by the Dulan Imperial Court exceeds 10,000 trillion. Among the countless merfolk, there are less than 15 Glorious Sun Warlock rank upper-class ladies of the younger generation. What a ruthless guy, to let the maid who takes care of him die. How vicious. In order to make progress, he can abandon everything. This guy is so ruthless. When the upper-class ladies of the Dulan Imperial Court saw this scene, they suddenly felt disgusted with Yang Feng. Only the expressions of the 6 pearls of the Dullen imperial court remained unchanged. Instead, there was a dignified look in their beautiful eyes. When Man Lijiang saw Marina walk into the arena, he was furious, his eyes shimmered with madness, and he smiled coldly and said ferociously, "Woman! That damn Jing Bahai insulted me like this. He let a woman fight me. Very well, when I tear you to pieces and throw you in front of him, I'm sure his expression will be very amusing." Marina pointed at Man Lijiang with the level 8 secret treasure ice blue sea halberd and said coldly, "You talk too much nonsense. Turn into charcoal. If you want to blame someone, blame your master for abandoning you." Killing intent flashed in Man Lijiang's eyes. Lightning runes flickered on his body. Lightning danced like silver snakes. Countless tears flickered. The lightning, which seemed to be able to destroy everything, condensed into a huge lightning spear with a powerful lightning law as the center. Boom! As if 10,000 claps of thunder erupted in the surrounding sea, a dazzling white lightning bolt that filled the space in the arena barreled towards Marina in the blink of an eye. Boundless lightning flashed and engulfed Marina in an instant. Amazing! This Man Lijiang is really an expert. The law of lightning is indeed one of the most powerful offensive laws. Even among us, this Man Lijiang is a top expert. To be able to recruit such an expert, the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince must be quite capable. To be able to recruit an expert of Man Lijiang's level, the Gold Dragon Turtle race's underlying strength is really deep, as expected of an ancient force with a 1,000,000 years of inheritance. When the merfolk geniuses saw the terrifying lightning bolt, their hearts shook. Few of them can resist Man Lijiang's fearsome strike without the help of secret treasures. Trash! Go to hell! A dark blue halberd ray shot out from the endless lightning bolt and slashed apart the endless lightning bolt. Marina, who was wearing blue armor as thin as a cicada's wings, had a hairpin enchanted with all kinds of recovery spells, and a bracelet on her right hand connected to the ice blue sea halberd, exuding peak glorious sun realm power fluctuations, flew out of the endless lightning and headed in the direction of Man Li River. The law of water surged, and Marina's figure blurred and appeared in front of Man Lijiang. The ice blue sea halberd turned into a blue ray and slashed at Man Lijiang. How is this possible? Man Lijiang's face fell. He didn't expect that someone could escape from his law of lightning attack. He crossed his hands and blocked above him, and countless lightning bolts interwove and formed a simple lightning shield. The ice blue sea halberd turned into a blue ray of lightning and slashed at the lightning shield. In an instant, it smashed the lightning shield, and then, unabated, slashed towards Man Lijiang's head. With a flash of blue light, Man Lijiang was split in two, and the soul attached to the demonic eel core was slashed by the ice blue sea halberd. Chapter 785. He was actually killed. Man Lijiang was actually killed. So strong. That woman is really a follower of Jing Bahari. What a strong follower. The experts of the Oceanic clan looked at Marina, who was in the middle of the arena, with shock in their eyes. Man Lijiang is a pinnacle figure among glorious dawn warlocks and has mastered the law of lightning. Even among the merfolk's younger generation, there are no more than 20 people who can defeat him. Marina has a sexy figure and a charming appearance. Beside Yang Feng, she is like an obedient maid, without the temperament of a powerhouse. Yet Marina was able to kill Man Lijiang. This kind of battle prowess is simply heaven-defying. Damn it! Those are my level 8 secret treasures. Staring at the 3 secret treasures on Marina, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's eyes almost spurted fire. He squeezed the cup in his hand and turned it into powder. Level 8 secret treasures. 3 level 8 secret treasures. How can a country bumpkin like Jing Bahai have so many exquisite secret treasures for women? It seems that these are the masterpiece of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Interesting. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince has hit himself in the foot with a rock. When the merfolk geniuses saw the 3 secret treasures on Marina, they immediately showed knowing smiles and looked at the Sea Dragon Crown Prince with pity in their eyes. They are all shrewd people. From the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's ashen face, they guessed the origin of the 3 level 8 secret treasures. Yang Feng smiled unruly and said aggressively, "Gold Dragon Turtle Prince, don't you have 3 followers? If you have the guts, tell your followers to come down and fight with my Mary again. How about this? I'll be generous and have your 3 followers come at me together. 3 against 1, You wouldn't be afraid to fight, right? The faces of the three followers next to the gold dragon turtle prince turned pale. Man Lai Jiang is the strongest expert around the gold dragon turtle prince, a glorious dawn warlock rank existence. He is the only glorious dawn warlock rank expert recruited by the gold dragon turtle prince. The other three followers of the gold dragon turtle prince are only moonlight warlock rank experts. Even if the three followers attack together, they would still be instantly killed by Marina. Staring at Yang Feng with a resentful expression, the gold dragon turtle prince gritted his teeth and endured the humiliation. I concede. A glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouse like Man Lai Jiang wasn't that easy to recruit. The golden dragon turtle crown prince had paid a huge price back then, and only managed to recruit Man Lai Jiang as his follower by chance. Many merfolk geniuses with similar family backgrounds as the golden dragon turtle prince have moonlight warlocks as followers. Man Lai Jiang was killed by Marina, which was equivalent to chopping off an arm of the golden dragon turtle prince. Yang Feng smiled coldly, pointed to the merfolk geniuses around the sea dragon crown prince, and provoked, Do you dare to send your followers to fight my Mary? I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The faces of the merfolk geniuses gathered around the sea dragon crown prince were ashen, and they uttered frigidly. After the merfolk geniuses around the sea dragon crown prince admitted defeat, the eyes of the Dulin Imperial Court's merfolk ladies lit up, and they became interested in Yang Feng. Yang Feng's avatar Jing Baha'i is a quasi-bright world warlock rank powerhouse, and he is only one step away from advancing to a bright world warlock. Marina has also shown that she can slay glorious dawn warlocks. Yang Feng coupled with Marina is enough to dominate a sea and suppress a plane. The Dulin Imperial Court's merfolk noble ladies became interested in Yang Feng. After seeing the merfolk geniuses around the sea dragon crown prince admit defeat, Yang Feng sneered, Mary, come back. Wait. A voice came from the side. Yang Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young man with a slender figure, an extraordinary temperament, and a dragon horn on the forehead engraved with lightning runes sitting in a seat. This handsome young man with a dragon horn is the heir of the one-horned sea thunder dragon family, one of the most powerful merfolk. Pure-blooded one-horned sea thunder dragons will possess glorious dawn warlock rank power and ultimate form infinity warlock rank existences after they reach adulthood. The one-horned sea thunder dragon family has a total of 10 ultimate form infinity warlock rank powerhouses. In the Dulin Imperial Court, they are a major aristocrat. The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince is one of the 10 most powerful merfolk aristocrats in the Dulin Imperial Court. As soon as he spoke, eyes focused on him, as if he is the center of the world. Marina, however, ignored the words of the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince. Her figure fluttered, and she appeared beside Yang Feng. The secret treasures on her disappeared one by one, and her temperament changed. Like a charming and gentle maid, she knelt beside Yang Feng. Anger flashed in the eyes of the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince, and he uttered coldly, Shaman! A tall and sturdy man with shark tattoos on his face and a terrifying aura stepped forward. With an incomparably domineering aura, he said in a deep voice, Prince! The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince glanced at Yang Feng and said coldly, Shaman is an expert I recruited in the Black Forest Sea. He once fought 3 human glorious dawn warlocks for 3 days, and then killed them one by one. Jing Bahai, does your Mary dare to come down and fight my shaman? Why does this guy seem to be very hostile towards me? I don't remember provoking this guy. Yang Feng frowned, his heart stirred, and he looked in the direction of the merfolk noblewoman. He saw that their gazes fell on him and the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved. By relying on his top infinity warlock rank computing ability, he more or less guessed what the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince is thinking. This guy wants to use me as a stepping stone to attract the attention of the merfolk noblewomen. Besides, my avatar Jing Bahai is so arrogant that he has offended many aristocrats of the Dulin Imperial Court. By suppressing me, he can gain the favor of other aristocrats. Jing Bahai was born in a small place like the Green Luo Sea. Compared to the vast Dulin Imperial Court, he is equivalent to a small town. For a country bumpkin with no background to come to the imperial capital, a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and act arrogantly and overbearingly in front of countless aristocrats, the veteran aristocrats naturally can't stand it, and want to suppress him. Yang Feng sneered. Interesting. Mary, go down and kill him. Yes, my lord. Marina got up, shone brightly, and 4 level 8 secret treasures appeared on her, exuding powerful fluctuations of power. With every step Marina takes, her momentum rises by a large margin. As soon as she entered the arena, her momentum rose to the pinnacle glorious Sun Warlock rank, and the law of water revolved around her and formed water flood dragons. She looks like a goddess of war who wields the authority of the sea. Angels were divine war weapons that were influenced by the gods and wielded part of the power of the gods they served. As a blazing angel who serves the sea goddess of war and the otherworld martial goddess Basana, Marina wields part of the authority of the sea and martial gods. So strong. So that's Jing Bahai's follower. How powerful. This country bumpkin Jing Bahai is really lucky. If Jing Bahai or his follower can break through and evolve into a human bright world warlock rank existence, then the Dulin Imperial Court will have another great aristocratic family. The merfolk geniuses looked at Marina with a scorching shade in their eyes, wishing they could snatch Marina to their side at once. Beauties like her, who were both beautiful and powerful, were extremely rare in Dulin Imperial Court. Only the 6 pearls of Dulin Imperial Court could compare to her. Once you enter the Moonlight Warlock realm, you are a transcendent. In the 3 Imperial Courts, Moonlight Warlock rank merfolk experts are conferred the title of nobility and become merfolk aristocrats. However, only merfolk powerhouses of the Bright World Warlock rank will be conferred the title of Marquis by the 3 Imperial Courts. No matter where they go, they will be respected, and their influence is on a completely different level from that of ordinary merfolk aristocrats. Mary, you're my type. Unfortunately, your master has offended my young master. Therefore, you can only go to hell. What a pity. Xiaofan stared at Marina with regret in his eyes, and then the shark runes on his body shone, twisted, and turned into tens of thousands of runes. The tens of thousands of runes flashed, and then turned into 3 finger-sized golden-scaled dragon-toothed sharks with dragon teeth and golden scales all over their bodies. The tens of thousands of gold-scaled dragon-tooth sharks with teeth that can tear apart the life force field of infinity warlocks formed a gold shark sea that swept towards Mary with a terrifying breath that can devour everything. In the deep sea, the gold-scaled dragon-tooth sharks extracted the surrounding life magic energy and formed transparent magic membranes. Enveloped by the transparent magic membranes, even large area of effect meteorological spells of bright world warlocks cannot harm them. Under the siege of tens of thousands of gold-scaled dragon-tooth sharks, even if several glorious sun warlocks join forces, they will be devoured by the numerous gold-scaled dragon-tooth sharks with astonishing defensive power. Tornado! Marina operated the power of the ocean and waved the ice blue sea halberd in her hand. Terrifying tornado-like vortexes suddenly appeared, sweeping up the countless golden-scaled dragon-toothed sharks and forcibly clearing a path. A ripple of water flickered, and Marina appeared in front of Xiaofan in an instant. Her halberd slashed down from the sky like a divine punishment. Chapter 786. Xiaofan roared, and an immemorial whale shark projection rose from behind him. Carrying the might of a top predator of the sea, it barreled towards Marina regardless of his defenses. The ice blue sea halberd transformed into an incomparably resplendent blue light that fiercely chopped at the ancient whale shark. Like cutting a rag, it split the ancient whale shark into 2. Unabated, the blue ray slashed into Xiaofan, and a thin red line of blood appeared on his body. A terrifying force burst out, causing Xiaofan's body to shatter into pieces. The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince's face fell, and he barked, "Stop!" A cold look in her eyes, Marina stabbed the ice blue sea halberd into the bloody waterfall and stabbed Xiaofan's magic core with great precision. The law of water turned into a blue spear that pierced through Xiaofan's soul and extinguished it. So strong! This Jing Bahai's follower is really strong. What fearsome battle prowess! I'm afraid that only a bright world warlock rank powerhouse can suppress her. To be able to recruit such a follower, Jing Bahai's luck is really good. Seeing Marina kill Xiaofan, the eyes of the merfolk geniuses flashed with envy. The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince's eyes flashed with anger, and he barked, "You dare! Jing Bahai, how dare you kill my follower?" Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a frigid shade and he sneered, "So what if I killed him? One-horned sea thunder dragon prince, do you want the 2 of us to enter the arena and have a fight to the death? This time, I promise to send you on a trip to the netherworld." The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince's eyes almost spurted fire, Quasi-bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from him, and he stood up and said, "Very well, Jing Bahai, you've successfully angered me. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Ao Manhen frowned slightly and uttered coldly, "The Dullan Narcissus banquet I'm holding today is not a place for a duel. If the two of you want to have a duel, then please leave this place and find another place to duel. In a fight between followers, if one dies, then so be it. However, most of the merfolk aristocrats here have huge family support behind them. If one of them dies here, it will be a big problem for Ao Manhen." The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince took a deep look at Yang Feng and said coldly, "You're really lucky. You can live a few more days." Yang Feng smiled coldly and ignored the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince. Marina killed 2 glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses in a row. Although the Dullan Imperial Court's merfolk geniuses are still dissatisfied with Yang Feng, but no one dares to provoke him. 4 merfolk geniuses, glorious Dawn Warlock rank followers, are extremely important combat power. They aren't cannon fodder that can be wasted at will. A dignified look welled up on Ao Manhen's cold face, and she said solemnly, "According to the Time Lord's prophecy, the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root has appeared. According to another prophecy of the Time Lord, the Tsangji Plains Great Tribulation is about to arrive. The human 7 warlock dynasties have appeared out of nowhere and occupied the 7 floating continents of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root. Where should our sea race go from here? Everyone, please speak freely and express your own opinions." Yang Feng's heart stirred. Heaven and Earth Spirit Root? Is that the mystical extraordinary plant born in the Time Sky City? The underlying strength of the merfolk is really extraordinary. To be able to know such secret information. The Battle Demon sect is one of the 10 great sects that rose together with the Great Cloud Dynasty. As for the 8 Warlock Dynasties eras, they only know some historical events that everyone knows. As for some secret matters, they don't know. This is the disadvantage of a rising force. A tall merfolk powerhouse with 8 tentacles said solemnly, "Your Highness, why haven't we heard of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root and the Tsangji Plains Great Tribulation? Can you be a bit more specific?" Most of the merfolk geniuses showed looks of curiosity. Only the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, the one-horned Sea Thunder Dragon Prince, and a few others didn't change their expressions. Clearly, they already knew about this information. Legend has it that in his later years, the Time Lord once cast a peerless secret method to peek into the Sea of Time and peek into the future. He left behind several prophecies. One of them is the birth of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root and the Tsangji Plains Great Tribulation. The Heaven and Earth Spirit Root is a treasure that has been located in the core world of the Tsangji Plain since the Eternal Era. It absorbs the power of the Tsangji Plain to grow. Once it is born, it will possess all kinds of miraculous powers and will be the only hope to support us in overcoming the Great Tribulation. As for the Great Tribulation, the Time Lord's description is vague. He only knows that it is a great tribulation that can even kill Warlock Emperor rank existences. The Time King's prophecy was too shocking. Countless years passed, and everyone thought it was just a joke made by the Time King. Unexpectedly, the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root really appeared. Ao Manhen said slowly, a solemn expression on her face. Yang Feng frowned slightly and mused, "Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses will die? This is really a shocking great tribulation. If it wasn't for the birth of a peerless divine object like the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root, I wouldn't have believed such a prophecy." Each Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse possesses incredible power. They have mastered an essence to the Great Circle and sublimated it into a flawless essence. Eternal Sovereigns, on the other hand, have mastered essence to the Great Circle. No Warlock Emperor has mastered the same essence. According to the continuous research of human warlocks, they finally made an inference. Before the death of a Warlock Emperor, the essence they mastered has become a part of the laws of the universe. Other existences in the universe can at most master the same essence to the Great Circle, but they can't use the same essence to evolve to the Warlock Emperor rank. Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are extremely difficult to kill. The Time Lord and the other 7 Warlock Emperors suppressed countless planes and are known as invincible powerhouses. Yet each of them has only killed 1 or 2 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. A great tribulation that can kill Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses is simply unimaginable. Only the legendary Eternal Sovereigns, who have long disappeared from the stage of history, may be able to slay Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. A merfolk genius sighed regretfully. It's a pity, if only the heaven and earth spirit root was in our sea. Most merfolk powerhouses are proficient in the law of water. In the sea, they are far more powerful than human warlocks of the same rank. But once they go to land, apart from talented powerhouses like the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, other merfolk powerhouses of the same rank are not the opponents of human warlocks. The 3 merfolk imperial courts have warlock monarch rank powerhouses guarding them. But they don't dare to rashly go to the heaven and earth spirit route to fight for control of the branch floating continents. On one hand, they are worried that the powerhouses of the 7 warlock dynasties will suppress them. On the other hand, once they go to land, their strength will drop too much, and they won't be a match for human warlocks. The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince said solemnly, "I think we should take the initiative to side with the first warlock dynasty, the Time dynasty. After all, the Time Lord is the first human warlock emperor. He has mastered the flawless great essence of time and can peer into the sea of time and foresee the future. By taking refuge with the first warlock dynasty, we can seek fortune, avoid calamity, and survive the great tribulation in the future." The Sea Dragon Crown Prince said slowly, "No. I think we should take refuge with the Magic Note dynasty. The Magic Note dynasty is a secret treasure dynasty. It is recognized as the dynasty with the pinnacle of human warlock secret treasures. There are countless secret treasures in the Magic Note dynasty that can enhance our strength. By joining the Magic Note dynasty, we can quickly enhance our strength and improve our survivability in the Great Tribulation." Yang Feng said, "I think that no matter which dynasty we take refuge with, we can't take refuge with the Golem dynasty. The foundation of the Golem dynasty is unstable. It only has some warlock groups attached to it. It can't compare to the other 6 warlock dynasties in terms of strength. I think it will be very difficult for it to survive the Great Tribulation in the future." The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince raised his eyebrows and looked to the side. A red sea dragon prince with a scarlet dragon scale on his head got the hint and said with a smile, "After all, the Golem dynasty is one of the most powerful 7 warlock dynasties. It doesn't lose out to the other 6 warlock dynasties in terms of foundation. Moreover, the foundation of the Golem dynasty is unstable. If we take refuge with it, we will surely be put in an important position. As for the other 6 warlock dynasties, although they are powerful, but they already have enough human warlock groups as their wings. Even if we join them, we won't be able to become the core. We will easily be used as cannon fodder." As soon as the Red Sea Dragon Prince said this, many of the geniuses of the Sea Clan revealed thoughtful expressions. There was a flash of enigmatic light in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said carelessly, "I still insist on my opinion. It's not good to take refuge with the Golem dynasty. I don't like the Time dynasty and the Magic Note dynasty. By the way, the Star Lord is also proficient in divination and can see the future. If we take refuge with him, I can accept it." The Sea Dragon Crown Prince glanced at Yang Feng and sneered, "I think that, as the Red Sea Dragon Prince said, the Golem dynasty is also a good choice. After all, the Golem Lord is recognized as one of the most powerful 7 warlock emperors. If he is still alive, he will be able to lead us to glory. As for the Lord of Stars, he's only slightly more powerful than the King of Dawn. The Star dynasty is really not the best choice." "That's right. I also think that the Golem dynasty is more suitable for us. After all, it is one of the strongest warlock dynasties. The Golem dynasty has many powerhouses and countless golems as cannon fodder. They don't need us to be cannon fodder. I also think that it is more appropriate to take refuge with the Golem dynasty." The merfolk aristocrats who have just been humiliated by Yang Feng spoke in support of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, none of them supporting Yang Feng. Chapter 787. Yang Feng snickered in his heart, but his face was gloomy, and he threatened coldly, "Sea Dragon Crown Prince, do you have to go against me?" The Sea Dragon Crown Prince glanced at Yang Feng contemptuously and sneered, "I'm just voicing my opinion. Besides, there are obviously more people who support my opinion than those who support you. This shows that your opinion is terrible and stupid." Another aristocratic genius of the Dullan Imperial Court sneered, "This is the Dullan Imperial Court, not the countryside of your Green Luo Sea. Jing Bahai, do you still think that this is the Green Luo Sea where you can cover the sky with one hand?" Jing Bahai. Boom! Just as the other aristocratic genius of the Dulin imperial court was about to ridicule Yang Feng, the nine-leaf sea dragon's sacred heart lotus shook violently without warning. The lotus leaf floating continent where Yang Feng and his party are located shook violently. The earth cracked, and countless cracks extended in all directions. On the floating continent where Ao Manhen resided, countless barriers were shattered by the huge explosion. A large number of extraordinary sea beasts panicked, and they jumped out of the extraordinary sea beast pasture one after another and fled in all directions. The floating continent is in chaos, as if the end of the world has arrived. What's going on? What's going on? The complexion of the merfolk powerhouses in the Dulin Narcissus banquet changed dramatically, and they cast secret methods to float in the air, and magic shields enveloped them. When the huge shock waves set off by the shaking of the floating continent slammed into the merfolk powerhouses, they were easily blocked by the magic shields. What's going on? An unknown premonition welled up in Yang Feng's heart. He took out a black mirror linked to countless reconnaissance robots and pressed it. Extremely strange images that ordinary people couldn't understand appeared in the black mirror, and then were reflected in Yang Feng's eyes. The smart microchip analyzed them into images that only he could understand. He saw a huge rift appear in the vicinity of the Dulin Imperial Court, and an abyssal rift leading to the Endless Abyss appeared around the Dulin Imperial Court. From the Endless Abyss, a steady stream of abyssal demons poured out and attacked the Dulin Imperial Court. Looking at the huge abyssal rift, Yang Feng was speechless at the stupidity and chaos of the abyssal fiends. Abyssal fiends, are they throwing away their lives or delivering materials? As one of the three merfolk imperial courts, the Dulin Imperial Court is filled with experts and even has a warlock monarch rank powerhouse who controls the Empyrean grade secret treasure, the Sea God Royal Court. Even if a warlock monarch rank abyssal fiend enters this sea, they will only be throwing their lives away in vain. Powerful auras soared from the Dulin Imperial Court. All kinds of strange and powerful sea beasts swam out of the Dulin Imperial Court and crazily attacked the abyssal fiends. Countless abyssal fiends had just rushed out of the huge rift when they were killed by the Dulin Imperial Court's merfolk powerhouses. Did this fusion point appear here? All of you little ants can go to hell. From the deepest part of the abyssal chasm, a nest of darkness that was tens of thousands of square kilometers and seemed to devour all light suddenly appeared. A cold and cruel voice came from the nest, and a copious amount of abyssal force was extracted. The floor of the endless abyss collapsed. A black finger engraved with strange runes that Yang Feng has never seen before emerged from the endless abyssal chasm and barreled towards the Dulin Imperial Court with holy might. This is a Holy Spirit warlock. So this is the power of a Holy Spirit warlock. So strong. It's so strong. Even though they're separated by an entire plane, a single attack from them has the power to destroy the world. It's just too terrifying. As soon as the black finger appeared, a shadow of death and annihilation enveloped the Dulin Imperial Court. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng felt suffocated. He can only barely guarantee that he can escape the attack of the black finger by a fluke. Even if he chooses to escape, he will still be severely injured by the finger. Suddenly, light shone in the Dulin Imperial Court, and a dark blue magic shield suddenly appeared and blocked in front of the black finger. Boom! The dark blue magic shield disintegrated, and the warlock towers in the Dulin Imperial Court issued heaven-shaking explosions and collapsed. Exhausted of its experience points, the black finger collapsed and turned into a large expanse of abyssal breath that corroded the area 1,000 kilometers in radius around the Dulin Imperial Court into abyssal soil. When the originally dispirited abyssal fiends fell on the abyssal soil and absorbed abyssal breath, they suddenly became vigorous and ferocious. At the moment when the black finger collapsed, all the life forms in the Dulin Imperial Court breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, the indifferent and dignified voice sounded again and uttered despairing words. Your Majesty, this subordinate is incompetent and failed to erase the city of those lowly existences. Your Majesty, please take action and slay those lowly ants. A flat voice flew out from the nest in the abyss and rang in the ears of the Dulin Imperial Court's powerhouses. When the powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank in the Dulin Imperial Court heard that voice, their hearts trembled at once, and the rhythm of their heartbeat became disordered. Yang Feng's heart suddenly became disordered, and then he felt bursts of pain, a fishy taste in his throat, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. Shock filled his eyes. Warlock Emperor. That's a Warlock Emperor rank existence. The faces of the other merfolk aristocrats in the Dulin Narcissus banquet changed dramatically, and despair shimmered in their eyes. In the gigantic abyssal chasm, The abyssal power of the abyssal plains was being sucked dry one after another. A total of 10 floors collapsed, and the abyssal force of countless abyssal life forms was extracted. Amid miserable screams, they turned into ashes. A white jade-like palm slowly extended from the abyss. At first, it looked very small, but with every breath of time, it increased geometrically. After a few breaths of time, the white jade-like palm, which seems to cover the whole world, crushed towards the Dullan Imperial Court with Empyrean might that can suppress the ages and destroy the world. I can't stop it. No matter how I calculate, only death awaits me. Yang Feng looked at the white jade-like palm in the sky, and calculated frantically in his heart. No matter how he calculates, the probability of him escaping from the white jade-like palm is 0. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his back, and traces of fear rose in his heart. The faces of the merfolk powerhouses in the Dullan Narcissus banquet changed dramatically. Cold sweat flowed down their backs, and fear filled their eyes. With their transcendent rank extraordinary perception, they can feel that no matter how they struggle, only death awaits them. The Dullan Imperial Court shone brightly, and countless warlock towers radiated resplendent light. A huge blue shield suddenly appeared and enveloped the entire Dullan Imperial Court. When the white jade-like palm slapped the blue shield, the magic shield collapsed like a bubble. Within the Dullan Imperial Court, hundreds of warlock towers exploded, and the merfolk powerhouses inside were blasted into pieces by the tremendous backlash force. The formidable barrier that has protected the Dullan Imperial Court for hundreds of thousands of years collapsed without any resistance. After the white jade-like palm destroyed the formidable barrier that has protected the Dullan Imperial Court for hundreds of thousands of years, its power was weakened by a fraction. But it still crushed towards the Dullan Imperial Court with despairing power. At this moment, from the deepest part of the Dullan Imperial Court, 3 overbearing warlock monarch rank breaths and 16 infinity warlock rank breaths burst out. A crystal-like sphere exuding wisps of Empyrean might suddenly flew out and formed a huge world filled with oceans. In the huge world filled with endless oceans, there is a 10,000-kilometer-tall, sparkling and translucent skeleton exuding an immortal aura, with a horn on the head and 4 arms. There are exquisite palaces built on the huge skeleton, each of which is inlaid with power nodes of the huge skeleton, perfectly integrated with the huge skeleton. This is the Empyrean Grade Secret Treasure Sea God Royal Court. The pitch-black eyes of the huge skeleton suddenly burst out with bright light, and the huge skeleton's right hand slapped the white jade-like palm with great difficulty. Boom! The white jade-like palm finally collapsed and shattered, and the 3 warlock monarch rank powerhouses and the 16 infinity warlock rank powerhouses spewed out a large mouthful of blood and were seriously injured. The entire Dullan Imperial City shook violently, and a violent shock wave spread in all directions. Hundreds of thousands of abyssal fiends and Dullan Imperial Court's merfolk warriors were affected by the shock wave, and were instantly blasted into a mist of blood. More than half of the buildings in Dullan capital city collapsed, and millions of weak merfolk were torn apart by the tremors. After the huge skeleton in the Sea God Royal Court lost its power supply, all its mysteries disappeared, the world collapsed, and the bead entered the Dullan Imperial Court. What a pity! A regretful voice came from the abyssal rift, and the wisps of Empyrean might disappeared. Chapter 788. As he watched the jade-white palm collapse and disappear, Yang Feng couldn't help but shiver and feel a chill. So strong. So this is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. That's so strong. No one knows where the warlock emperor rank powerhouse is, but he extracted abyssal force from 10 floors of the abyss and nearly erased the entire Dullan Imperial Court with a casual strike. This kind of might is simply appalling. If the Dullan Imperial Court hadn't stimulated a trace of the Empyrean Grade Secret Treasure Sea God Royal Court's power, then except for the 3 warlock monarch rank merfolk powerhouses and some infinity warlocks, everyone else in the Dullan Imperial Court would have been wiped out by the unknown warlock emperor rank powerhouse. The planar rift connecting the Endless Abyss and the Zhongji Plain was blasted open by a casual strike of the warlock emperor rank powerhouse, and a huge hole was opened. Tremendous abyssal force gushed out of the hole and eroded the sea around the Dullan Imperial Court like poison. Countless great fiends and abyssal fiend lords flew out of the huge hole and attacked the Dullan Imperial Court. Ao Manhan looked at the dense crowd of abyssal fiends with a cold gleam in her beautiful eyes. She stood up and shouted heroically, "Everyone, for the sake of ourselves and our families, please take action and annihilate those abyssal fiends." Of course, these abyssal fiends only know how to destroy and kill. We can't let them enter the Dullan Imperial City. The Dullan Imperial Court's merfolk aristocrats stood up one by one, exuding fearsome auras, and barked. Transcendent rank fluctuations of power diffused, and the Dullan Imperial Court's merfolk aristocrats turned into blue rays of light and shot towards the abyssal fiends. The law of water surged, and Yang Feng turned into a blue ray of light shooting towards the abyssal fiends. At the same time, he glanced at the Dullan Imperial Court's merfolk aristocrats. Although the Dullan Imperial Court's merfolk aristocrats are a bit arrogant and despotic, but they haven't been completely corrupted. They still maintain strong fighting strength. One after another, ferocious merfolk extraordinary life forms suddenly appeared around the Dullan Imperial Court, displayed all kinds of powerful innate abilities, and devoured the abyssal fiends. The great fiends were like ants under the attack of the terrifying merfolk transcendent life forms, falling one after another. Besieged by the merfolk aristocrats, the abyssal fiend lords below the Earl rank were also blown up. From the continent supported by the nine-leaf sea dragon Sacred Heart Lotus, sea race troops flew out one after another. The merfolk are riding all kinds of ferocious sea monsters. Each sea monster possesses Starry Sky Warlock rank life force, and there are even many powerful sea monsters exuding Moonlight Warlock rank life force. Numerous abyssal fiends kept pouring out of the huge cave, and then they were directly killed by the powerful merfolk powerhouses. Yang Feng operated a secret method and turned into an immemorial dragon whale, which opened its maw and inhaled, and a swarm of abyssal fiends were sucked into the maw of the immemorial dragon whale and crushed to pieces. With the ice-blue sea halberd in hand, Marina stood guard by Yang Feng's side and slashed out with halberd rays that slayed the abyssal fiends approaching. A pitch-black sword ray containing endless dark force shot out from the abyss and slashed a 100-meter-long sea dragon snake beast with dragon horns on its head and dragon teeth exuding glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power. Under the stab of the black sword ray, the scales on the sea dragon snake beast's body were easily shredded like paper. After that, the black sword ray pierced through the scales and slashed them into two. The gigantic sea dragon snake beast had an incomparably powerful extraordinary regeneration ability, but under the corrosion of the dark power contained in the black sword ray, all of its flesh withered and its vitality was extinguished. After twitching a few times, it turned into a corpse. The countenance of the merfolk powerhouses engaged in a fierce battle changed dramatically, and they cast powerful defensive spells on themselves. At the same time, they slowly retreated without batting an eyelid. The eyes of the Dullan Imperial Court's powerhouses focused on the abyss. A beautiful woman with wavy blonde hair, a fallen angel wings on the back, a sexy and fiery figure, dressed in an armor formed from dark force, snow-white skin, an extremely beautiful face, and a bewitching temperament flew out of the abyss and exuded pinnacle infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. A beautiful woman with purple neck-length hair, a fallen angel wings on the back, a sexy and peerless figure, and a resolute temperament also flew out of the abyss and exuded pinnacle infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. A gorgeous woman with long black hair, a pair of fallen angel wings on the back, a golden ratio figure, a cold and elegant temperament, and silk-like skin exuding a sparkling luster flew out of the abyssal hole, exuding pinnacle infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. In addition to the three fallen angels exuding pinnacle infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power, another 6 fallen angels exuding pinnacle bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power flew out and stood proudly in the void. An abyssal castle pulled by 3 bright world warlock rank abyssal dragons exuding fearsome abyssal breath flew out of the abyss. On the wall of the abyssal castle, there are powerful fallen angels exuding fearsome breaths flying everywhere. At the top of the abyssal castle, there is a huge throne refined from countless treasures of heaven and earth, and there sits a person. This person is the Abyssal Lord of the 666th floor, Abyssal Grand Duke Poidal. Those countless angels were the invincible fallen angel corps under Poidal's command. Yang Feng looked at Poidal sitting on the wall of the abyssal castle with a dignified look in his eyes. What a mess! I actually ran into Poidal. It seems that the Dullan Imperial Court may really be breached. It seems that the Dullan Imperial Court's 3 warlock monarchs have suffered a huge backlash. After all, the opponent is a warlock emperor rank existence. Although Poidal is just a pinnacle infinity warlock rank abyssal grand duke, but he is very cunning. He won't fight a battle that he has no chance of winning. Even if he has to give up many opportunities, he won't easily take action. But once he takes action, he is certain of victory. The fallen angel legion he commands has an illustrious battle record, and has killed 2 warlock monarch rank powerhouses. For such a cunning guy like Poidal to appear on the battlefield, the Dullen Imperial Court's fate is likely to be bad. That's the Abyssal Lord of the 666th floor, Abyssal Grand Duke Poidal. Why did he come out of the endless abyss? The three marshals. He brought out the three marshals of the Fallen Angel Legion. He's serious now. Even the three marshals of the Fallen Angel Legion came out. When the merfolk powerhouses saw Poidal and the three pinnacle infinity warlock rank blazing angels beside him, their countenance changed dramatically. After countless years of campaigning, Poidal's Fallen Angel Legion has developed into 10 legions. Among them, Agnipe, the commander of the 1st Legion, Nerissa, the commander of the 2nd Legion, and Beskia, the commander of the 3rd Legion, are known as the Three Marshals. Each of them is a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse, and their battle prowess is far above that of Poidal. In addition, the commanders of the other 6 legions are pinnacle bright world warlock rank blazing angels. Among the 10 legions, there are also many bright world warlock rank throne angels and cherubim angels. The densely packed fallen angels blotted out the sky and emitted terrifying dark energy. They were like demonesses that could destroy the world as they floated in the sea. Boundless abyssal power, under the effect of a kind of nether power, spread out from the abyssal cave, completely eroding the sea into an abyssal region. A large area of the sea was polluted by the abyssal power and emitted a rancid smell. Even with the fearsome power of warlock emperors, they can only open a passage between the endless abyss and the Zhongji Plain. After consuming so much resources and power, this passage can only exist for one day at most. It's only enough for the abyssal fiends to destroy the Dullen Imperial Court. If they still don't leave when the time comes, only death will await them. For those powerful existences to send these abyssal fiends here, they must be plotting something. Looking at the huge fallen angel legion, Yang Feng calmly analyzed the situation from the detached point of view of an outsider. As one of the 3 merfolk imperial courts, the Dullen Imperial Court is a very important place for the merfolk. The 3 merfolk even placed the Empyrean grade secret treasure the Sea God Royal Court here to guard it. But for Yang Feng, this is just a place of another race. Even if it is destroyed, it won't affect him much. He can leave at any time. Even if he can't get the head of the brilliant Great Holy this time, it won't be a big loss to him. As soon as the huge fallen angel legion flew out, it surrounded the castle where Poidal is located and flew aside. From the huge abyssal cave, a stream of abyssal fiends flew out and rushed towards the merfolk powerhouses like a tide. The merfolk powerhouses can only stay vigilant against Poidal's fallen angel legion while fighting the abyssal fiends. Suddenly, a swarm of backed fiends flew out of the huge abyssal cave. A backed fiend Grand Duke exuding pinnacle infinity warlock rank breath flew out of the huge abyssal cave, stood aside, and coldly watched the abyssal fiends being slaughtered by the merfolk. Chapter 789. Countless horned crawled out of the huge abyssal cave and formed a neat fiend legion exuding fearsome aura. The legion is a 3-meter-tall, handsome gold-horned exuding a domineering aura. The abyssal cave trembled slightly, and one after another, abyssal demonic dragons flew out from the top of the endless abyss and guarded 2 abyssal Grand Duke abyssal demonic dragons with horns on their heads and an abyssal demonic dragon aura. The backed abyssal Grand Duke, gold-horned Grand Duke, and abyssal demonic dragon Grand Duke looked at each other, and then tacitly stood aside to oppose Poidal. Abyssal fiends are chaotic and cruel by nature, and they like to kill each other. If the abyssal Grand Duke rank abyssal fiends reveal a flaw, then Poidal won't mind stabbing them in the back and taking away everything they have. When the 2 abyssal fiend forces appeared, they didn't take the initiative to attack the Dullen Imperial Court. Instead, they looked at each other, full of suspicion and apprehension. Poidal took a deep look at the Dullen Imperial Court, his eyes shimmered with apprehension, and he said slowly, "Dullen Monarch, all of you have suffered a huge backlash. You can't defend the Dullen Imperial Court anymore. If you leave this place immediately, I can make the decision to allow all of you to leave safely." The merfolk aristocrats' hearts stirred slightly. More than half of the Dullen Imperial Court has been destroyed by the unknown Warlock Emperor rank existence. Countless magical buildings in the Dullen Imperial Court have collapsed, leaving only the continent supported by the 9-leaf sea dragon Sacred Heart Lotus remaining. Even if they give up the 9-leaf sea dragon Sacred Heart Lotus and the continent it carries, but after a few days, after the Dullen Imperial Court's 3 warlock monarchs recover, it will be easy to recapture the 9-leaf sea dragon's sacred heart lotus and the continent it carries. A vigorous and confident voice came from the Dullan Imperial Court. No! Poidal, as long as you take your fallen angel legion and wipe out all the abyssal fiends around you, then I will give you the King Fiend Heart. You have been trapped in the Grand Duke rank for hundreds of thousands of years. This King Fiend Heart can break the bloodline shackles inside you and allow you to evolve into an abyssal king. Heart of the King Devil. There was actually such a treasure, worthy of being one of the sea race's 3 great imperial courts. King Devil Heart, if I can get my hands on it, I will have a chance to break through and become an Abyss Devil King. The eyes of the Abyssal Grand Dukes lit up when they heard about the King Fiend Heart, and greed flashed in their eyes. The King Fiend Heart was a pinnacle existence among Abyssal Kings. It was a secret treasure refined by human warlocks using a peerless secret method to absorb all of its power. If a peak Grand Duke of the Abyss Devils could merge the King Devil Heart with their own heart and slowly refine it, they would have a chance to break through their bloodline shackles and ascend to the level of an Abyss Devil King. The Endless Abyss is an existence condensed from countless negative forces of the universe. It has given birth to many powerful existences, including Holy Spirit Warlock and Warlock Emperor rank existences. However, the 8 Warlock Emperors once went to the Abyss and suppressed the terrifying existences in the Endless Abyss. Every time a human Warlock Emperor appeared, the Endless Abyss would be suppressed, and countless powerhouses would fall. Existences above the Warlock Monarch rank would be suppressed and killed. If an Infinity Warlock rank Abyssal Lord like Poidal hid well, he might be able to survive. After all, the 8 Warlock Emperors wouldn't go through so much trouble to search the entire Abyss for a mere Infinity Warlock rank Abyssal Lord. As for Holy Spirit Warlock rank Abyssal Fiends, once they appeared, even if they searched the entire Abyss, the Warlock Emperors would personally take action and kill them. After the 8 catastrophes, most of the new Abyssal Lords in the Endless Abyss were Infinity Warlock rank existences. The King Fiend Heart was a spoil of war obtained by the 8 Warlock dynasties after suppressing the Endless Abyss, and it finally fell into the hands of the Dullan Imperial Court and became part of its collection. Although the King Fiend Heart possesses tremendous power, but only Abyssal Fiends can use it, which is why it flowed out. After Poidal heard about the King Fiend Heart, his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. He has been an Abyssal Grand Duke for hundreds of thousands of years. He has taken all the treasures of heaven and earth, yet he has been unable to progress. His accumulation is deep enough. If he gets the King Fiend Heart, he has a 90% chance of evolving into an Abyssal King and becoming one of the strongest Abyssal Kings in the Endless Abyss. Poidal sighed regretfully. I really want the King Fiend Heart. If it was in the past, I might have agreed to it. However, you've already seen the power of that great being. I can't resist that great being. The 4 Abyssal Grand Dukes who were very vigilant against Poidal showed thoughtful expressions, and their hostility towards Poidal lessened somewhat. Poidal suggested, everyone, let's join forces to destroy their resistance and complete His Majesty's order. As for the King Fiend Heart, it belongs to whoever gets it. What do you think? Okay. The 4 powerful Abyssal Grand Dukes looked at each other and said solemnly. Under the command of the 5 Abyssal Grand Dukes, the Fallen Angel Legion, Backed Abyssal Fiend Legion, Horned Legion, and Abyssal Dragon Legion attacked the Dullan Imperial Court like a tide. The 8 Pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank Abyssal existences, exuding a powerful presence, coldly watched the Abyssal Fiends and Merfolk powerhouses fight fiercely. Originally, the sea was the domain of the Merfolk. In the sea, Abyssal Fiends were massacred by the Merfolk. However, the sea has been completely polluted by the abyssal force of the Abyss, and the seawater has been transformed into a queer existence with abyssal river-like properties. Although the Abyssal Fiends can't get the blessing of abyssal force like in the Abyss, but they aren't weakened by the seawater resistance. They are locked in a stalemate with the Merfolk powerhouses. With a flash of black ripples, Agnipe, one of Poidal's 3 marshals, the commander of the First Legion, strangely appeared behind the one-horned Sea Thunder Dragon Prince and slashed at him with her sword. Save me! The complexion of the one-horned Sea Thunder Dragon Prince changed dramatically, and he roared, and a level 8 secret treasure sea blue turtle shield suddenly flew out. A deep sea blue tortoise, which was a transcendent being that was over 100 meters in length and was formed from countless tortoise-shaped runes, suddenly appeared. Sea blue turtles are one of the extraordinary life forms with the strongest defense in the sea. The tortoise shell on the back of the Bright World Warlock rank Sea Blue turtles can resist the attacks of Infinity Warlocks. The black Fallen Angel sword twisted slightly, and from an unimaginable angle, it slashed down from a weak point of the Deep Sea Blue tortoise shield's defensive boundary. The sword cut through the defensive boundary and slashed at the one-horned Sea Thunder Dragon Prince. A bloody line appeared on the one-horned Sea Thunder Dragon Prince. In the next moment, a copious amount of dark force erupted, eroded the one-horned Sea Thunder Dragon Prince's flesh, blood, and soul, and he died. The one-horned Sea Thunder Dragon Prince was killed. Insta-kill. Who can stop her? Seeing this scene, the hearts of the Dullan Imperial Court's merfolk powerhouses turned cold. As a pinnacle glorious sun warlock, the one-horned Sea Thunder Dragon Prince has many powerful secret treasures to protect himself. For such a powerhouse to be insta-killed by Agnipe, the morale of the other merfolk powerhouses plummeted at once. If the Dullan Imperial Court's Infinity Warlock still doesn't take action, then I'll withdraw. The archaic dragon whale above Yang Feng disappeared, and a blue chain formed from the law of water shot towards an abyssal fiend, wrapped around the abyssal fiend, and strangled it into pieces. His breath fluctuations were suppressed to the Junior Moonlight Warlock rank from the Quasi-Bright World Warlock rank. From the Dullan Imperial Court came the voice of the Dullan Monarch. Since you want that thing, then I'll give you what you want. The nine-leaf sea dragon's sacred heart lotus radiated light, and a bronze gate engraved with countless mysterious runes and engraved with two ferocious evil ogres appeared above the nine-leaf sea dragon's sacred heart lotus. An ancient, ferocious, and fearsome aura slowly spread from the bronze gate. Let's retreat. The Dullan Monarch's voice sounded, and one after another, giant sea beasts exuding fearsome auras swam out of the nine-leaf sea dragon's sacred heart lotus. Atop a 1,000-meter-long sea dragon, the 3 warlock monarchs and 16 infinity warlocks of the Dullan Imperial Court, exuding fearsome auras, stared coldly at Poidal and the other abyssal Grand Dukes. Beside the 19 infinity warlock rank existences, there are 160-plus Bright World Warlock rank merfolk powerhouses. The 160-plus Bright World Warlock rank merfolk powerhouses have pale faces. Clearly, they suffered a backlash just now. The pupils of Poidal and the other 4 abyssal Grand Dukes constricted slightly, and apprehension shimmered in their eyes. Agnipe's figure fluttered, and she appeared beside Poidal and looked at the 3 warlock monarchs with a vigilant expression. If it wasn't for the 3 warlock monarchs and the 16 infinity warlocks of the Dullan Imperial Court being seriously injured, these abyssal Grand Dukes would not dare to covet the Dullan Imperial Court. Chapter 790. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. The thing inside the bronze gate is the target of the abyssal fiends. Behind this bronze gate is the tomb of the 5th Warlock Dynasty's Warlock Emperor Deathlord. If you want to try the methods of the Deathlord, then you might as well give it a try. Countless runes flickered in the Dullan Monarch's eyes and formed a rune double pupil. He pointed at several empty places and sneered, "Let's retreat." Yang Feng glanced at the empty places, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. With the Phantom Ruler scanning ability, Yang Feng has long since detected that there are powerful infinity warlocks hiding in the surroundings. Along with flashes of blue light, the merfolk powerhouses slowly retreated under the leadership of the Dullan Monarch. The 5 abyssal Grand Dukes restrained their subordinates and let the merfolk powerhouses leave. Although the Dullan Monarch and the other 2 warlock monarch rank powerhouses are seriously injured, but the Dullan Imperial Court still possesses terrifying fighting strength. If the 5 abyssal Grand Dukes decide to keep the Dullan Imperial Court's people here, then at most, it will be a situation where both sides suffer heavy losses. Besides, it's still unclear who will lose. The Dullan Monarch just doesn't want to use up the Dullan Imperial Court's underlying strength, which is why he took a step back. After all, although the 3 merfolk Imperial Courts are of the same branch, but they are also secretly fighting each other. Once the Dullan Imperial Court's strength is weakened too much, the other 2 Imperial Courts won't mind annexing the Dullan Imperial Court. When the Dullan Imperial Court's merfolk powerhouses retreated, Poidal took a deep look at the bronze gate and revealed a look of anticipation, excitement, fear, and other complicated emotions. That is the tomb of the 5th Warlock Dynasty's Deathlord. There are definitely countless precious secret treasures and all kinds of mysterious and mystical treasures of heaven and earth hidden inside. At the same time, it also concealed great dangers. This made a powerhouse of Poidal's level feel both anticipation and fear. As the merfolk powerhouses retreated, they looked at the bronze gate with enigmatic rays in their eyes. That is the tomb of the Death Lord, a place with countless treasures. The human 8 warlock emperors suppressed countless planes, plundered countless treasures, and used countless resources to achieve the prestige of being the strongest warlock emperors. After the fall of the human 8 warlock emperors, their tombs have always been a secret, and no one has ever discovered their tombs. Now that the tomb of the human 8 warlock emperors has appeared in front of everyone, greed welled up in their hearts. Incomparably obscure magic lights flashed, and the merfolk nobles of the Dullan imperial court disappeared from the army one after another. The Dullan king saw all this and sneered in his heart, but he didn't stop the nobles from leaving. The Dullan imperial court's 3 warlock monarchs, 16 infinity warlocks, and 100-plus bright world warlock rank powerhouses have been seriously injured, and are no longer able to operate the Empyrean-grade secret treasure sea god royal court. The deterrence of the merfolk aristocrats has been reduced to the lowest point. The departure of the merfolk aristocrats is within his expectations. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he operated the phantom ruler. Strange fluctuations of power enveloped him and Marina, and their auras disappeared completely. At the moment when Yang Feng's and Marina's auras disappeared, Agnipe suddenly wrinkled her eyebrows, and she looked in the direction where Yang Feng and Marina disappeared. Poidal asked very sensitively, "Agnipe, what happened?" Agnipe spoke coldly. "The auras of the 2 merfolk nobles disappeared from my perception." Poidal smiled and said, "To be able to hide from your perception, it seems that the 2 merfolk nobles also have magical protective treasures. After all, the merfolk have controlled the Zhongji Plains seas for countless years, so it's not unusual for them to have such secret treasures." As the first marshal of Poidal's fallen angel corps, Agnipe's strength was far above Poidal's, and her perception was also far above Poidal's. Even if it is an infinity warlock, it will be very difficult to hide from his eyes and ears. However, the 8 warlock dynasties of human warlocks have developed countless mysterious and mystical secret treasures. In the 7th warlock dynasty, the Magic Note dynasty, there are even strange secret treasures that can allow an ordinary level 1 warlock to disguise as an infinity warlock. In such a strange world of warlocks, anything can happen. Naturally, Poidal wouldn't be suspicious just because Yang Feng and Marina disappeared. That would only throw him into confusion. Agnipe nodded slightly. Poidal looked at several empty places and said, "The few hiding over there, can you show yourselves now? If you don't show yourselves, we won't be able to open the gate." Sound waves swept through the abyss-like demonic river and rushed towards those places. Ripples flickered, and a powerhouse covered in a black robe, exuding black aura, and distorting space, making it impossible to see their appearance, suddenly appeared and pointed with a finger, and the sound waves collapsed. Under the impact of the sea currents, one master after another suddenly appeared, their figures and appearances shrouded in layers of artifacts that concealed their appearances and auras, making it impossible to see their true faces. A total of 10 infinity warlock rank powerhouses appeared in this area. How did you know that we would deal with the Dullan Imperial Court today? By the way, you should all have avatars in the Endless Abyss, and the status of your avatars isn't low. Perhaps you have been recruited by that great existence. Coupled with your status in the world of human warlocks, combined with all kinds of information, you guessed this operation. Unfortunately, for the sake of your selfishness, you want to obtain the treasures in the tomb of the Death Lord, which is why you concealed the most important information. Besides, you may have joined forces to block the merfolk's information channels, which is why we were able to easily defeat the Dullan Imperial Court. Very cunning. Poidal guessed the truth of the matter with just a few words and exposed the dark thoughts of the infinity warlocks to the light of day. A queer existence shrouded in black gas with a distorted body said coldly, "Open the gate, let's go in together. Before we go in, let's work together to clean up the bugs around us." Poidal smiled, took out a black mirror with 9 eyes inlaid on it, and pointed it at an empty place. With a flash of black light, the figure of a merfolk aristocrat appeared in the empty place. His face twisted in pain. The merfolk aristocrat was evaporated inch by the black light. Amidst screams, he turned into a magic core. The backed fiend Grand Duke smiled ferociously, blurred into motion, and appeared in an open space. He stabbed a merfolk aristocrat in the heart with his right claw, dug out the glorious Sun Warlock rank merfolk aristocrat's heart, and swallowed it in one gulp. The infinity warlocks shrouded in stealth secret treasures attacked one after another, and powerful spells slammed into the merfolk aristocrats hiding on the side and killed them one by one. Along with flashes of magic light, the merfolk hiding on the side gave up the opportunity to enter the sea god royal court and fled in different directions. The Infinity Warlocks, however, still acted ferociously. Casting all kinds of powerful spells, they killed the fleeing merfolk aristocrats one by one and plundered everything. Each of the merfolk aristocrats is a transcendent rank powerhouse. They themselves are a small mobile treasury, and there are countless treasures in the storage treasures they carry with them. Originally, under the protection of the Dullan Imperial Court, the Infinity Warlocks didn't dare to kill them lightly. But now that they have left the protection of the Dullan Imperial Court, the Infinity Warlocks are naturally unscrupulous and ruthless. An Infinity Warlock hidden in layers of green light said coldly, "Okay, let's begin." "Okay." Poidal smiled faintly and clapped his hands. The fallen Angel Legion grabbed tens of thousands of abyssal demonic creatures, brought them to the ancient bronze gate, and slashed at them with their swords. The abyssal demonic creatures were beheaded, and a large amount of blood sputtered on the ancient bronze gate. The two evil ogres carved on the ancient bronze gate with their eyes closed suddenly moved their mouths and frantically sucked the nearly endless blood. The blood of the abyssal demonic creatures was quickly drained, and they turned into skeletons. The appetite of the two evil ogres seems to be endless. The skeletons piled up in front of the ancient bronze gate, and then were moved away, and then piled up again. After devouring the blood of 1,000,000 abyssal demonic creatures, the two evil ogres carved on the ancient bronze gate opened their eyes, opened their mouths, and inhaled. The remnant souls of the 1,000,000 abyssal demonic creatures poured into the mouths of the two evil ogres like a tide and issued hair-raising screams. After devouring the remnant souls of the 1,000,000 abyssal demonic creatures, the two evil ogres grumbled and rolled down the two ancient bronze gates. An eye on the forehead of one of the evil ghosts suddenly opened, emitting a peerlessly terrifying emperor's might. At the same time, it let out an earth-shattering roar that seemed to tear the sky apart. "How dare you!" Along with the sky-rending roars, the 10 Infinity Warlocks as well as the other 8 Infinity Warlocks trembled, and all their protective spells collapsed. The phantom ruler behind Yang Feng also trembled slightly and collapsed, revealing Yang Feng and Marina. Chapter 791. In addition to Yang Feng and Marina, there are 65 powerhouses wearing different secret treasures in that area. The 65 powerhouses wearing different concealment secret treasures are existences that even the 10 Infinity Warlocks and the 8 Infinity Warlocks haven't discovered. "No! Help me!" Suddenly, two powerhouses wearing different concealment secret treasures twisted, a look of horror and despair on their faces, erupted with Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power, and struggled. The bodies of the two Infinity Warlocks suddenly swelled by a size, and a pale arm extended from them and grabbed an Infinity Core. Following a strange noise, the bodies of the two Infinity Warlocks were torn apart, and two evil ogres crawled out of the abdomen of the two Infinity Warlocks and showed ferocious, weird, and cruel smiles towards the surrounding Infinity Warlocks. "What's this? What's going on? Why aren't there any fluctuations of power? Is this the means of the Death Lord?" Watching this scene, the surrounding Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses felt their blood run cold. In front of the dangerous and mysterious bronze gate, two identical evil ogres stared at the Infinity Warlocks with creepy smiles on their faces, exuding a weird, creepy and dangerous aura. What a terrifying method. Yang Feng pulled Marina back a few steps and looked at the two ferocious evil ogres with apprehension on his face. The attack methods of the two evil ogres are simply bizarre to the extreme. Even Infinity Warlocks can be easily insta-killed. The phantom ruler that was scattered appeared again, and strange phantom fluctuations enveloped Yang Feng and Marina, hiding their auras perfectly again. An Infinity Warlock barked, "Kill them!" Although the attack methods of the two evil ogres are very strange, but their strength doesn't exceed the Infinity Warlock rank. It's a spirit-type attack. Everyone, join forces and kill them. A variety of powerful offensive spells aimed at the two evil ogres barreled towards them like raindrops. The two evil ghosts in front of the bronze gate stood motionless and were easily blasted into ashes by the two spells. The other two evil ogres turned into nothingness and attempted to fly elsewhere. White magic radiance shone on the two evil ogres, and the two evil ogres immediately turned from illusory to solid. A fire dragon formed from flames pounced and immediately engulfed the two evil ogres, burning them frantically. Wisps of black smoke rose from the places where the two evil ogres were burned. A bolt of lightning struck the two evil ogres. The lightning bolt, which possesses the strongest power to purify spirits, struck the two evil ogres, causing them to tremble, char, and eventually shatter into a pile of black dust. The moment the two evil ogres turned into dust, the dust in front of the bronze gate condensed into two evil ogres with eerie smiles on their faces. The evil ghost with one eye on its head smiled malevolently and said, "This is the tomb of the Lord of Death." The other evil spirit said with a mournful face, "Those who enter will only die. However, since you've come to seek death, we'll fulfill your wish." The two evil ogres smiled malevolently and pulled with their hands, and the bronze gate, which seems to hover between an illusory and real entity, slowly opened and revealed a bottomless black hole. From the black cave, the blood-curdling cries of the dead could be heard. After the two incomparably strange evil ogres opened the bronze gate, they slightly rolled and fell on top of the bronze gate, forming two strange statues with closed eyes. Gazing at the bottomless black hole, the Infinity Warlocks stood still. The two evil ogres on the bronze gate slayed two Infinity Warlocks in a single clash. These Infinity Warlocks cherish their lives very much, and are unwilling to take the risk of being the first to enter the black hole. The gold-horned Grand Duke smiled coldly and waved his hand. "A bunch of cowards." A golden-horned Marquis smiled sinisterly and ordered, "All of you go in." Thousands of horned at the great fiend rank and above poured into the black hole. The gold-horned Grand Duke followed the gold-horned Marquis into the black hole. The other four abyssal Grand Dukes left a part of their army to guard the bronze gate and ensure a path of retreat, and then ordered their huge abyssal army to pour into the black hole. One after another, the figures of the Infinity Warlocks fluttered, and they flew into the black hole. When the Abyssal Legion saw the Infinity Warlocks appear, they immediately gave way, not daring to stop them from entering. The Abyssal Legion left behind by the 5 Abyssal Grand Dukes is extremely powerful. It can even kill 2 or 3 Infinity Warlocks. However, there are more than 70 Infinity Warlocks here. If they join forces, they can destroy the Abyssal Legion. However, the 70+ Infinity Warlocks are from different forces of the Zhongji Plain, and they are hiding their identities. As long as the Abyssal Legion doesn't stop them from entering, it is basically impossible for them to join forces. Yang Feng took a deep look at the Abyssal Legion stationed in front of the bronze gate, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. "The security is very tight, there are no flaws." Marina's eyes shimmered with the determination to die, and she said with a solemn expression, "My lord, I can create a commotion outside and cause chaos. Then you can take the opportunity to sneak into the tomb of the Death Lord, my lord." In front of the bronze gate, there are the commanders of Poitl's 7th, 8th, and 9th legions as well as countless fallen angels. In addition, there is also the Horned Legion, backed Abyssal Fiend Legion, Abyssal Dragon Legion, and the densely packed army that even Infinity Warlocks fear. Marina offered to act as bait. Clearly, she is ready to die. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "That's a terrible idea. I have a better idea. That is to kill them all." A 300-meter-long whale swam out of the void. Its body suddenly split open, and a spatial ripple flashed. A circular steel fortress with a diameter of 20 kilometers appeared in the space. A dense crowd of sea hunters poured out like a tide and rushed towards the abyssal fiends. After being modified, the sea hunters have become the size of torpedoes. Runes containing the law of water appear on their bodies, and 36 high-grade magic crystals are installed in their cores. In the sea, they can erupt at a speed comparable to that of Moonlight Warlock rank sea monsters. A great fiend has just launched a charge, when a ripple flashed past, and its head strangely disappeared. A large amount of blood gushed out of its head and entered the sea mixed with abyssal force. Virtually in an instant, the sea was shrouded in demonic blood, and abyssal fiend corpses could be seen everywhere. The great fiend rank abyssal fiends cast single-target offensive spells barreling towards the sea hunters. Shields emerged on the sea hunters and resisted the spells of the great fiends. The abyssal lords also unleashed their innate abilities and attacked the sea hunters, destroying them one by one. However, the abyssal lords only managed to destroy hundreds of sea hunters. Even more sea hunters rushed towards the abyssal lords like a tide, bared their sharp teeth, and tore one sea hunter after another to pieces. Marina watched the fiend legions disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her heart filled with shock. So strong! So this is Lord's Mechanical Legion. This kind of mechanical golem is too powerful. At this moment, The eyes of a bright world warlock rank abyssal demonic dragon flashed fiercely, and it belched black abyssal dragon fire that spread in the sea containing abyssal force. Using the abyssal force in the sea as a catalyst, the black abyssal dragon fire turned into a sea of fire that engulfed 1,000 sea hunters. Under the burning of the abyssal demonic dragon flame, the protective shields of more than 1,000 sea hunters shattered one by one. The simulated biological alloy armor also strangely burned and completely melted, turning into balls of strange scrap iron that contained the power of the abyss. A backed rank abyssal fiend blurred into motion and split into 10 afterimages. Wherever the afterimages passed, sea hunters were torn apart and turned into countless pieces. A gold-horned marquis recited an incantation, and his right hand radiated gold light that shone on the sea hunters. The sea hunters were eroded, turned into stones, and sank to the bottom of the sea. The figures of Poidal's 7th, 8th, and 9th fallen angel corps commanders fluttered, blurred into countless afterimages, and slashed at the sea hunters with their swords. One after another, the sea hunters were chopped into pieces, burned by the fallen angel flames, and turned into ashes. Led by the bright world warlock rank abyssal powerhouses, the transcendent rank abyssal powerhouses attacked the area where the sea hunters were located with irresistible force, forcibly restraining the offensive of the countless sea hunters. In the deep sea, which is a mixture of abyssal force and seawater, the terrain is very strange. Among Yang Feng's battle robots, only the sea hunters adapt to this environment the most. Chapter 792. Too slow. If this goes on, the Abyssal Legion will be completely destroyed and the treasures inside will be plundered. Let's go. Countless runes flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the huge Level 4 optical computer network calculated the result of the battle. Formidable dark force erupted in an instant, and Alexia wearing the fallen angel armor flew out of the mechanical fortress, merged with the abyssal force in the sea, and appeared beside a gold-horned marquis in an instant and slashed out with her sword. Enveloped by fallen angel fire, which seems to contain the darkness of the world, slashed through the magic shield of the gold-horned marquis in an instant and cut him in two. Countless wisps of fallen angel fire burned the soul of the gold-horned marquis to nothing. Alexia! You traitor! Damn it, Alexia! How dare you betray our lord? The eyes of Poidal's 7th, 8th, and 9th fallen angel legion commanders shimmered with anger, and they flapped their fallen angel wings and flew towards Alexia. Anlogni, Anrahani, and Bello Rice, you are no longer my match. Alexia turned around and revealed a bewitching smile towards the 3 fallen angel corps commanders under Poidal's command. She took a step forward, and her body split into 3, which appeared in front of the 3 fallen angel corps commanders respectively, and fiercely slashed down with her sword. Boom! The 3 leaders of the fallen angel corps were all blazing angels with astonishing combat power. The 3 of them blocked Alexia's terrifying sword strike and spat out a mouthful of blood as they flew towards the bottom of the sea like ragged cotton. How is this possible? How could her strength have risen to such a terrifying level? Although Alexia has amazing potential, but she is too young. Her strength should be far below ours. How could this be? This is Grand Duke rank power. How could she have broken that boundary? The complexions of the 3 fallen angel legion commanders changed dramatically, and their beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. Alexia was the commander of the 10th Legion of the Fallen Angel Corps under Poidal. At that time, her strength was at the bottom of the 10 Legion commanders. But now, she actually defeated 3 powerhouses, Anlogni, Anrahani, and Bello Lice, with a single sword strike. This kind of strength was simply heaven-defying. It's very simple. Her master is me, which is why she has such great power. A faint voice sounded behind Anlogni, the commander of the 7th Legion under Poidal's command. Almost at the same time, the strong divine force grade god armament dagger of the night stabbed Anlogni in the abdomen, and countless curses erupted in a flash and engulfed Anlogni. Yang Feng's ruler of the night avatar mysteriously appeared behind Anlogni and pointed with a finger, and a night seal rune suddenly appeared and entered Anlogni's body, completely suppressing the power inside her, and then sealed her in a crystal coffin. Anlogni, Anrahani, and Bello Rice, the 3 commanders of Poidal's Fallen Angel Legion, are extremely sexy and beautiful. In terms of appearance and temperament, they are only slightly inferior to Alexia. Besides, each of them has their own unique style. Yang Feng is very fond of them. Most gods and fiends have blazing angels. That's because the average fighting strength of male blazing angels is slightly higher than that of female blazing angels. In a large-scale battle, a slight difference in fighting strength may make a world of difference in the outcome of the battle. Each of Poitl's 10 Fallen Angel Legion commanders is a beautiful and sexy female blazing angel. Yang Feng is very fond of them, which is why he suppressed and sealed them instead of killing them. And Logni. The countenance of the two Pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank Fallen Angel commanders Anrahani and Bella Rice changed dramatically, and an unknown premonition welled up in their eyes. I am the sword of my lord Seabass. All heretics shall be destroyed. Dressed in the Fallen Angel armor, the Fallen Angel Seabass turned into a black stream of light, blurred into motion, appeared on the head of the Abyssal Demonic Dragon Marquis, and stabbed the Abyssal Demonic Dragon Marquis in the head with his sword. A pure, powerful and terrifying sword aura condensed from dark force suddenly erupted and split the Abyssal Demonic Dragon's head in two. After all, the Fallen Angel Seabass hasn't been a fallen angel for long. In terms of strength alone, he is still above Alexia. However, in terms of mastery of dark force, he is far inferior to Alexia. He cannot freely manipulate fallen angel fire. After the Abyssal Demonic Dragon Marquis's head was cut in two, but he still didn't die. A dragon-shaped soul projection shook slightly, turned into a black ray, and disappeared. He abandoned his dragon crystal and body, and only his soul escaped. With only his soul remaining, the Abyssal Demonic Dragon Marquis can possess another weak life form's soul and be reborn. However, without his dragon crystal and powerful body, it will be extremely difficult for him to restore the power of the Abyssal Demonic Dragon Marquis. Black Fenghuang fire, which looks like it can burn an entire sea, suddenly rose from the fortress, burned mountains, boiled the sea, and distorted space. In an instant, the Black Fenghuang fire ran through the Backed Fiend Marquis and burned the Backed Fiend Marquis to ashes. After insta-killing the Backed Fiend Marquis, Yu Yen, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, beckoned with her hand, and the monarch-grade secret treasure Black Fenghuang spear flew back into her hand. Standing beside Yu Yen is a stunning beauty. It is her younger sister Yu Tianling. The two beautiful women are burning with flames, looking like a pair of beautiful lotus flowers blooming in flames. The Yu Yen sisters shook slightly, then they turned into two phoenixes of different colors burning with raging flames, one big and one small. They pounced toward the two Fallen Angel Legion commanders, Anrahani and Bella Rice. In the wake of the two phoenixes, the Abyssal Fiends were burned to ashes. When the spells cast by the Abyssal Fiends blasted into the flames protecting them, they collapsed, unable to harm them in the slightest. This shows the terror of Infinity Warlocks. Anrahani's pretty face flickered, and she erupted with dark force and gritted her teeth, saying, "Byrelis, go in and inform Lord. Someone is ambushing us outside." Anrahani is naturally aware that under such circumstances, the best course of action is to retreat from here. However, once she and Byrelis retreat from here, they will violate Poitl's order to guard the entrance of the cave and ensure a path of retreat. Even if she dies here, she must ensure that Poitl's order is carried out. Got it, Anrahani. Bella Rice gritted her teeth. Her figure flickered, and with a flash of black light, she flew towards the cave leading to the tomb of the Lord of Death. Byrelis, kneel. Suddenly, Poitl slowly walked out of the Death Lord's cave, exuding the breath of an Abyssal Grand Duke, and ordered coldly, "Yes, my lord." When Byrelis heard Poitl's order, she instinctively knelt on one knee in front of Poitl. This is the soul brand engraved on the souls of Byrelis and the other fallen angels by the Pool of Fallen Angels. It is also a habit that they have developed from obeying Poitl for countless years. Poitl strode forward, pointed with a finger on Byrelis' forehead, and a seal suddenly appeared, extended along Byrelis' body, and sealed her power. With a flash of green light, Byrelis was taken into a crystal coffin. Anrahani, kneel. The phantom ruler behind Poitl shone slightly, and traces of strange fluctuations came from all directions. He looked up at Anrahani, who was burning her power, and shouted sternly, "Yes, my lord." There was a flash of struggle on Anrahani's face, but she knelt on the ground involuntarily. Poitl walked in front of Anrahani and pointed with a finger on her forehead, and a seal suddenly appeared and sealed Anrahani. Marina looked at Yongfeng's back, dumbfounded, and her eyes flickered with endless shock. So strong! What spell is this? How can it be so powerful? In Marina's eyes, Yang Feng just walked over and, like a supreme monarch, shouted, and Byrelis and Anrahani, two blazing angels with junior infinity warlock rank battle prowess, surrendered and let him seal them. After losing the suppression of their strongest powerhouses, the huge Abyssal Legion suffered heavy casualties under the siege of Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. Except for the fallen Angel Legion, which is still fighting, the other Abyssal Legions collapsed and fled when they saw that the situation was anything but reassuring. This is how Abyssal Legions are. If they have a powerhouse keeping watch, they will fight to the death. If they don't have a strong enough powerhouse keeping watch, then they will collapse and flee if the battle is slightly disadvantageous. Yang Feng allowed his Mechanical Legion to encircle and suppress the Abyssal Fiends, while he came to the huge bottomless cave and sank into his thoughts. As soon as the tomb of the Death Lord appeared, the two undying evil ogres killed two infinity warlocks. The dangers inside could be well imagined. For Yang Feng, who had always been cautious and liked to crush his enemies along the way, going inside was definitely a huge risk. Chapter 793. Relying on the resources I have obtained so far, plus the resources on the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root's 9 branch continents, I am expected to advance to the Infinity Warlock realm within 50 years. After advancing to the Infinity Warlock rank, my current resources are enough for me to advance to the Pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank within 300 years. However, that's the limit. If I want to advance to a Warlock Monarch, Holy Spirit Warlock, or even Warlock Emperor, my current resources are far from enough. The Great Tribulation is coming. During the Great Tribulation, even Warlock Emperors will personally take action. If I'm afraid of the risk and don't want to enter here to take the risk and seize the resources, even if I have the crystallization of the Shizu civilization, I won't be able to survive. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng decided to enter the tomb of the Death Lord to look for resources. Yang Feng's soul has already broken through the Godman boundary and advanced to inferior level 9. The Infinity Warlock barrier, which is like a natural moat to ordinary warlocks, doesn't exist for him. Originally, it was extremely difficult for warlock geniuses who formed a virtual world to break through the Infinity Warlock barrier and become Infinity Warlocks. Even peerless geniuses of the Battle Demon sect like Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian are trapped at the Infinity Warlock wall, unable to break through. However, since Yang Feng consumed the Feisua Plains Apple of Wisdom, his comprehension of various spells and laws is comparable to that of an Infinity Warlock. His soul aptitude had also broken through the limits of a true god, advancing to lower grade 9. For Yang Feng, the Infinity Warlock wall is nothing. What Yang Feng lacks now is the precious resources needed for Warlock Monarchs and Holy Spirit Warlocks to practice cultivation. With Yang Feng's tremendous power, he can barely get some Warlock Monarch rank cultivation resources from time to time. As for the various resources needed for Holy Spirit Warlocks to practice cultivation, there are very few of them. Apart from the Infinity Warlock forces destroyed by Yang Feng, there are very few of them. Infinity Warlock cultivation resources can still appear in some top auctions. But once Warlock Monarch and Holy Spirit Warlock cultivation resources appear, it will cause a storm of carnage. Countless people will compete over them, and eventually they will fall into the hands of the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties. Although the tomb of the Death Lord is full of dangers, but it has never been visited by human warlocks. The probability of there being treasures inside is very high. After all, although the tomb of a powerful Warlock Emperor was called a tomb, but it might be a treasure trove they prepared for their future rebirth. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Many powerful warlocks like to establish secret caves and treasure troves as a contingency. If his body was destroyed and his soul escaped, he could use the hidden caves and treasures to quickly recover his strength. In the Zhongji Plain, there have been many warlocks whose fleshly bodies were destroyed and their souls were severely injured. After escaping by a fluke, they used the treasures they left behind to make a comeback and kill their enemies. Yang Feng has also established his own secret treasury in some secret places in the Zhongji Plain. If his true body is seriously injured and his embodiment is killed, then as long as a wisp of his soul can escape, he can quickly make a comeback and recover. Yang Feng said lightly, "Yan Pengfei, your subordinate is here." The air distorted, and Heart of Fury's great elder, the junior Infinity Warlock Yan Pengfei, appeared in front of Yang Feng and spoke respectfully. Yang Feng threw a circular mechanical ball to Yan Pengfei. "I'll leave this army to you. Go and scout ahead. After entering, if there's no danger, inform me. Your purpose is only to investigate. If you encounter an enemy or danger that you can't match, you can make your own judgment and decide whether to retreat or not. No matter what happens, you have 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you must contact me. The circular mechanical ball is the control center of 100,000 fourth-generation battle robots. By mastering the circular mechanical ball, Yan Pengfei can gain control of 100,000 fourth-generation battle robots. Yes, my lord. A look of helplessness in his eyes, Yan Pengfei replied respectfully. Having just defected to Yang Feng, he is well aware that if he wants to gain Yang Feng's trust and be put in an important position, he can only show his value. If he complains, only death will await him. Amidst the roar of engines, 100,000 fourth-generation battle robots turned into a torrent of steel and flew directly into the bottomless cave. Yan Pengfei also entered the cave without a sound. Yang Feng's eyes flickered for a while, and then he ordered in a deep voice, "Turn on the reconnaissance system. Turn on the reconnaissance system." Error. The target's location is shrouded by a mysterious extraordinary force. The extraordinary force interferes with communications. Connection cannot be established. The reconnaissance system cannot be activated. A series of information flickered in Yang Feng's eyes. As soon as the 100,000 fourth-generation battle robots entered the tomb of the Death Lord, they lost contact with the Level 4 optical computer network. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and regret shimmered in his eyes. Sure enough. After all, this is the tomb of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, so the interference is naturally very strong. It's impossible to wait for the battle robots to offer up all the spoils of war. If he had a choice, Yang Feng would rather stay outside the tomb of the Death Lord and wait for his subordinates to offer up all the wealth of the Death Lord. 5 minutes passed quickly, but there is still no movement in the tomb of the Death Lord. There's no movement. In other words, he has been hit. To be able to hit an Infinity Warlock silently, the tomb of the Death Lord is really terrifying. However, he hasn't died yet. Unfortunately, there's no time for me to hesitate now. Yang Feng took a deep look at the tomb of the Death Lord and swept it with a powerful soul fluctuation. Alexia, Yu Yan, and Seabass immediately flew to his side. Alexia, Yu Yan, and Seabass are the 3 strongest experts under Yang Feng's command. Only Yang Feng's strong divine force rank god avatar and kindred Grand Duke avatar are stronger than them. The ruler of the night avatar blurred and entered Yang Feng's shadow. Let's go in. Yang Feng waved his hand and willed, and a swarm of 4th-generation battle robots poured into the tomb of the Death Lord like a tide. After the 200,000 4th-generation battle robots entered the tomb of the Death Lord, Yang Feng also stepped into the tomb. As soon as he entered the tomb of the Death Lord, Yang Feng felt as if he passed through a strange membrane and entered a strange and dangerous world. The originally pitch-black, deep, and bottomless cave suddenly became clear. There were all kinds of stone carvings hanging on the walls of the cave. The stone carvings depicted the Death Lord's lifetime achievements. There are one terrifying powerhouse after another depicted in the stone murals, but they were all defeated and slain by the Death Lord. Each of these stone carvings was a kind of artifact, containing an extremely powerful offensive secret technique. The secret methods of the powerhouses slain by the Death Lord are recorded. Yang Feng glanced at the offensive secret methods, and the smart chip in his brain recorded them one by one. Modern warlocks have developed many offensive secret methods that are far more powerful than those of ancient warlocks. However, many of the secret methods of ancient warlocks have special research value. The powerhouses who could fight against the Death Lord were peerless villains who shook the world and dominated a region. The secret methods they mastered are very powerful, many of which are even more powerful than the secret methods of modern warlocks. Yang Feng looked at the countless strange secret methods with a smile in his eyes. Just these secret method inheritances alone make this trip worthwhile. Although most of these secret methods require beings with special bloodlines and special constitutions to cultivate. However, as long as I can analyze the principles of these secret methods, it will be very beneficial to my advancement. The murals carved with the achievements of the Death Lord are 20 kilometers long, winding, and filled with strange and powerful fluctuations. If a being below the Starry Sky Warlock rank takes a look at these murals, their head will explode, and they will turn into a corpse. When Starry Sky Warlocks look at these murals, most of them will go crazy and become lunatics. Only Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses and above can look at these murals without suffering a backlash. Along the way, the blood of great fiends and abyssal fiend barons can be seen everywhere. As for the corpses of great fiends and abyssal fiend barons, they have clearly been taken away, leaving only the abyssal blood mixed with the soil. The corpses of great fiends and abyssal fiend barons are materials that many human warlocks are willing to pay a high price for. Therefore, their corpses will be taken away by their owners. Very few will be abandoned in the wild. Found it! As soon as they walked out of the mural path, a huge square appeared in front of everyone. The enormous square was covered in a dense expanse of bronze coffins. Every single bronze coffin was inscribed with extremely profound seals, and they emanated an ancient, mysterious, and terrifying aura. In the center of the square, 100-meter-long creature was nailed to the golden spear. It looked like a dragon or a snake, and it seemed to exist between illusion and reality. It only had one eye, and that eye extended out of its eye socket in a strange manner. There were no blind spots at all, and it was a terrifying existence that was peeping in all directions. Infinity Warlock rank existences have fallen to the ground. Except for the life force field surrounding them, there are no other fluctuations of life. Astral Dream Snake. When Xiaofan saw the extremely strange snake nailed to the goldstone spear, he immediately inhaled a mouthful of cold air and his eyes flashed with a touch of apprehension. The astral dream snake's eyes turned slightly, and it looked at Xiaofan, and a queer force shot out of its eyes. Chapter 794. Xiaofan suddenly felt a burst of dizziness, sinking into a kind of drowsiness, unable to distinguish between north and south, a strange state of being half asleep and half awake. The advanced Bright World Warlock rank soul force operated, and the feeling of dizziness slowly dissipated. Xiaofan felt as if his whole body was as light as a feather as he strolled among the clouds and looked around. The surroundings are blurry, as if shrouded in a thick fog. Xiaofan is in an ordinary room. In the room, there is a sofa and a mural on the wall. Half of the room, which seems to have been eroded by time for tens of thousands of years, is full of traces of decay, looking like it will collapse with a breath of air. The other half, however, is bright and shiny, looking like a newly built half of a new house. It's a very strange scene. It shouldn't be the legendary dream world, right? Xiaofan looked around, frowned, and scanned his body with soul force, only to find that the 9 small worlds inside him have disappeared, and the tremendous advanced Bright World Warlock rank life force has disappeared without a trace. Only the tremendous advanced Bright World Warlock rank soul force remains. Xiaofang's body struggled slightly. He looked towards his left hand and saw a long rope connected to a square object. He turned his gaze towards his right hand, and only saw a sphere. There was a flash of apprehension in Xiaofang's eyes. It's really the dream world. I'm in danger. The endless abyss is a collection of the negative force of the universe's countless planes. The netherworld is the destination of the universe's dead, and the dream world is a strange world hovering between reality and illusion formed from the various dreams of the universe's countless intelligent life forms. The laws in the dream world are completely different from those of other real planes. This plane is full of strange dream force, which is the most troublesome world for human warlocks to deal with. Other planes have plane origin will. As long as the plane origin will is analyzed and the corresponding secret treasures are made, human warlocks can exert their strength in that plane. The dreamscape world was a world that was constantly changing and strange. Decades may pass in the dream world, but only a moment has passed in the outside world. It was also possible that 2 or 3 days had passed in the dream world, but 7 or 8 days had passed in the outside world. In the dream world, a small freak on the side of the road may grow into an Infinity Warlock rank dream powerhouse after a few days. Similarly, an Infinity Warlock rank dream realm powerhouse may exhaust their lifespan and turn into a corpse within a day. Only existences above the Holy Spirit Warlock rank won't be affected by the dream world and won't be pulled into it easily. The essence of the dream world is far inferior to that of the real world. At most, it can give birth to Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, but not Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. However, for existences below the Holy Spirit Warlock rank, the dream world is a very strange and dangerous world. Even if a Warlock Monarch rank existence is pulled into the dream world, if they are unprepared, they may be killed by a small monster in the dream world. After human warlocks entered the dream world, most Starry Sky Warlock rank existences were muddle-headed and unable to stay awake. They didn't even know that they were in the dream world and couldn't control their bodies. Those who were lucky enough to wake up felt like they had a nightmare. There were even more people who became food for the monsters in the dream world. After human warlocks above the Moonlight Warlock rank are sucked into the dream world, if they know about the existence of the dream world, they can still regain their consciousness. However, without a special dream secret treasure, human warlocks can only rely on their soul force, which is far superior to that of ordinary life forms. They can't bring their terrifying power into the dream world. Yang Feng wanted to stand up, but then his body swayed, and he rolled on the ground like a bowling ball and slammed into the other side of the decaying house. Boom! Following a blare, the decaying other half of the house was smashed by Yang Feng, and it collapsed and fell apart. Countless pieces of the house fell from above. Yang Feng's face flickered. An advanced Bright World Warlock rank soul force turned into soul whips that lashed at the pieces of the decaying house and sent them flying. Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses can already use their tremendous soul force to interfere with real matter. However, the consumption and efficiency of using soul force to interfere with real matter is too high, which is why very few warlocks use this method of fighting. In the dream world, Yang Feng can only rely on the soul force he obtained through bitter cultivation. Countless pieces of the collapsed house were sent flying by Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng's advanced Bright World Warlock rank soul force was consumed by more than half, reducing it to the advanced Glorious Sun Warlock rank. In this dreamscape, before one could analyze the changes in dreamscape and grasp the laws of dream force, any use of soul force would consume an astonishing amount of soul force. In the Zhongji plane, if Yang Feng's advanced Bright World Warlock rank soul force erupts with all his strength, he can shatter a 100-meter tall mountain. If it was a grade 9 plane, then the soul force of an advanced Bright World Warlock rank soul force can kill all the humans on the plane. But in the dream world, Yang Feng's advanced Bright World Warlock rank soul force can only send the pieces of the house flying. This is the strangeness of the dream world. The loud noise from the collapse of the house attracted 3 predators in the dream world. A 10-meter-long dream predator with a chrysanthemum petal on its mouth and compound eyes on its butt flew down from the sky without warning, opened its huge mouth, and mercilessly bit at Yang Feng. A strange being with blades growing all over its body had a humanoid shape, but it looked like a human growing obliquely, without a head, and with a bloody maw on its chest, slashed at Yang Feng with its blade. A 3-meter-tall furry teddy bear with eyes of various extraordinary life forms on every part of its body, giving people a creepy feeling, extended its hand towards Yang Feng, and its furry hand turned into a bloody maw that bit at Yang Feng. If the 3 dream predators were on the Zhongji plane, Yang Feng could easily crush them with one hand. But in the dream world, Yang Feng felt the threat of death. Damn it! A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and gathered his soul force, ready to fight to the death. At this moment, queer fluctuations came from behind Yang Feng, and the phantom ruler, which exists between the real and the illusory, suddenly appeared. 3 eyes opened inside the phantom ruler, and 3 chains shot out from the phantom ruler and stabbed into the 3 dream predators. The 3 dream predators twisted and struggled frantically, and then turned into pure dream force that was absorbed by the phantom ruler. After the phantom ruler absorbed the 3 dream predators, countless runes appeared on its body, and it began to analyze the laws of the dream world. Yang Feng watched the phantom ruler devour the 3 dream predators with a look of pleasant surprise in his eyes. Amazing! So this is the phantom ruler, one of the strongest and ultimate weapons of the Shizu. It's really powerful. The dream world is extremely queer. If it is a Holy Spirit warlock who hasn't mastered the law of dream, they can only prevent themselves from entering the dream world at most. Once Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses enter the dream world, they will be greatly weakened by the laws of the dream world. To be able to devour dream predators and evolve on its own, the phantom ruler's ability is simply heaven-defying. The dream world is extremely queer. Only some dream warlocks with dream life form bloodline can survive and fight in this queer dream world. They can't devour the dream predators either. After a quarter of an hour, the phantom ruler extended transparent tentacles that entered Yang Feng's body and engraved a strange brand on Yang Feng's forehead. Yang Feng's tremendous soul force entered the rune and quickly began to analyze the queer laws of the dream world. Yang Feng's originally queer body suddenly twisted and restored his original appearance. After Yang Feng's body returned to its original form, he looked around. Although the surroundings were still full of grotesque and strange things, but they were no longer in a strange and distorted state. Yang Feng looked around, and his eyes shimmered with a scorching shade. The dream world was originally an illusory world formed from the dream force of countless intelligent life forms. However, after so many years of development and devouring countless human warlocks and other powerful beings, it has become a very strange world full of countless treasures. Only a few dream warlocks can enter this world. Although it is dangerous, but it is also a place full of treasures. Reportedly, when the dream world was just born, it was very weak. But after devouring a large number of human warlocks and other powerful beings, it has become extremely fearsome. According to legend, it has even given birth to Holy Spirit warlock rank dream holy spirits. Because it is difficult for human warlocks to enter, many precious treasures were born. Chapter 795. Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and he asked, "Phantom Ruler, can you take me to and from the dream world freely?" The Phantom Ruler quickly sent back a message. "No, the 3 dream hunters I just devoured are just the lowest level hunters in the dream world. They can only exist in the dream world. They can't leave this world, nor do they know how to travel to and from the dream world. Only the astral dream snake, who has formed a corporeal body, can master the ability to freely travel between the dream world and the real world." Yang Feng asked curiously, "How many low-level dream hunters do you need to devour before you can have the ability to freely travel between the 2 worlds?" The Phantom Ruler answered, "Between 100 million and 1 trillion. The dream force of those low-level dream hunters is too low, and the dream law they contain is very low level. Devouring them will result in many repetitive and useless laws, so the specific number cannot be determined." Dream force? Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and powerful dream force entered his hand from the Phantom Ruler and formed a sword. In close combat, Yang Feng is slightly inferior to the sea goddess of war Basana with the divine authority. But compared to other warlocks, he is already incredibly powerful. Basana obtained the martial god divine authority in another plane. Strengthened by the martial god divine authority, she is able to display all kinds of incredible combat skills, surpassing Yang Feng in terms of combat skills. With the sword formed from dream force in hand, Yang Feng strode outside. Outside, there is a vast plain with no end in sight. However, there is a teddy bear, a long giant snake, and a 100-meter-tall cloud giant floating above the plain. There are huge caves floating in the void, as if they are connected to unknown passages. Suddenly, from a pitch-black cave, countless thumb-sized, eyeless dream-toothed devil insects with a pair of strong wings and a bloody mouth on their heads flew out. The tens of thousands of dream-tooth insects turned into a fearsome insect cloud and rushed towards Yang Feng. Phantom Ruler. As soon as Yang Feng saw the tens of thousands of dream-tooth insects, he realized that he doesn't have the power to resist their devouring. He decisively summoned his strongest trump card at present. The strangely transparent Phantom Ruler, which seems to not exist, suddenly appeared, opened its eyes, and shot rays of light at the insect swarm. As if sprayed with insecticide, the tens of thousands of dream-tooth insects trembled, rushed towards the Phantom Ruler like moths to a flame, and were absorbed by the Phantom Ruler. After the 10,000 dream-tooth insects were devoured by the Phantom Ruler, strange, powerless, and angry fluctuations came from a dark passage. "Who is it? Who dares to kill my child?" A huge tentacle protruded from the dark passage. On the huge tentacle, there are faces of humans, elves, devils, fiends, and other intelligent life forms. The faces are distorted, and they are screaming in pain. The top of the huge tentacle squirmed, and then an eye engraved with countless runes grew out and locked on Yang Feng with queer light. The huge eyes of the huge tentacle stared at Yang Feng and emitted strange fluctuations. "I am the great ruler of the dream world Eros. Human warlock, state your name." Yang Feng's eyes flickered and he uttered unhurriedly, "My name is Xing. Eros, let my people go. Let me and my people leave this place." "Okay, I can let you all go. However, you have to play a few games with me. After you clear these games, I will let you all go." Eros revealed an extremely amiable expression, and the faces on his body exploded one by one. Suddenly, 20 profound and bizarre mathematical problems appeared in the air. The 20 weird mathematical problems are full of traps and tricks. Even if it is an infinity warlock who looks like a human-shaped optical computer, it will be difficult to solve them within 2 hours. Yang Feng suddenly smiled at Eros and said, "Actually, I have a better choice." Eros asked curiously, "What choice?" Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "To kill you." The phantom ruler suddenly appeared beside Eros and opened its 9 eyes, and 9 chains formed from countless runes ejected from the 9 eyes and stabbed towards Eros. In an instant, the chains formed from countless runes stabbed into Eros and frantically devoured his dream force and the law of the dream. "What is this? No, don't." Eros's face suddenly fell, and he screamed and quickly shrank towards the huge passage. A transparent chain shot out from the phantom ruler, stabbed into Yang Feng, and pulled him into the huge dark passage together with Eros. After passing through the dark and distorted dream wormhole, Yang Feng appeared in a huge square covering an area of thousands of square kilometers. In the center of the huge square, there was a 10,000-meter-tall creature with hundreds of giant tentacles growing out of its body. It had human faces all over its body, and its body was 70% similar to that of a Western dragon. It had no head though. Hundreds of huge dream wormholes appeared around the weird dream life form. Evidently, it attacks different powerhouses through the hundreds of dream wormholes. Wisps of dream force diffused from the weird dream life form, which even Yang Feng can't name, and spread in all directions. The rune chains on the phantom ruler's body kept stabbing out, moving along the tentacle and rapidly extending towards Eros' main body. Every time the phantom ruler's rune chain stabbed out, Eros's true body issued a painful roar, and a tentacle was drained of all dream force and turned into ashes. From the hundreds of black holes, Eros's tentacles contracted frantically, and a 3-meter-long golden vertical eye engraved with countless mysterious runes grew out from the center of its body. The golden vertical eye flashed, and a gray ray of nightmare light shot towards the phantom ruler, full of distortions and distortions. It was a ray of nightmare light that could ensnare people in the dream world forever. Unable to avoid, the phantom ruler was hit by the gray ray of nightmare light, and then twisted and trembled as if it was about to collapse. His figure fluttered, and he landed on Yang Feng and formed a transparent mecha. The phantom ruler, the ultimate weapon of the Shizu, can fight alone. But at critical times, it can also be turned into a close-fitting mecha to protect or assist its master in battle. The gray ray of nightmare light spread to Yang Feng along the phantom ruler. In an instant, the soul force barrier formed around him shattered, and he fell into a daze. Only a trace of his spirituality was not deceived. If it wasn't for the phantom ruler's power, Yang Feng would have sunk into oblivion by now. He wouldn't even be able to believe in his own existence. Human warlock, once hit by my nightmare light, even a warlock monarch soul will be deceived, and they will lose all resistance and become my food. I have already devoured more than 5 warlock monarchs, and you are no exception. Furthermore, through the nightmare light, I will trace the source of your bloodline, pull all those who are related to you by blood into this world, and eliminate all traces of your existence in this world. A distorted and ferocious threatening voice came from Eros' side. With a strange rhythm, the voice penetrated the phantom ruler's defense and stabbed into Yang Feng's soul, making Yang Feng's soul release bursts of fear and tremble. In the world of warlocks, there are many weird and terrifying extraordinary life forms. Some transcendent rank extraordinary life forms can wipe out a bloodline warlock family with a glance. Eros is such a terrifying existence that can easily wipe out a warlock family. Eroded by the nightmare light, the phantom ruler shriveled and collapsed, and Yang Feng's body collapsed into a fist-sized existence. Eros didn't notice that the phantom ruler seems to have collapsed, but in fact, it shone brightly, absorbing and analyzing the power of the nightmare light. At the moment when the phantom ruler was about to collapse, the huge amount of nightmare light was instantly devoured by the phantom ruler. Yang Feng, who fell into a daze and only has a trace of spirituality left, regained his consciousness in an instant, and his eyes shone brightly, full of confidence. Eros, thank you for your help. You let me experience the power of the dream world. Now you can go to hell. Yang Feng smiled coldly, took a step, and appeared in front of Eros in an instant. He spread the fingers of a hand, and rune chains formed from the phantom ruler shot out and stabbed into Eros' huge body in an instant. A tremendous amount of dream force was extracted and poured into the phantom ruler, making the phantom ruler even more strange and fearsome. A look of horror and despair on his face, Eros screamed, "No! No! Don't kill me! I don't want to die! Spare my life! Spare my life! I'm willing to serve you! Spare my life!" Yang Feng said with a cold smile, Unfortunately, I think it's more appropriate to devour you and let my phantom ruler evolve. Chapter 796. Arrow's face changed dramatically and he screamed, "Don't kill me! I know the secret of the Death Lord. Spare my life. I can tell you the secret of the Death Lord." At this time, the Phantom Ruler is still devouring Arrow's dream force and the law of the dream world. No matter how Arrow struggles, his body is still shrinking. In terms of manipulation of dream force alone, Arrows is who knows how many times stronger than the Phantom Ruler. However, the Phantom Ruler is a natural restraint on dream life forms. No matter how Arrows struggles, he can't break free from the Phantom Ruler. The secret of the Death Lord? In that case, I'll spare your life. Yang Feng manipulated the Phantom Ruler to suck Arrows into a palm-sized ball, and then strange dream runes appeared on the Phantom Ruler and entered it. A message came from the Phantom Ruler: "You have gained the ability to freely enter and exit the dream world. You can bring your true body into this world." When the dream world was just born, it was just a phenomenon of nothingness, and corporeal bodies couldn't enter it. However, after countless years of development, the dream world has devoured the souls and bodies of a large number of powerhouses that went to the dream world, and now it has grown into a very strange and powerful world. Only powerhouses proficient in the law of dream can enter the dream world with their fleshly body. Once a powerhouse enters the dream world with their fleshly body, they can exert all kinds of formidable powers that they cultivated in other planes. Similarly, once a powerhouse dies in the dream world, they will turn into nutrients for the dream world. The dream world, the endless abyss, the netherworld, and the astral boundary are all worlds that connect many planes. The dream world is very strange and bizarre. It connects to countless planes. Some dream warlocks who are proficient in the law of dream can freely travel to different planes through the dream world. The harvest this time is not small. Just the ability to freely enter and exit the dream world is already a great gain. The dream world is a huge treasure trove. Unfortunately, now is not the time to explore the dream world. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes, and he asked Eros, who had formed a sphere in his hand, "Where are my subordinates?" Eros asked cautiously, "May I ask who your subordinates are?" At this moment, a rainbow ray flew out from a black passage, tore through the space of the dream world, and disappeared into the void. Yang Feng's face changed greatly, his eyes flashed with graveness, and he ordered, "Someone's soul has returned to the body, we can't wait anymore. Phantom Ruler, send the souls of everyone in this area back to the Zhongji Plain." If the soul of an Infinity Warlock returns to their fleshly body, it can be imagined what they will do when they see the powerless fleshly bodies of Infinity Warlocks. Every Infinity Warlock is a huge treasury in itself. Furthermore, Infinity Warlocks also have spatial storage treasures. The benefits of capturing an Infinity Warlock alive are simply immeasurable. Anyone will be tempted. The Phantom Ruler opened its eyes, and green rays shot out from all directions, entered the black wormholes, and liberated the people trapped in the dream world. Yang Feng's vision blurred, and he felt waves of dizziness assail him. Formidable life force gushed out of his body, and by relying on advanced Bright World Warlock rank soul force, he quickly took control of his body and sobered up. Along with flashes of magic light, defensive spells shone in the tomb of the Death Lord, and Infinity Warlock rank force fields erupted from the tomb at once. As soon as the Infinity Warlocks returned from the dream world, they immediately cast defensive spells, for fear that they will be killed by a sneak attack while they are weak. Yang Feng glanced at the square and saw 16 corpses exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power lying on the ice-cold square, and he couldn't help but shudder inside. 16 Infinity Warlocks were killed. This is the power of the Astral Dream Snake. How ruthless! This time, if it wasn't for Yang Feng's Phantom Ruler subduing the weird dream life form Eros, then all the Infinity Warlocks who entered the dream world would have died. In the square, the eyes of an Infinity Warlock suddenly lit up, and he pointed with a finger, and a huge magic hand extended towards the corpse of another Infinity Warlock. Every corpse of an Infinity Warlock is a priceless treasure trove. Even for Infinity Warlocks, it is a huge fortune. This corpse is mine. A dragon chi surged and turned into a huge dragon claw. With a casual squeeze, the huge magic hand was crushed. The other Infinity Warlock walked out from the side and looked coldly at the Infinity Warlock who attacked. Powerful auras diffused, spells surrounded the Infinity Warlock corpses, and a seemingly fierce but low-level battle erupted. Yang Feng watched the battle of the Infinity Warlocks and said with a faint smile, "What a bunch of cunning fellows!" The Infinity Warlocks are very careful. The spells they use aren't powerful. As if they are exchanging pointers, they only use spells of the glorious Dawn Warlock rank. There is no knowing how many dangers there are in the tomb of the Death Lord. Just the astral dream snake sealed in the square has killed 16 Infinity Warlocks. These Infinity Warlocks are all cunning, and they are well aware that it is foolish to go all out in such an environment. Yan Pengfei flew over and saluted Yang Feng with a look of shame on his face. "Greetings, my lord. I failed to complete your order, my lord. Please punish me." Yang Feng said gently, "The astral dream snake is such a strange existence that even I fell for it. You are not guilty of this battle. Unless it is a dream warlock who can freely travel to and from the dream world, even if it is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, they will be killed by the astral dream snake if they enter the dream world." Yan Pengfei heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, my lord." Gazes from the square focused on Yang Feng and his huge mechanical legion. The Undying Mountains Lei Ming. The Undying Mountains Lei Ming is here as well. Alexia and Yu Yan, these two experts are here. He is the Undying Mountains Lei Ming. When the Infinity Warlocks saw Yang Feng's face, their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. When Poidal saw Yang Feng, his face suddenly turned gloomy, and killing intent streaked past his eyes. The Undying Mountains Lei Ming. Yang Feng's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse Alexia was the commander of Poidal's 10th Fallen Angel Corps at the time. Among Poidal's subordinates, she has the greatest potential to promote to an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Since Alexia was forcibly taken away by Yang Feng, she has now become an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse subordinated to Yang Feng. This naturally makes Poidal jealous and hateful. Under the gazes of the Infinity Warlocks, Yang Feng came to in front of an Infinity Warlock corpse, pointed at it, and said coldly, "This corpse belongs to me." When the 5 Infinity Warlocks around the corpse saw the countless battle robots as well as Alexia, Yu Yan, Seabass, and other powerhouses following Yang Feng, embarrassment flashed in their eyes. "The Undying Mountains young master Lei Ming? How impressive. Let me see what you've got." The eyes of an Infinity Warlock shrouded in black mist suddenly flashed with countless runes, and then portals appeared in his eyes, and illusory and mysterious fluctuations of illusion diffused from his eyes. A portal hovering between the real world and the illusory world suddenly appeared and pressed towards Yang Feng with a queer light of nothingness. Gate of Illusion. A top-notch illusion secret method. Once you are caught by the Gate of Illusion, your life and death will be in the hands of the caster. He's the illusion ancestor. That's a peerless fiend. As experienced and knowledgeable people, the Infinity Warlock saw through the background of the mysterious Infinity Warlock at a glance. At the same time, the countenance of many people flickered. The Gate of Illusion is a top-notch illusion secret method that made the illusion ancestor famous. It is extremely powerful. If careless, even an Infinity Warlock will be suppressed and turned into the illusion ancestor's slave. The illusion ancestor took the opportunity to sneak attack Yang Feng. Clearly, he wants to suppress Yang Feng and turn him into his slave, and then plunder all the resources of the Undying Mountain in one fell swoop. You're courting death. A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and the phantom ruler hidden inside him changed into a phantom armor. He suddenly burst out and punched the Gate of Illusion. The illusory gate trembled slightly, and with a rumble, it crumbled. The countenance of the illusion ancestor changed dramatically, and he cried out, "How is this possible? The Gate of Illusion isn't a real entity, but an illusion constructed from an illusion. It is an existence hovering between the real and the illusory. Even if it is an ordinary Infinity Warlock, they can only find a way to avoid it or enchant themselves with illusion-resistant spells in order to contend against the Gate of Illusion. Yet the Gate of Illusion was blown up by Yang Feng. This is simply heaven-defying. Go to hell." Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Through the world ring, he extracted world force from the 9 small worlds inside him, operated the essence of Devour, and formed a Devour Black Moon that can devour everything barreling towards the illusion ancestor. Lei Ming, stop. A huge fiend hand carrying Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power pressed towards Yang Feng. Alexia took a step forward, held the fallen angel sword in her hand, and slashed at the huge demonic hand, shattering it in one strike. Chapter 797. Poidel's eyes flickered and he barked, "Attack! Let's join forces and kill the undying mountain's Lei Ming. Otherwise, we'll all become his prey." Next to Poidel, the figure of the first Marshal Agnipe fluttered, and she turned into a black ray shooting towards Yang Feng lightning fast. Black Fenghuang flames suddenly rose, and Yu Yen stabbed with her spear towards Agnipe along with the cry of a black Fenghuang. Ding! Agnipe slashed down with her sword, as if an endless amount of dark energy had gathered on her sword, and she sent Yu Yen flying hundreds of meters away with a single slash. Yu Yen, who was sent flying by Agnipe's sword strike, is filled with shock. So strong. These are the three strongest marshals under Poidel's command, top powerhouses who have besieged and killed warlock monarchs. As one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Yu Yen is ranked in the top 3 among the 8 marshals. She possesses 2 monarch-grade secret treasures and possesses amazing battle prowess. However, Agnipe blasted Yu Yen away with a sword strike. The difference in strength between the two sides is clear at a glance. In a one-on-one fight, Yu Yen is not Agnipe's opponent. Rumbling sounds of engines could be heard, and a dense swarm of Type 2 Undyings suddenly flew out from the side, swinging their blades at Agnipe. Agnipe slashed with her sword, and a black sword ray engulfed the hundreds of Type 2 Undyings. The hundreds of Type 2 Undyings disintegrated and turned into countless fragments that splashed about. Suddenly, the countless fragments flew up and condensed into a Type 2 Undying that continued to charge at Agnipe. Agnipe's beautiful eyes shimmered with surprise, and she slashed with her sword again. The sword ray containing powerful dark force engulfed the Type 2 Undyings again, and fearsome dark force eroded the fragments and crushed them along with the chips. At the moment when Agnipe was intercepted, Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon appeared above the illusion ancestor and crushed down with the power to devour everything. "Little swine, you think you can kill me?" The eyes of the illusion ancestor flashed fiercely, and pitch-black runes gushed out of him one after another. A copious amount of black gas gushed out of him and formed a 3-meter-tall evil god engraved with countless mysterious runes, a black horn on his head, an illusory eye, and a fiery eye. The flames in the left eye of that strange evil god of unknown origin suddenly erupted. A stream of evil god's flames, which seemed to be able to burn, destroy, and distort even the sun, roared out and swept towards the devouring black moon. The wretch god that the illusionist patriarch had transformed into was called the illusory flame wretch god. The illusory flame evil god was a variant evil god of the evil god plane, a supreme powerhouse among infinity warlock rank powerhouses. The illusory flame evil god's right eye is called the Eye of Illusion and the left eye is called the Eye of Annihilation. The flames released by the Eye of Annihilation can even burn the sun to ashes. In a fortuitous encounter, the illusion ancestor obtained the corpse of the illusory flame evil god. He spent 1,000 years collecting countless resources, absorbed all the essence of the illusory flame evil god, and went through untold hardships before advancing to an infinity warlock. The Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Annihilation are the strongest trump cards of the illusion ancestor, and they have never failed. When the evil god fire fired by the Eye of Annihilation slammed into Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon, the Devour Black Moon shook slightly and devoured the evil god fire. The essence of Devour was unleashed, and a copious amount of world force quickly obliterated the evil god fire. After 3 breaths of time, the evil god fire was devoured and decomposed by the Devour Black Moon. The devouring black moon descended from the sky and engulfed the illusory ancestor in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and the Devour Black Moon contracted and flew into his hand. The illusion ancestor's screams came from the Devour Black Moon. "So strong! The undying mountain's Lei Ming is actually this powerful. That's an infinity warlock. A trifling advanced bright world warlock can suppress an infinity warlock. What a freak!" When the spectating infinity warlocks saw Yang Feng suppress the illusion ancestor, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Each infinity warlock has the power to overturn rivers and seas and destroy a plane by themselves. They aren't existences that bright world warlocks can challenge. In the bright world warlock realm, even if it is a peerless genius who has formed a virtual world, most of them can only contend against junior infinity warlocks. Although the illusion ancestor is only a junior infinity warlock, but the Eyes of Illusion and the Eyes of Destruction Flame are extremely terrifying. Even intermediate infinity warlocks are apprehensive of them. Now that Yang Feng has suppressed him, the countenance of the spectating infinity warlocks changed dramatically, and they regard him as an opponent on the same level. Holding the Devour Black Moon in his hand, the corners of Yongfeng's mouth rose slightly. Infinity Warlock. This is the first Infinity Warlock I have personally suppressed. I have finally reached this point. Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, even in the eras of the 8 Warlock dynasties, were almighty Warlock rank overlords. Above Infinity Warlock rank are Warlock monarchs who dominate a certain kingdom or hundreds of planar war zones. Above Warlock monarchs are Holy Spirit Warlocks who are the protectors of their race. In the Zhongji Plain, even the strongest powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world are only Infinity Warlocks. To be able to suppress an Infinity Warlock, even if it is a junior Infinity Warlock, Yongfeng can already be regarded as one of the top powerhouses of the Zhongji Plain. Looking at the Devour Black Moon in Yongfeng's right hand, Poidal is both shocked and angry. Damn it! How did he grow so fast? If it wasn't for the unclear attitude of the Abyssal Grand Dukes around Poidal, and if it wasn't for the fact that there are Infinity Warlocks with unknown force fields everywhere, Poidal would have dispatched the 3 marshals around him at all costs to strangle Yongfeng. An Infinity Warlock dressed in a black warlock robe and shrouded in wisps of black gas said coldly, Lei Ming, the illusion ancestor is an old friend of mine. Give him to me, and I'll pretend that nothing happened. Yongfeng glanced at the Infinity Warlock with an indifferent gaze, surged with killing intent, and ordered coldly, Nothing happened? Since you dare to be an enemy of the Undying Mountain, then go to hell. Alexia, kill him. Yes, my lord. A cold ray shimmered in Alexia's beautiful eyes, and she turned into a black ray of light, appeared in front of the Infinity Warlock in an instant, and slashed at the Infinity Warlock with a sword containing terrifying dark force. The Infinity Warlock raised his right hand, and a simple and mysterious green shield secret treasure suddenly appeared. Bright stars emerged from the green shield secret treasure and formed one star vortex after another. Alexia's sword slashed at the starry vortexes, and the black sword ray was twisted by the layers of starry vortexes before collapsing. After the starlight vortex shattered the black sword light, the starlight condensed into light arrows. Tens of thousands of arrows shot towards Alexia like raindrops. Even though Alexia tried her best to block, she was still blasted hundreds of meters away by the countless starlight arrows. The fallen angel battle armor on her body was also cracked by the starlight arrows. A dignified shade streaked past Yongfeng's eyes. Incredible, this person should be an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Infinity Warlocks are divided into grades, and the gap in strength between them is enormous. The Infinity Warlock has a level 9 secret treasure, the 9-pole star vortex shield, that is very compatible with his secret method. It is with this secret treasure that he was able to blast Alexia away with a single blow. Almost at the same time, from a shadow behind the Infinity Warlock, Yongfeng's ruler of the night avatar appeared silently and stabbed the strong divine force grade god armament, the dagger of the night, at the back of the Infinity Warlock. One magic shield after another appeared behind the Infinity Warlock. The dagger of the night, which exudes dark and profound fluctuations of power, easily pierced through the magic shields and stabbed into the Infinity Warlock. No! Eyes shot with blood. The Infinity Warlock screamed miserably. Countless black runes immediately diffused out of his body and spread in all directions. Alexia appeared in front of the Infinity Warlock and slashed his head with her sword. Then, terrifying dark force formed a beam that slashed the Infinity Warlock's Infinity Core and extinguished the Infinity Warlock's soul. Yongfeng beckoned with a hand, and the slain Infinity Warlock's corpse flew into a storage ring. At the same time, he closed the fingers of his hand, and the illusion ancestor was devoured and killed by the Devour Black Moon. So strong. The Undying Mountain is really full of experts. Amazing! So this is the strength of the Undying Mountain. It's really powerful. When the Infinity Warlock saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with apprehension. The several powerhouses who wanted to compete with Yongfeng over the Infinity Warlock's corpse looked at each other, and then disappeared silently. Yongfeng has many experts under his command. They don't dare to clash head-on with him. Seeing this scene, Poidal narrowed his eyes and ordered, Agnipe, come back! Chapter 798. With a flash of black light, Agnipe slayed dozens of Type 2 Undyings with a sword strike, and then flew back to Poidal's side and looked coldly at Yongfeng and company in the distance. The fallen Angel Legion, which suffered heavy casualties, stopped fighting and flew back to Poidal's side. Poidal took a deep look at the several abyssal fiend lords, and then his gaze finally fell on Alexia next to Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, your reputation is well deserved. Alexia is my subordinate. Young master Lei Ming, can you return her to me? As long as you return her to me, I can offer you 10,000 beautiful virgins from the endless abyss as well as a warlock monarch rank soul core." A warlock monarch soul core. What a generous offer. That's a warlock monarch soul core. If used well, it can be made into a monarch-grade secret treasure. If used well, that warlock monarch soul core may be able to create an infinity warlock. As soon as Poidal said this, the eyes of the surrounding human infinity warlocks lit up, and they radiated queer light. A warlock monarch soul core contains part of the mysteries and power of the warlock monarch soul core. If pinnacle infinity warlock and quasi-warlock monarch rank existences can get their hands on a warlock monarch soul core, they will have a higher chance of breaking through the bottleneck and advancing to the warlock monarch realm. If it wasn't for the fact that abyssal fiends and fallen angels find it difficult to use warlock monarch soul cores, Poidal would have already absorbed them. Alexia's face remained unchanged. Her gaze fell on Yang Feng, and apprehension streaked across her eyes. For the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal, the warlock monarch soul core is a treasure of great value that cannot be used. But for the human warlock Yang Feng, it is indeed a treasure. Yang Feng's killing intent surged, and he said with a cold smile, "Alexia is mine. In my mind, she is thousands of times more precious than a warlock monarch soul core." Poidal, you want to take back Alexia? That's just a pipe dream. Alexia heaved a sigh of relief, and a trace of gentleness appeared in her eyes. Yu Yan also looked at Yang Feng in surprise, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic glint. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty doesn't have a warlock monarch rank soul core. After all, the soul core of a warlock monarch is a consumable. Once it appears and falls into the hands of an infinity warlock, it will be used to comprehend the mysteries contained in the warlock monarch's soul. If it was an ambitious and ruthless character like Great Cloud Dynasty's Emperor Bai Wuxia, he would definitely exchange a subdued infinity warlock for a warlock monarch soul core. Poidal's eyes flickered and he slowly said, "Unfortunately, this is not the place to fight. How about we fight after we get out of this tomb?" Yang Feng said decisively, "All right." In the tomb of the Death Lord, there are dozens of infinity warlocks, each of whom possesses extraordinary means. For fear of harming innocent bystanders, Poidal doesn't dare to fight Yang Feng here. If it wasn't for the fact that he has no other choice, Yang Feng wouldn't want to fight Poidal here. Each of Poidal's 3 fallen angel marshals has followed him through countless battles of life and death, and has even slain warlock monarchs. None of them are easy to deal with. An infinity warlock pointed with a finger, and a mage hand appeared out of thin air and extended towards the bronze coffins covering the square. The bronze coffins trembled slightly, and strange bronze runes shot out from them. Then, the coffin lids flew open and revealed a pitch-black taboo stone inside the coffins. Crack! Crack! Along with brittle sounds, the taboo stone shattered, and a powerhouse with black hair and eyes and advanced bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power wearing a bronze armor woke up inside the taboo stone. The bright world warlock who climbed out of the bronze coffin jumped out of the coffin, looked loftily at the infinity warlocks, and barked, "I am Zhou Chao, commander of the Death Lord's Death Royal Army. This is the place where the great Death Lord sleeps. Why don't you leave now? Do you want your kin to be executed?" The Death Lord's Death Royal Army is a peerless army of the Death Dynasty that swept across the world. This is a commander of the Death Royal Army? Could it be that the Death Dynasty's Death Royal Army is sealed inside these coffins? The countenance of the Infinity Warlocks changed dramatically, and they stared at Zhou Chao with apprehension in their eyes. The Death Royal Army is the Royal Army of the Death Lord. It is a gathering of countless races and powerhouses in the territory of the Death Dynasty. Even an ordinary soldier of the Death Royal Army is a Moonlight Warlock rank existence. The 4 marshals of the Death Royal Army are all Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. After the fall of the Lord of Death, the invincible Death Imperial Army, which had followed him through many battles, mysteriously disappeared. No one expected that the divine army that swept the world in the Death Dynasty era would be sealed in a taboo stone and appear in front of everyone after hundreds of thousands of years. Kill him. The Death Royal Army must not be resurrected, or we will all die without a burial place. An incomparably strange voice suddenly rang out, and a demonic right hand condensed from magic descended from the sky, ruthlessly suppressing Zhou Chao. Zhou Chao roared, and the bronze armor he wore suddenly radiated green light. He slashed out with the ancient bronze sword in his hand, and a green sword ray tore through the void and slashed the fiend's right hand. Amazing! A trifling bright world warlock can actually contend against an infinity warlock. Is this the power of the Death Royal Army? They must not be allowed to wake up, or else we will all die without a burial place. Soul fluctuations diffused in the square. The countenance of the infinity warlocks hiding themselves changed dramatically, and they cast spells barreling towards Zhou Chao. Lightning, poison arrows, curses, flames, all kinds of powerful offensive spells crazily bombarded Zhou Chao one after another. Zhou Chao exuded the breath of a primordial beast and brandished the ancient bronze sword to slash at the spells. Under the bombardment of the spells, Zhou Chao's bronze armor cracked inch by inch, and he became riddled with wounds. The Death Royal Army is invincible. My lord is eternal and undefeated. Zhou Chao's eyes widened, and he roared. As if his life is burning. His breath climbed to the infinity warlock realm in an instant, and then his body burst apart and turned into a copious amount of flesh and blood that fell into the surrounding bronze coffins. The bronze coffins trembled, and the bronze runes began to radiate green light. Use a sealing spell. Don't you want those old antiques to come into being? A voice sounded in the area, and strange runes evolved into all kinds of weird and incredible existences that fell from the sky and entered the bronze coffins. When the bronze coffins were suppressed by the strange seal, all of their power was suppressed, and the Death Praetorian Guard powerhouses inside fell silent. Since the Death Dynasty, human warlocks have been developing for hundreds of thousands of years. Although they have repeated the process of prosperity and decline, but human warlocks' secret methods have also been improving. Infinity warlocks are top existences in the Zhongji plane. Every infinity warlock can stand out from countless geniuses, and they are geniuses among geniuses. Sealing spells are a powerful spell that every infinity warlock must master to defeat the strong with the weak. After the bronze coffins were sealed by the warlocks present, the huge square suddenly shook violently, and a black channel that seems to be able to devour everything suddenly appeared. The bronze coffins in the square were immediately sucked into the black passageway, disappearing. The infinity warlocks looked at the strange black channel and looked at each other, not daring to enter. An infinity warlock waved his hand, and a 10-meter-tall steel golem engraved with countless runes suddenly appeared. As soon as the steel golem appeared, it took a few steps in succession and chased after the infinity warlocks into the black channel, and then disappeared. Along with flashes of light, various extraordinary life forms and servants subdued by the infinity warlocks appeared and flew towards the black channel. As soon as the extraordinary life forms flew into the black channel, they disappeared without a trace, as if there is a peerless beast hibernating in the black channel devouring all life forms. Yang Feng looked at the pitch-black channel and operated the fate algorithm, and a terrifying premonition of death suddenly welled up in his heart. The fate algorithm is warning me that once I step into the black channel, I will definitely die. There was a dignified look in Yang Feng's eyes, and he waved his hand, and dozens of Type 2 Undyings flew into the black channel. As soon as the dozens of Type 2 Undyings flew into the black channel, they strangely lost contact with Yang Feng, which made Yang Feng even more apprehensive. At this moment, an infinity warlock suddenly appeared at the end of the square and pressed his hand on a relief engraved with sticks. The relief engraved with sticks shone slightly, and then suddenly distorted and emitted dense black gas. The infinity warlock passed through the relief engraved with sticks and entered inside. Chapter 799. The infinity warlocks took a look at the weird relief sculpture, and their eyes lit up. Their figures fluttered, and they turned into streams of light flying towards the weird relief sculpture. Ripples flickered, and the infinity warlocks passed through the weird relief sculptures. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then operated the fate algorithm. There was no sense of danger. His figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and entered the relief sculpture. Strange fluctuations flickered, and Yang Feng passed through the strange relief sculpture and appeared in another world. That's Styx. To be able to intercept Styx and bring it here, the Death Lord is really amazing. Yang Feng glanced around and saw a Styx exuding nether aura running through the void appear in the sky of that world. Drops of Styx water dripped from Styx and fell on the ground, exuding nether aura. Weak souls tumbled down from Styx, fell into that world, and combined with the soil, rocks, trees, and other existences of that world to form all kinds of strange extraordinary life forms. As soon as the weak extraordinary life forms are born, they will become food for the powerful extraordinary life forms. Only some extraordinary life forms that constantly fight and devour each other can evolve into powerful extraordinary life forms and become existences at the top of the food chain. As soon as Yang Feng and his subordinates entered this strange world shrouded in nether aura, they instantly felt a powerful law force envelop this strange world. After 3 breaths of time, most of the tremendous life force inside Yang Feng and his subordinates was sealed. No longer able to sense the powerful energy contained in heaven and earth, they fell to the ground. A magic ban world. This world has most of the laws and elemental forces sealed. It's equivalent to a magic ban world. In this world, only the power of the fleshly body can be used, which is extremely disadvantageous for most human warlocks. When Yang Feng fell from the sky, he felt as if shackles were imposed on his body, and the 9 small worlds inside him were suppressed by a terrifying force. It is very difficult to mobilize a trace of power. However, Yang Feng's powerful fleshly body, which he obtained by cultivating the primal chaos imperishable body, still possesses terrifying power. As soon as Yang Feng, Alexia, Yu Yan, and Seabass landed, hundreds of strange monsters exuding the aura of the dead rushed towards them. In addition, in the Magic Ban world, the Infinity Warlocks who took the lead in entering the Magic Ban world are also fighting the weird monsters exuding the breath of the dead. Each Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse has gone through countless transformations, and their fleshly body and soul have undergone tremendous evolution. Even though the fleshly body of human warlocks is far inferior to that of other races, but the fleshly body of Infinity Warlocks is still terrifying, and can slay glorious Dawn Warlock rank extraordinary life forms. Kill them all. Yang Feng swept the weird monsters exuding the aura of the dead with his gaze and said coldly. The engines of the Type 2 Undyings roared. Like ferocious steel behemoths, they fiercely rushed into the strange monsters and brandished their swords to slash. Along with flashes of light, the weird monsters were chopped into pieces by the Type 2 Undyings. In this Magic Ban world, Yang Feng's battle robots are not affected at all, because their power source is high energy crystals, not elemental energy or life magic energy drifting in the world. Moreover, the seal in this Magic Ban world has no effect on the high energy crystals. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and 4 Type 2 Undyings appeared in front of the 4 of them and landed on the ground. With a light jump, Yang Feng jumped onto a Type 2 Undying. Alexia and the other 2 experts nimbly jumped onto the 4 Type 2 Undying. The engines of the 4 Type 2 Undyings roared, and they suddenly flew towards the center of the Magic Ban world. On the ground, the figures of the human Infinity Warlocks flickered and burst out at full speed, and they flew towards the center of the Magic Ban world at Mach 6 or 7 speed. All the dead blocking in front of the Infinity Warlocks were blasted apart by the human Infinity Warlocks. A golden coffin was placed in the center of the forbidden magic world. Above the golden coffin, there was a river Styx flowing through the sky. Droplets of the river Styx's water fell on the golden coffin and were absorbed by the coffin. Behind the golden coffin, there was a small tree floating in the void, its roots piercing into the void. It was about 1 meter in size and had 36 green leaves, each of which was engraved with countless mysterious runes. On its 9 branches there were 9 red fruits. The tiny tree floated there, as if it was the center of the entire world, and all the extraordinary power in the world seemed to be absorbed by it. Rings of mysterious halos spread out from the small tree, filled with endless mysteries. When Yang Feng saw the red fruit tree, his heart thumped wildly, and his eyes shimmered with a scorching shade. This is one of the most mysterious eternal god trees in the Zhangji Plain, the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree. It is a god-grade treasure that fell into the hands of the Death Lord in the past. Each Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree can extend one's lifespan by 100,000 years. Furthermore, if consumed using a secret method, the power of the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree can promote the soul aptitude of a human warlock from inferior level 9 to intermediate level 9. Eternal God trees are god-grade extraordinary plants that have been passed down since the era of Eternals. Each Eternal God tree is unique and possesses different extraordinary powers. It is impossible to cultivate a second god-grade extraordinary plant. The extraordinary divine force contained in the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree can enhance the soul aptitude and prolong the lifespan of warlocks. After a warlock's soul aptitude breaks through the God-man boundary, it is very difficult to promote it by a level. The Navagraha life-death fruit tree can enable a warlock with superior level 8 soul aptitude to break through the God-man boundary and become a peerless genius with inferior level 9 soul aptitude. However, only by taking all 9 of them together can a warlock with inferior level 9 soul aptitude promote to intermediate level 9 soul aptitude in one fell swoop. Navagraha life-death fruit tree. It seems that my harvest this time isn't small. All of you, get the hell out of here. Otherwise go to hell. A muscular man with a bare upper body, engraved with countless mysterious runes, and a pair of eyes that were as bright as stars, wearing a necklace made of the skulls of all kinds of extraordinary creatures. He looked like a humanoid ferocious beast as he strode over. Every time the burly man took a step forward, the ground of the forbidden magic world would suddenly crack open. Countless cracks spread out like spider webs, as if it was unable to bear the burly man's body, and the sound of earthquakes rang out incessantly. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he uttered solemnly, "Barbarians! Barbarians are a human race living in a magic-ban world in the Zhangji Plains eastern world. In the territory of the barbarians, only the fleshly body can be cultivated. Many barbarian powerhouses sneaked into the world of human warlocks, stole human body-tempering warlock secret methods, modified them, and created a fearsome secret method called the barbarian secret method. By relying on the barbarian secret method, the barbarians occupied the magic-ban world in one fell swoop. At the same time, they often attacked the Great Cloud Dynasty to plunder wealth and people. They are one of the great troubles around the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty has to station elite troops near the barbarian realm all year round to suppress the barbarian powerhouses. The Great Cloud Dynasty has fought with the barbarians several times. Outside the barbarian realm, the barbarian powerhouses are not the opponents of the Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks. But inside the barbarian realm, the Great Cloud Dynasty's main force has been defeated several times by the barbarian powerhouses, suffering heavy casualties and even losing 2 infinity warlocks. I am the son of the great barbarian god Wu Henggu, a rare genius of the barbarians, the future barbarian god. Lei Ming, submit to me, or die." The barbarian powerhouse Wu Henggu took a step forward, the earth shook, and a fearsome crack extended towards Yang Feng. Alexia suddenly emerged, appeared in front of Wu Henggu, and slashed at him with her sword. "Fool, in this kind of environment, I am invincible." Wu Henggu smiled ferociously. His body radiated faint fluorescence, and he grabbed Alexia's fallen angel sword and crushed it with a casual squeeze. Wu Henggu took a step forward and slammed his right hand into Alexia's abdomen lightning fast, leaving afterimages in its wake. The fearsome power condensed into a vortex of power and blasted Alexia's abdomen open, and a copious amount of blood and fragments splashed about. Yu Yan's figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of Alexia, grabbed her, and retreated briskly. Seabass suddenly appeared behind Wu Henggu and slashed at him with his sword. "It's no use. Here I am the only king, the only god." Wu Henggu smiled ferociously. Instead of evading Seabass's sword strike, he sent a fist barreling towards Yu Yan. With a flash of an afterimage, Wu Henggu's fist slammed into Yu Yan's back. The monarch-grade secret treasure Black Fenghuang armor withstood more than 70% of Wu Henggu's power. But the remaining 30% still jolted Yu Yan's internal organs, and she spewed out a large mouthful of blood. When Seabass's sword slashed at Wu Henggu, there was the sound of metal striking metal. He didn't even leave a mark on Wu Henggu. "Die, ant!" Wu Henggu grinned ferociously. He turned around and punched Seabass's abdomen, shattering Seabass's abdomen. Chapter 800. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, countless runes shone on him, and he operated a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body. He took a step forward, appeared in front of Wu Henggu, and sent a fist barreling towards Wu Henggu. "An ant-like human warlock dares to throw away your life. Go to hell." Wu Henggu smiled ferociously, shone with light, and like a savage beast, operated the barbarian secret method and, as if the incarnation of an invincible barbarian god, sent a punch barreling towards Yang Feng. What barbarians advocate the most is the collision of power. Wu Henggu doesn't dodge. Boom! As if 2 beasts collided, Wu Henggu was sent flying hundreds of meters away. He spewed out a large mouthful of blood, his face distorted, and he uttered in horror, "How is this possible? How could I be defeated by a mere human warlock? The fleshly body of barbarians is really powerful. However, I have cultivated a top body tempering secret method and consumed countless resources. How could I be defeated by you?" Smiling coldly, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into afterimages. Like a ferocious primordial beast carrying primal chaos breath, he sent one punch after another barreling towards Wu Henggu. Wu Henggu shone brightly, operated the barbarian secret method, and like a most tenacious beast, resisted Yang Feng's attacks. Under Yang Feng's frenzied attacks, Wu Henggu sprayed out a large amount of blood from all over his body, yet he still wasn't killed easily. The barbarian secret method is a top body tempering secret method that countless barbarians spent a lot of time researching. In terms of body tempering alone, it is only slightly inferior to the primal chaos imperishable body created by the Taboo Lord. Wu Henggu's fleshly body is only slightly weaker than Yang Feng's, so he can't be killed so easily. When Seabass saw Wu Henggu spit out blood repeatedly, an enigmatic shade flashed in his eyes, and he said solemnly, "So strong. Lord's fleshly body is so powerful." Yu Yan's beautiful eyes shimmered with envy, and she uttered, "Of course. If I'm not mistaken, he cultivates an Empyrean-grade secret method. Moreover, all the top-notch cultivation resources were under his control and use. His physical body is naturally incomparably strong. Yang Feng can enjoy the most precious resources of the Li Gui province, Bright Moon province, Yu province, and other forces he occupies. He consumed more resources than His Majesty the Great Cloud Dynasties by Wuqing. With the help of that massive amount of resources, Yang Feng was able to cultivate such a tyrannical fleshly body. Alexia, Seabass, and Yu Yan, who were seriously injured by Wu Henggu, can only stay in place according to Yang Feng's order and heal their injuries by relying on their formidable recovery ability. Kill him. With a thought from Yang Feng, the swarm of Undyings suddenly moved and slashed at Wu Henggu like a tide. The sabers in the hands of the numerous Undyings slashed at Wu Henggu's body. Each slash left a thin wound and disrupted Wu Henggu's balance. Wu Henggu's powerful fleshly body has already been injured by Yang Feng. Only the strongest alloy sabers in the hands of the Undyings can cut through Wu Henggu's body. Yang Feng took this opportunity to step forward and punch Wu Henggu in the chest, breaking 2 of his ribs. Despicable and shameless. Lei Ming, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Wu Henggu retreated briskly, a look of anger on his face. He grabbed 2 Undyings in his hand and slammed them towards Yang Feng as if they were weapons. At the moment when the 2 Undyings were about to hit Yang Feng, they suddenly disintegrated into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Under Wu Henggu's horrified gaze, Yang Feng appeared in front of him and punched him in the face. Wu Henggu's face caved in, and he bled from his facial orifices. Hundreds of gravity manipulators fired a dense rain of gravity balls that slammed into Wu Henggu. As if carrying a mountain on his back, Wu Henggu knelt on the ground. Lightning bolts descended from the sky and blasted Wu Henggu's body, causing him to feel slightly numb. Yang Feng took this opportunity to punch Wu Henggu in the head again. As if a huge sledgehammer, Wu Henggu's head caved in slightly. With the cooperation of a swarm of battle robots, Yang Feng, who has the upper hand, punched Wu Henggu's vital points one after another. Wu Henggu's head caved in, his facial features twisted, and he turned into a corpse. At the moment when Wu Henggu was killed by Yang Feng, a green figure flew over from afar and rushed towards the Navagraha life-death fruit tree. Screw off! Bathed in blood, like a savage beast, Yang Feng suddenly appeared in front of the Infinity Warlock dressed in a green warlock robe and sent a fist barreling towards the other party. Little bastard, you're courting death. The eyes of the Infinity Warlock dressed in a green warlock robe shimmered with anger, and he roared. His palms suddenly expanded by a size, and a green giant tree projection barreled towards Yang Feng. Virtually every human warlock Infinity Warlock is a powerhouse who has climbed to the top step by step through countless struggles. They have no shortcomings. Even in a magic band domain, they won't be helpless and reduced to trash. Go to hell! Yang Feng's eyes flickered fiercely, and he sent a fist containing primal chaos and destructive power slamming into the green giant tree projection. The fist shattered the green giant tree projection, and then slammed into the palm of the Infinity Warlock. A violent force erupted, and the Infinity Warlock's palm distorted. At the same time, the tremendous backlash force forced him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. His internal organs ruptured, and he was seriously injured. The face of the Infinity Warlock distorted, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can you have such a powerful fleshly body?" Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and Yang Feng took a step forward, appeared in front of the Infinity Warlock, and slammed a fist into the other party's head and blasted it apart. Then, he extended his hand, and black threads coiled around the Infinity Warlock's Infinity Core and swept it into his hand. A blurry, distorted soul projection emerged from the Infinity Core and tried to escape into the distance. Bolts of lightning flashed and instantly blasted the distorted and blurry soul shadow, causing the distorted soul shadow to tremble and distort. Then, it turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Yang Feng looked at the distorted soul projection, and his eyes flashed with regret. It's a pity that he escaped with his life. Every Infinity Warlock has mastered many life-saving secret methods. As such, it is not a simple matter to get rid of them. Waves of terrifying aura rose from the side and flew towards them. Stop them. Following Yang Feng's order, a swarm of battle robots rushed towards the Infinity Warlocks like a tide and engaged them in a frenzy. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he turned and looked in the direction of the Navagraha life-death fruit tree. A completely transparent figure, as if it doesn't exist, is entangled above the gold coffin like an insect stuck in a spider's web. Drops of Styx water dripped down from the sky and fell on the Infinity Warlock. When the Infinity Warlock was hit by the Styx water, he issued miserable screams. After just a dozen plus breaths of time, the Infinity Warlock's eyes became lifeless, and like a walking corpse, he jumped into Styx, was washed away by Styx, and disappeared. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Infinity Warlocks looked at the Styx with apprehension. The Endless Abyss is a place where the negative energy of the universe converges, and Styx is the destination of all the dead in the universe. Even after a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse dies, their soul fragments will basically return to Styx and become part of the universe's cycle of life and death. If a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse enters Styx with their fleshly body without using secret methods, their soul will be eroded by Styx, their memories will be washed away, and they will eventually return to Styx. In this magic ban world, all Infinity Warlocks have lost their protective spells and secret treasures. If they are splashed by the water of Styx, their soul will be washed into white paper, and they will fall into Styx and become a part of it. So there are defenses. Yang Feng glanced at the area, and his heart stirred. He looked towards the Infinity Warlocks and saw Poidal surrounded by countless fallen angels. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he suddenly shot towards Poidal like an artillery shell. Stupid guy, this is my domain. Poidal's eyes shimmered fiercely, and his body suddenly swelled. Countless muscles bulged and blue tendons extended from his body. His hands ejected 30-centimeter-long, scimitar-like claws, and his face malevolent, exuding a fierce and ferocious aura. More than 100,000 years ago, Poidal was already a top abyssal Grand Duke. He has used countless treasures of heaven and earth and experienced countless fierce battles. In this magic ban world, his fighting strength is even higher than Agnipe's. The swarm of fallen angels suddenly flew up and loyally blocked in front of Poidal, forming a barrier. The engines of the countless undyings roared, and like countless steel behemoths, they stabbed into the swarm of fallen angels like sharp knives. Chapter 801. When the swarm of fallen angels flew over, they were blocked by the Undead Legion. Blade rays flashed, and various long-range beam weapons exploded in the midst of the fallen angels. Give me back my heart. Give me back my heart. However, under the frenzied attacks of the three beautiful and sexy fallen angel marshals, a path to Yang Feng was forcibly cut open with their swords. Ding! Ding! The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, and he took out 3 crystal coffins, grabbed Agnipe sealed by sealing light, threw her into the crystal coffin, and sealed her. When he was 100 meters away from Yang Feng, Poidal's eyes flashed coldly, and he cast a strange secret method. His speed suddenly doubled. With a terrifying Mach 30 speed, his right hand left afterimages in the air as he stabbed at Yang Feng's heart. The earth shook. Following 2 earth-shattering tremors, Nerissa and Beskia spewed out 2 mouthfuls of blood, seriously injured. Yang Feng stomped on Agnipe's abdomen and pressed down on her like a mountain, causing her to spit out a large mouthful of blood. She struggled frantically, but couldn't move her body. Most of the abyssal demons' power was in their hearts. Once their hearts were dug out, they would be destroyed. Once the heart is dug out, even if the abyssal fiend is an abyssal Grand Duke, their strength will weaken rapidly, and they may even die. A powerful energy shield activated from the ruler armor in a flash and blocked in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng operated the primal chaos imperishable body, and light appeared around him. An aura of primal chaos, as if the universe was born at the beginning of time, diffused from him, and a hand tore through the void. The hand stabbed into Poidal's heart and dug it out. It's a pity. If we were outside, I wouldn't be your opponent. But in this place, your strength is too weak. All of you will become my captives. Without evading, Yang Feng took a step forward and extended his hand. As if a savage beast, he unreasonably grabbed Agnipe's fallen angel sword and crushed it. He grabbed Agnipe and slammed her to the ground. As if a ghost, Nerissa appeared behind Yang Feng and stabbed at him with her sword. Agnipe and the other two struggled frantically, but they couldn't break free from Yang Feng's grasp, and were sealed inch by the ceiling light. A look of horror on her face, the beautiful warlock raised a shield and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lei Ming, I am the daughter of the Red Monarch from the core world, Hong Lei. If you dare to touch me, my father will exterminate your clan and everyone around you. Your undying mountain will be destroyed because of you. Idiot! It was unknown what secret treasure the beautiful warlock had used to deceive the scanning of Yang Feng's mechanical legion, which allowed her to take advantage of the opportunity to mount a sneak attack. She could have seriously injured or even killed Yang Feng. Poidal glanced at the fearsome mechanical legion, then stared at Yang Feng, shouted loudly, and suddenly rushed towards Yang Feng. At this time, ripples flickered in the place where the red nails were fired, and a beautiful warlock dressed in a red warlock robe, with fair skin, black hair, and black eyes, a spoiled and willful temperament, and exquisite facial features, a beautiful woman with a stunning appearance evaded the frenzied attacks of the Undyings. As long as the core chips of the Undyings aren't destroyed, they will quickly and automatically link together and form Undyings full of dangerous killing intent. Suddenly, a red thread shot towards Yang Feng's heart from the side. Yang Feng is already very satisfied to be able to capture any of the three marshals. After all, he has the fallen angel pool and countless exquisite secret methods. He can turn the three marshals into his subordinates. Lei Ming, go to hell. Damn bastard. With rich combat experience, the three marshals under Poidal's command cooperated seamlessly, completely sealing Yang Feng's space to dodge. However, in this magic ban world, Poidal can't survive without his heart. After all, the heart is the source of his power. When the fallen angels saw this scene, they flew towards Yang Feng frantically. Black sword rays shone, and the Undyings blocking in front of Poidal were chopped into pieces by the three marshals, and then blown aside by the strong wind. The figures of Agnipe, Nerissa, and Beskia of Poidal's three marshals fluttered, and they shot towards Yang Feng lightning fast, leaving afterimages in their wake. Summon my lord's heart. Stop! Hong Lei's hands were twisted by Yang Feng's sword strike, and she spewed out a mouthful of blood, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with despair. At the time in the Zhongji plain, it was Agnipe who took the lead. Countless fallen angels risked their lives to besiege the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Even several Infinity Warlock rank fallen angels died before they managed to slay the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. The cooperation between Agnipe and the other two great marshals was also flawless and extremely powerful. Boom! Each of these Karma Law artifacts possessed incredible power, and the best way to resist them was to destroy or resist them with absolute power. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the beautiful warlock. Carrying boundless killing intent, he slashed at the beautiful warlock with his sword. Yang Feng suddenly extended his hands, grabbed the two supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Nerissa and Beskia, and pressed them against the ground. As if he didn't hear anything, Yang Feng slashed down with his sword with all his strength and slashed the beautiful Warlock rank powerhouse to the ground. Eyes surging with fury, Yang Feng stuffed Nerissa and Beskia into the two sealed crystal coffins, and then beckoned with his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. Poidal watched as his elite fallen angel legion was cut apart like weeds, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. His complexion changed dramatically, and he roared, Audu, Benega, Harrow, Galima, come and help me. Let's kill this young master Lei Ming together. Otherwise, we'll all die at his hands. Countless undyings brandished their blades and divided, surrounded, and cut the fallen angels into pieces. Yang Feng carved out a path of blood for himself. Yang Feng glanced at the red nail, and his eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he looked in the direction from which the red nail came. Wuxia bent her body to the lowest point like a cat and slashed at Yang Feng's feet with her sword. A swarm of fallen angels fell from the sky like raindrops and fell to the ground, struggling in pain. Agnipe spewed out a mouthful of blood, her internal organs ruptured, and she was seriously injured. If it was in the outside world, Poidal could use abyssal fiend force to form a replacement heart and barely survive. But once he returned to the 666th floor of the abyss, Poidal could use the resources in his treasury to recover quickly. The other 4 abyssal Grand Dukes just glanced at Poidal, and then no longer paid him any attention. Instead, they fought with Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Yang Feng squeezed the magic cube that suddenly appeared in his hand, and the ruler armor enveloped him in a flash. Agnipe's figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of Yang Feng and slashed at him with a sword as fast as a shooting star. When the red thread stabbed into the energy shield activated by the ruler armor, its speed suddenly dropped sharply, and it stabbed into the energy shield, revealing a red nail that exudes the fluctuations of the power of a karma secret treasure. A bunch of short-sighted guys. Let's go. Yang Feng's fate algorithm trembled wildly, and a strong premonition of death welled up inside him. You bastard! Agnipe, Nerissa, and Wuxia are 3 marshals subordinated to Poidal. They once followed Poidal and the huge blazing angel legion to slay a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Any one of them is stronger than Poidal. They are supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses that are only a step away from evolving into a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Dozens of sealers suddenly flew out from the side, and rays of sealing light struck Agnipe and the other 2 powerhouses, sealing their powers in a frenzy. Boom! The swords in Nerissa's and Wuxia's hands stabbed into Yang Feng in an instant, producing 2 crisp sounds and leaving 2 small sword marks. In this magic ban world, the dark force of fallen angels is greatly weakened, and their fighting strength is weakened to the extreme. Facing the mechanical legion that hasn't been weakened in the slightest, they are simply unable to withstand a single blow. Countless flowers of blood and fragments suddenly appeared in the area. The fallen angels who have lost most of their dark force are simply unable to withstand a single blow from Yang Feng's steel legion. Karma secret treasure. Boom! Poidal's fist slammed into Yang Feng and sent him flying hundreds of meters away, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Very well, the 3 of you are my spoils of war. Poidal bled from his facial orifices, his face distorted, and he issued heart-wrenching roars. His breath of life weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though the 3 fallen angel marshals can't use most of their dark force, but their fleshly body alone is far stronger than that of ordinary infinity warlocks. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.